What is this poll question?
Oh yeah,
Hey
54.
now! That's right. Interrupting. Hey now. How's everyone doing? It's your boy PSA Sitch here with the Tuesday show with everyone's favorite poll anati, Adam Prended.
What's up, everybody? Our audience wants you to get a mohawk haircut, Dev. So, can you do
Sounds
that
good.
for us this week? Are you busy this week? What's your hair situation look like? I'm
It's
thinking
actually
one of
pretty
those
short right
tall,
now.
super tall ones. I like the 2 footer. What do
I've
you
got to let
think?
it grow first.
Oh, okay.
No. He should get a mohawk. He should get like the really big,
Hmm.
like speed bump thing. What is it called? Just like the
Yeah.
cone, like it's like the big cylinder on top of your head.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd have to get like fake hair though. You know what I'd have to do? You know how some girls get like hair extensions?
Oh
I'll get that,
yeah.
but just for a mohawk.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. We just like to do fun polls on the channel. So
Of course,
28%
today
say
we're
yes
joined.
and no. So
Oh,
Yes. Of course, today we're joined by Short Fat Otaku, also known as Dev.
you want to
hello.
introduce yourself, Dev, for the people who don't know who you are?
You guys know me, don't you?
We do, and I feel like I feel like our audience has major overlap. So
Yes.
I feel
Yes.
like most people do, but there might be one or two people
Yeah.
in the chat that don't necessarily know who you are.
So I'm Dev,
Hmm.
and I do basically at this point my channel is just whatever I feel like.
Oh, nice.
Because I've
Mhm.
done video game reviews and I've done like reading of politics books and I've done analysis. I've done like reactions to dumb TikTok nonsense. Like I've kind of gotten to the point now where I can put out almost anything that I like and there's going to be somebody there to watch it, which is kind of liberating, you know?
It's awesome. Yeah. YouTube is primarily personality driven, I feel. So I think you can get away with that more and more. If you're a personable person with interesting ideas, people are willing to follow along wherever you're going to go, because you might stumble upon something, new and interesting that they want to engage with. So I like that.
You gotta give
Mhm.
Dev a graphic.
Oh yeah, I got to bring that up. Yeah.
Mhm.
I got
I got to find something real quick.
What do you got to find, huh?
Well, we
The
were
hair,
talking.
the hair clippers. Are we going to do the Mohawk live? Bring up the camera. Let's do it
Well,
Let's do it live.
so we were talking before the show,
Mhm.
and actually, I guess it makes sense that the harmonica is when you start officially, right? As soon as I hear that, I can't say any more slurs in the background.
Exactly. That's
I
the
see how
one.
it is.
It's kind of
Yeah.
evolved that way. It's interesting. I think I just
Mm.
had the harmonica on my desk one day, and I'm like, here, I'll play this a little.
Well, I was doing the same thing with a bike horn for a while.
Hmm. Oh
I had
wow.
a bike horn. Yeah, so whenever something that was appropriately clown world worthy, I'd honk the horn.
Oh, that's good.
Actually,
That's good.
hold on, I'm gonna grab it. I think I still have it.
All right,
Okay,
sound
okay,
effects
here.
on the show. Oh,
That
that's
is
a
the
good
worst
one.
bike horn I've ever heard in my life.
You don't like that? Oh man,
I
I
still
thought
got
it
it.
it's
looked like
endearing.
it's way too high pitched. I thought it was like, you need like the deep honk, not like this wee wee little mouse squeak.
It makes sense for a clown horn though. Like I think it's like a clown
No,
horn.
clown horns are usually deeper. They're like honk honk.
Oh yeah, it's like honk. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah,
Of
What were
course.
we talking about before we began? 'Cause
Before
we
the
were like-
stream,
Yeah.
Adam,
Clown-
you were talking about how some people, and you were understanding why people would be offended when you,
Right,
you're
yeah.
a terrible person, talk about gender dysphoria and transgender not being something that people are born with.
So on the Sunday show, we had an hour-long side quest where I laid out the argument from who's the guy that
Ray Blanchard.
Ray Blanchard. Yeah. So there's this argument that
Yep.
there's gender expression is more malleable than
Gender
sexual
identity.
orientation. Oh, gender identity is more malleable than sexual orientation. So Ray Blanchard has this idea that people might, become trans or gay depending upon the environment. Like if they're in a very homophobic society, they might choose to transition because homophobic societies are more understandable, I guess, of people transitioning than being gay. So we argued about this, I think, for an hour, and Sitch was arguing that is offensive and that Adam is going to eventually get in trouble. I don't think I'm going to get in Scott Adams type trouble, but maybe I.
Well, no. Wait. I wasn't criticizing for being offensive. I just thought so specifically
Okay.
the argument that I read when we opened that Galileo's Male Finger book, which was claiming that someone said in a different book who was claiming that Ray Blanchard
I know.
once said.
It's
You
like
know, so
Inception.
it's like 3 levels deep of quotation, was claiming that there's, this Ray Blanchard theory that effeminate gay men were having difficulties getting dates and sex with very masculine gay men, and thus would transition into women in order to snag, masculine straight men. And I said, intuitively to me, this sounds completely preposterous. Okay. So we asked our resident gay, Danimal.
Oh my God.
He's the resident Sitch and Adam gay. And he told us that.
Well, he's a super fan too. I mean, he's not just gay, Sitch. I mean,
that's why I said he's our resident. It's like Mr. Cross is our resident lawyer.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
Mac's
Okay,
a resident
okay,
father.
okay, yes.
Yeah, of course. No, we love Danimal here.
And we asked him, and he said,
Danimal's very smart, very knowledgeable. He's always giving us secret information about all sorts of topics. But he said the complete opposite. He said that twinks, who are like, the more effeminate gay men, get the most sex in the gay community. And so I was like, well, I guess that proves that theory wrong. Now, he said to remember that Ray Blanchard came up with all these theories in like the 70s. In the 80s.
Danimal said that, yes.
Yeah, Danimal said that. So, maybe in that time period things are very different, but nowadays that idea seems completely ludicrous. So I don't know why the woman brought it up in Galileo's middle finger.
So it's funny too, because Danimal laid out the hierarchy. He said, in terms of getting laid, hierarchy for gay men is twinks, muscle, bears, normies. Which I'm like,
normies is like the least, getting the least sex.
Yeah. So, but this is the thing. And I pointed out in our DMs that I believe the study that she's referring to in the book of Ray Blanchard took place in South America. So it's not a westernized, industrial, rich, educated, democratic society. So it would be a deeply homophobic society, which could change things. Like, obviously, this is the hierarchy in the Castro in San Francisco, but we don't necessarily know where the hierarchy would lie in a society where everyone is terrified of being outed as a homosexual, right? Like if you're in a deeply homophobic society and nobody, everyone's basically afraid to be a homosexual, and then you find out, oh, well, people are cool if someone transitions but doesn't get bottom surgery. Isn't that kind of like you're down for that? Doesn't that change the calculation a bit?
Isn't Iran like this?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think Iran is that. Yeah. So if you're a gay guy and you're like, no, I'm not gay, like you're just like Blair White's boyfriend. He swears up and down he's not gay, but Blair White hasn't had bottom surgery. So people are like, okay, that's how we're doing it.
I mean, it's got to be a little bit gay, right?
Well, so
how dare you? How dare you?
So Christian Baller sent me a paragraph. So we talked about this the other day. Like, what would it take for a straight, in finger quotes, straight male to be into, a trans woman with a penis?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I speculated, well, I've heard that straight men like fuda porn. I don't really understand the concept, but I've heard this from Count Dankula and other people. That is chicks with dicks.
Okay.
To be more specific, since I'm the otaku here, it's chicks with dicks, but they weren't born as men and transition like they're trans women. Like some kind of magical experience happens, so they get like an injection or a potion or something, and they tend to grow a dick, and they tend to have both a dick and a vagina.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So because I know, like Count Dankula has very famously been a very big fan of this, and other people. But so Christian Baller sent this to me in a DM. He said I can read it on stream, so I'm not outing it. Okay. But Christian Baller said, and this is Christian Baller who, big fan of deep faking Adams.
Right, yeah.
Maybe this is, I don't know if it's related. It says, Sitch, as a man, he's saying as himself, Sitch, as a man who enjoys fuda, let me explain it to you.
Oh my, okay.
Here we go.
Interesting.
To be fuda, a character must have both a penis and a vagina. Most often, it is a female character with a penis growing where the clitoris normally is. This stream is not going to be monetized at all, but still has a vagina. The attraction to them isn't the penis itself, but rather the more masculine aspect of the girl wanting to have real sex with another girl. It's the same reason men get turned on by girls making out. Evolutionarily, I believe it's because it shows women also enjoy and want sex in the same way men do. As in pure evolution, men shouldn't be turned on by lesbian sex, but almost all straight men do. So, in summation, if you don't like Fuda, it's because you're gay.
Okay.
Sounds right to me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I thought the reason men were into lesbian sex was because they're like, okay, I'm gonna have sex with both these women.
I thought
I think it's that
as
too.
well.
I think it's that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've hypothesized on the show before that that's also why women are into the gay manga and stuff, because they want two guys. They're like, oh, look, these two guys are making out. I can get them both.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like there's two types of fetishes. I feel like there's a fetish that people develop that has an underlying psychological reason for it that maybe they're not aware of, or an evolutionary reason. And I think there's a second type of fetish where for whatever reason, people just get things cross-wired in their brain, and they're just not really a psychological explanation for it.
Yeah, I think that can happen too.
I mean, I know there's been research that they think foot fetishes can be related to brain damage. So.
I know Taftage called it something like sexual target error or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
She's
the
smart.
idea basically.
She's totally smart.
The idea is basically that, like, if your sexuality is focused on something that doesn't lead to reproduction, it's basically just a psychological mistake. It's like, well, maybe.
I mean, it would be in the case of, like, if the person evolutionarily would be, not having sex with a person, right?
I mean, if all you're doing is coming on feet.
Yeah, right, exactly. Obviously, it's not going to help you evolutionarily. Yeah. I think actually, I'm trying to remember. I think in the little map in your brain that has your body on it, I think the feet and the genitals are like right next to each other, if I recall correctly. And so that's what I think it might have to do with brain image. Yeah. Don't quote.
I wonder why.
I don't know. You have to ask evolution. But as our resident chaser, Dev,
I think Taftage is listening, because she just DM'd me a paper that she wrote called "Our Trap's Gay."
Oh wow!
Hilarious.
Well, this is a long paper. Holy shit!
Do you have a comment on any of this stuff?
Yeah,
she
this
wrote
is
16
just
pages on this.
This is just the opening side quest. I think Dev really. I mean, this really isn't even in. First of all, do we know, is Trump arrested? What's happening there? Does anyone know anything?
Well, wait. So we have to finish.
Oh,
yeah, we're not going to talk about this whole stream, but we just have to finish this little section.
Oh, okay. I thought we were done. Go ahead. Finish up.
Okay. What we were talking
finish
about
up,
before.
you guys. Aim for the feet.
So, what we were talking about before, actually, is basically, I think we were having a conversation about the "born this way" rhetoric regarding being gay or being trans, and how most liberals have kind of just the rhetoric makes sense, because if they were born this way, then you can't blame them for it, then you shouldn't punish them for it, but however, if they chose it, then it's a different conversation, right?
And politically
generally
way different.
And so the conservatives pre-gay marriage would make the claim they chose it, and so we shouldn't allow this. They could always choose a different lifestyle. And then the liberals would say, no, they didn't choose this, so we should be compassionate about what they're going through. And then I mentioned to you guys that there is a developing wing of radical leftist political theory where basically they completely abandon the "born this way" argument. And they say, no, everyone should be gay and trans as a subversive method against liberalism.
Mm-hmm. That's a super queer theory, yeah.
Yes, that's the queer theory.
Suck the D for socialism, huh? Is that
Yeah, pretty much. And I mentioned to you that I had found someone recently who had said it, just outright said it, and I finally found the tweet. Here, I'll give it to you. I'll put it in the Zoom chat, or do you want it in the Discord chat? This doesn't matter.
Yeah, your call. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I put it in the Zoom chat if you want to take a look at it. But this person says, I've been railing on about how "born this way" sexual politics have outlived their usefulness as a strategic deployment of essentialism. And this is exactly why. And this is in reply. So I went viral last weekend
Mhm.
saying that what makes conversion therapy immoral is that it doesn't work.
Yes.
And that take, by the way, is correct. I'm
True.
not, even though everyone fucking hates me right now,
Yeah.
I'm still correct about this. If
Mhm.
if a gay man wanted conversion therapy and conversion therapy worked, by what right do you tell him no? The
Right.
answer is by no right, unless you think that gay people should exist as a political bloc. Then you want there to be as many gays as possible.
Mhm.
And basically, this conversation has uncovered a lot of people on the left who have decided to say no. We just want there to be more gays and trans people.
For
what?
political reasons, I mean, it makes sense
Yes.
in a democracy. Obviously, the bigger the voting block you have, the more power you have. So I
Yeah.
get it.
But that's where you start getting to the trans the kids conversation, right? Because
Yeah.
if they think that they can do that, then they're going to try to do that. At least some of them will. And they're not
Yes.
going to care about the morality behind it. And they're not going to care about our objections.
Well, see, this is, and I'm glad you brought this up, and maybe we'll have to bring this up in further conversations, because whenever, we talk to someone on the left about, queer stuff, and, drag queen story comes up and they try to defend it, you bring up, I mean, I bring up the fact that the intention, the point of drag queen story hour in my mind is to attack heteronormativity for this reason, is based on
Mhm.
the queer theory idea that heteronormativity is bad and it should be deconstructed and dismantled. So obviously they're going to try to start with the children.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
because we were
And
watching
man,
going to the Born This Way thing, we were watching on Sunday a video with Vosh talking to Christina Buttons, is her name, right?
Yeah, that's it.
And yeah, she was the journalist who quit the Daily Wire after Michael Knowles made the comment about eradicating transgenderism from public life. And she, they're kind of debating a lot of the trans issues, and Vosh has this wildly insane position that's even more extreme than Philosophy Tube's recent position. And Vosh's position is that essentially sexual orientation and gender identity is all fluid, none of it's fixed. And he doesn't seem to think any people are born anything, really. And to me, it's just like, it's exactly what this tweet that you brought up is talking about, because essentially it's like, oh, there's these weirdo socialists, cultural Marxist types who basically allowed the Born This Way argument to win civil rights for gay people and trans people. And now that they've won it, they want to throw it away in order to like have this completely non-scientific, anti-evolutionary, insane take on basically just destroying, everything normative.
yeah, I agree with you. I think it's as this person said, that it was just a strategic deployment of essentialism, because the left does not like essentialism whatsoever. Because essentialism means that some things are fixed, and if some things are fixed, that means that some things are going to be more desirable than other things, which means hierarchy, which means that their project's never going to get off the ground. So you have there can be no essentialism from the left wing perspective if they're
Well,
ever going to get their ideal society.
I don't I don't know if I agree with that framing. I think that like when gay rights activism was going on, I wouldn't be surprised if like 90% of the people believed, the Born This Way argument.
Yes.
Um, yeah, I think it was only like, the queer theorists who, especially in those days, were far fewer. I think it was only those people that didn't believe it and maybe were just using it strategically.
That's all true, but that's why those 90% who believed in the Born This Way argument, they're conservatives now.
I don't.
Some of them are anyway.
Well,
That's for
some
sure.
of them, yeah. I don't.
Yeah.
I think if you were to take like a poll of the majority of the left still believes the Born This Way argument.
What if you
Sure.
believe the Born This Way argument for homosexuality, but not for gender identity?
Well, I don't know. Man, I don't know about that. But like, I think if you talk to conservatives today versus conservatives from 50 years ago, you'll find much more pro-gay marriage sentiment in conservatives today, obviously, right?
Yeah, right.
Because like that argument was kind of settled, and that was that. But it seems to be the case, at least with the radicals on the left, they were trying to backdoor in something else along with it, and they
Sure.
partially succeeded. I mean, I made a video that I know Doomer fucking hated. But it was a video critiquing the concept of gay marriage. And I named it that because I knew it was an edgy title. I didn't actually critique the concept of gay marriage. I critiqued the fact that a lot of, let's say, millennial gays and older don't seem to actually want gay marriage because they're not getting married statistically. They're just having a bunch of unprotected sex. They're spreading the monkeypox around, basically, And it's like,
Oh,
well, hold on.
wow.
Yes, yes. Wasn't that disease like 99% gay men? Yes.
I don't I have no idea the situation. So
Well, basically, the critique is we fought so hard for gay marriage, and man, I was like a teenager when that was going down in Canada, and I went to a few of those lefty rallies. Like I was out there, and yet my generation isn't doing it. Now the Zoomers might surprise me. Maybe they're going to start getting gay married like crazy, but it just seems to be the case that all of that political capital was expended for something that the people that it was expended for aren't even doing.
well, look, heterosexual couples aren't getting married either, but it doesn't mean we should get rid of. Some of us are married and like it. So, I mean,
Not anymore, Adam.
I don't
We're
get it. Like, what are you
Yeah,
advocating
isn't
for
marriage
here?
rate just down across the board? for
Yeah, it's
everyone?
not just gay people that are not getting married. Nobody's getting married because they can't afford it. Getting married is expensive. So
Listen, two dudes with
yeah,
their
double income, no kids. I mean, that's
yeah,
it says
exactly.
married all over.
And both of them, they have their patriarchy infused salaries. They have that extra 20% or whatever it is the leftists claim. They're still not getting married.
Now you're just going crazy.
They're still not getting married. So it just seems to be the case that like if there is a gay subculture, it is more promiscuous than was sold.
Look at
But here's the thing. I guess I don't. I watched your
nothing
video.
nothing like negative stereothrones.
Yeah, I
here,
know.
just being thrown around
Let's be
all over the
real.
place.
Okay, let's be
Listen,
real here. So
I'm
watched-
allowed to say it. I'm bi, so it's okay.
There you go.
Oh, you've got
I
the
watched your
Emilio.
video. I don't remember it super well. I saw Doom in the chat, and I understand why he hates it. And that's fine.
Yes.
But so there's two things. First of all, yeah, I think marriage is across the board generally overall, and I'd be curious as to see what the exact rates are for gay marriage. But secondly, I agree. I wouldn't expect gay marriage, at least among gay male couples. I don't know about women, but I would never expect gay marriage among gay couples to ever be reach the same level of marriage among heterosexual couples, because it's let's be real. If two guys are the ones making the decision, they're more likely to be motivated to just have sex and to not want to get married on average. I mean, I don't think that surprises really anyone. I don't think it's like an ideological, thing that's happening here.
I'm not surprised. Not the least bit.
So if you watch the video, Sitch, then you also watched the end of it where I pulled up, let's say, a few of those radical queer theorists who were saying shit like, no, you have to be promiscuous and you have to like spread AIDS around and have sex in public to deconstruct capitalism. So there's definitely that element of the movement that is
but it's like I don't think that that's really a pervasive of an idea among the general gay population.
Give it 50 years.
Yeah, maybe 50 years it is. I'm just saying now. I mean, I think if you go to a gay club and you start talking about like fucking queer theory and like just deconstructing the heteronormative patriarchy, people are gonna be like, get out of here. Like, we're just trying to grind up on each other and have fun. Like, what are you talking about?
I got Sagar in the chat is like, gay marriage among women is basically a form of UFC.
There you go. Hey, there you go. That's pretty funny.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Actually, real quick, before we actually jump on to the next topic, one of the super chats said, Mr. Otaku, Sitch has stated more than a few times that your deep dive videos are worse than Doomer's Chappelle and Django videos. Sitch.
Look, I've been here the whole time, and I have
true.
never heard Sitch say that once. So obviously someone's trying to...
No, that's not true. Adam's just trying to protect me. Every stream, I bring up one of your videos and I say, another terrible video by Dev. This is worse than the previous one. They just get worse and worse and worse.
Sitch, we're supposed to make friends with other creators. What are you doing here?
So here's basically how I view my videos. If it has that fat dev, like the really fat dev with like the scrolling words in the background, I'm like laughing.
Yes,
that is like me kind of dicking around. That's me doing like a video that I can
secret decoder ring to the videos, huh? Okay.
That's a video where like I'm just kind of having fun and I'm giving my that's why I call it a 10-minute take. It's just a take on a topic. But when I do a video that I actually intend to be serious, I put a bit more like editing into it. So that's going to be the 3 forms of fascism video. I put a lot of work into that one. I think you can tell that it looks different, it sounds different. So that's kind of how I divvy it up. So if you see the fat dev laughing, don't worry. I'm just having fun.
Cool. Cool. Now we know. Now we know when
Yeah.
not to take you seriously.
Exactly. However, if you didn't take the 3 forms of fascism video seriously, I would actually be like, why? I thought it was a very good video.
Was
So
that,
should
did
we
that have the laughing dev in it? I guess not.
No,
Right?
no,
Okay.
no. That was the one where I went over like a stack of books and talked about the origin of fascism and how like its 3 forms are different.
Yeah, that's a
basically.
great video. You
Yeah,
did obviously
that
did a
was a
lot of
very good
research
video.
on it. Yeah.
I'm doing a new one actually in that same vein. I
Mhm.
just finished the fucking, well, I didn't finish all of it because it's ridiculous to read, but I've gone through Antonio Gramsci's selections from the prison notebooks.
Ooh.
And I'm going to
Oh, wow.
basically, I'm going to outline a video. So I was motivated by Sockdon Left because he's a fucking retard.
That
And
is
he was
true.
like, there's nothing, the socialists aren't actually subverting Western liberal culture, and the conservative ecosystem is wrong about when they say that, and they're just like being racist about CRT and all this shit. And I'm like, hold on. We can trace the genealogy here from Antonio Gramsci's ideas all the way down through the Frankfurt School to modern critical theory. And so I'm going to do that. And that video is like an hour long, currently just sitting on my hard drive, waiting for me to add some effects to it.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
That'll come out soon.
That's a lot of work if you just have to add effects to an hour-long edit. Oh, man.
Yeah.
So another question. So I guess we can move off like the gay trans topic. I don't know if there's anything else to say about it. But I've seen you fighting people. Actually, no, there's 2 questions I want to ask. One, it is related to the trans topic.
Sure.
So I did see that your Twitter discourse about conversion therapy, which I agree with. But you asked the question,
What is it for the audience?
The reason that conversion therapy is immoral is because people were born gay, and that I would add to that. I'd say it's that people are born gay, and also that being gay inherently doesn't harm a person. It's only a societal expectation that causes the harm. It's not like gender dysphoria, where gender dysphoria inherently harms an individual.
The way I laid it out is like I think there was 4 arguments against conversion therapy. One of the first one is that it was physically harmful, and I don't think that's an argument because chemotherapy is physically harmful, and we do it, right? So that's not an argument.
But it's not just it's physically harmful, but it's to create a better health outcome in the future.
Yeah, cancer's terminal.
Yes.
Right.
I don't think gender
nonetheless,
dysphoria is terminal. Yeah.
But,
well, the other three arguments will kind of cover that. The next one was that it's generally non-consensual, and that's true. So, if a gay person consented, that's kind of off the table now.
Sure.
The third one, and the most important one, is that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing, is that it doesn't work.
Right.
And the fourth one is that, at least from a liberal point of view, straight people and gay people are let's say value equivalent. If that makes sense. You wouldn't say that a gay person's life is worth more than a straight person's life, or vice versa, just based on them being gay or straight. It's still one life.
Yeah.
And my conversations with these people got to the point where we were knocking down the first 3 arguments against it, but that final argument, a lot of the leftists just clung to. They actually believe that gay people are value superior to straight people.
Right.
And that was like that's where it's like, oh, so this is what you people actually believe then. So for them, even if conversion therapy was painless and gay people consented and it worked, you still would be against it because you just want more gay people. And that's basically, as soon as you start knocking down the various reasons, you can get at the core principle pretty easily.
Yeah, for some of like the crazy, queer theorist people on Twitter, yeah. But I would just include that fifth element that I brought up, because that is why being gay is not considered like a mental illness. It's because it doesn't create harm for the individual internally.
Yeah, I think that's mostly correct. Yeah, I mean, you can bring up like statistics on various STDs, but like that can all be mitigated, right? So it's not a big deal.
Yeah, but that's just if you have sex a lot. That's not being gay. I mean, being gay might make you have a lot more unprotected sex because you're not worried about pregnancy.
Yeah.
But anyway,
hold on. Sargon says Dev's position is that gays are value superior.
True.
God damn it. He has been trolling me for 3 months about being more like 6 months about being a communist. I'm not a fucking communist. God damn it. Then again, doesn't he come on here and call you guys communists too?
He's been known to do that. So
yeah.
Not but that's I don't know what you're talking about. But no. So you asked another question, which was kind of the pill question. If there was a pill for gender dysphoria, to cure gender dysphoria, would you take it? And I think that's a fine question. I think it's a completely fair question to ask, like generally. I think it's kind of an unfair question to ask trans people. And
Why?
I'm curious if you agree with that.
I'm wondering why first. Why do you think it's
Well,
unfair?
first of all, it's like you're asking someone who's kind of going down a treatment path that they kind of have to buy into psychologically to bring themselves well-being, and you're asking them like, well, if there was an alternative, a magical alternative to make you, fix, would you take it instead? And I feel like just asking that question is going to bring up a lot of negative emotional feelings in an individual for a hypothetical question that doesn't really serve that much of a purpose.
Well, they don't have to look at my Twitter.
No, I'm not saying you shouldn't tweet it. I'm just asking you, like,
I mean, if it
in
hurts
like a
their feelings,
one-on-one
I mean, I'm
conversation.
sorry, but I'm still going to talk about it, right? I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
want to
no,
talk
no,
about it
no,
with
no.
them.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'm not attacking you for tweeting. I think tweeting's
Okay, okay,
fine.
okay,
I'm just
okay.
saying like, because I said I remember I asked a couple of trans people this question on stream, and afterwards I'm like, I shouldn't ask trans people this question. It feels really fucked up. And I was just curious if you agree, disagree.
JXC and who else?
I forget who the second person was,
Maybe
but
Taftage. I don't know.
I didn't have
Oh
to.
no, Taftaj and I talked extensively about this question. She was completely fine with it, at least for me.
Mm.
You think?
Well, no, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I don't think she's sucking up to me or anything. Um, yeah, I think I understand your point, but I think my answer is still just the same. It's like, okay, well, I just won't talk about it with you then, because if you
Right.
can't
Yeah.
have
Okay.
a
Yeah.
conversation,
That's okay. Awesome.
yeah,
Okay. Moving
yeah.
off
I think hold on, let me
gays.
think about it for a second because
Okay.
uh
I think there's a massive social utility to asking the question generally, because I think it helps reconceptualize what gender dysphoria is, and that it is a medical condition and it shouldn't be conceptualized as an identity. So I agree with that element of it.
But
yeah,
asking a trans
I
person after they've already got all this investment in
In
transitioning is
transitioning,
like
yeah. It's
a
like,
yeah,
little, like they're already way down that road. And you're saying, what if you could just
yeah,
take a pill and not go down that road? They'd be like,
yeah, and they're already there. Well, I
you
mean, like
motherfucker.
yeah,
at some point you have to at some point you have to be like, well, listen, I guess that's your sunk cost to deal with, not mine. Like you have
Yeah.
to
exactly.
just
Yeah.
let them be like, okay, I get it. Um, I remember when Taft Hadge and I talked about it, she basically put the pieces together for me in a way that I couldn't, and I actually really like the way that she formulated it.
Mhm.
She said that what the core of this conversation is that trans activists are engaging in a pretty insidious Mott and Bailey, and the Mott and Bailey is that let's say we're talking about trans women in women's sports, right? Most trans activists that you'll come across, well, sometimes you're gonna find like the giga crazies, and they're gonna say, no, it doesn't matter if you're whatever you identify as, you should be able to play in that sport. It doesn't matter, like so you can have like 35-year-old hulking males who identify as a woman, and now they should be able to compete with women. And it's like, well, no, obviously not. Even people who are quite ardent trans activists, they might say, no, what we actually mean is as long as the trans woman has been on hormones for X number of years or whatever the standard is, then they should be able to compete. Now you might disagree with that. It's fine to disagree with that, but their logic is going to be something like their logic is built on a foundation of trans women are suffering from this illness, which is gender dysphoria, and therefore, if we can include them with certain standards, we should. And if some trans women don't meet the standard, in this case for sports, it's the amount of years on hormones. If they can't meet the standard, well, then they can't be included. But we're doing this out of compassion. It's an argument from compassion, ultimately. And that makes sense for that argument, but at least from their point of view. But then they immediately subvert their own logic once you talk about potential treatments out of compassion for this mental illness. Now suddenly the rhetoric, when it's a mental illness, the rhetoric is like they're talking about blind people or deaf people or quadriplegic people. It's a disability rights advocacy group where it's based in compassion. But as soon as you say, okay, how do we fix the medical problem? All of the rhetoric shifts, and now it becomes more like gay rights activism, where it's a lifestyle activist group. And now they're saying, how dare you think that we need curing? How dare you think that we need fixing? There's nothing wrong with us. And it's like, yes, there is something wrong with you. That's why you're taking medication for it. But they do this Mott and Bailey where they go between these two different types of leftist activism whenever it serves them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. That's interesting. We should talk to Taft again because she's very smart. and his unique
She's
insight on
also a
the same.
neo-reactionary. If you want to
Okay.
bring it back around to that.
That she is fascinating. She wants to get rid of democracy.
Yep.
Interesting. Well,
We
maybe
talked
we'll
to her
talk
about
to her
elite
then.
theory when she was on,
Yeah.
so
But
we didn't even talk about trans stuff.
What was her take on elite theory?
She thinks elite theory is true, and I think selectorate theory is true. And a lot of people believe that if you subscribe to selectorate theory, you subscribe to elite theory, when the two are actually in contradiction. Because elite theory says democracy is completely pointless. Yeah, and selectorate theory says democracy is basically the ultimate deciding mechanism. So where do you want to go with?
I'm not decided on between those two.
Have you?
I can think of examples where I think like each of them has been true at one point or another.
Well, obviously, powerful people can put a thumb on the scale of culture or politics, or no one's denying that. But in a free society, they're generally elites on both sides of every issue. So
yeah. So do you think that they just kind of balance each other out generally?
The elites do, to some extent.
Like,
yeah.
If
so does the
there's some kind of
population.
if there's some kind of issue and you have like, oh well, the elites are just going to put their thumb on the scale. It's like, well, there'll be other elites who put their thumb on the other side of the scale, and then
democracy though ultimately forces elites to cater to some large majority of people. They have to cobble together a coalition of citizens, and you can't do kind of terrible things if you're forced to go to the electorate for votes every 2
well, you
years,
can.
every
It's just
4 years.
much more difficult.
Right. Yeah. Well, like Putin is not accountable to his citizens. Xi is not accountable to his citizens. When this happens, obviously you kind of get president for life situations.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And not only that, that's another thing, because elite theory, and I guess we're going to talk about Mencius Moldbug, because he talks about wanting to turn America into a meritocracy, when the problem with monarchy is you're all like, there's this huge centralized power base that everybody wants to get their hands on. So if you are the dictator, you don't want to surround yourself with smart people, because they're the ones that are going to be gunning for your job. They're the ones that are most likely to replace you. And this is completely playing out in the Ukraine war situation, because Putin, all the people in Putin's circles are basically feeding him lies because they don't want him to kill them. And I mean, let's face it, anyone who shows any intelligence, any aptitude, is going to be gotten rid of, moved away from the center of power as fast as possible. So you're actually creating a situation where meritocracy can't even get a foothold.
Which we're seeing with the Wagner Group.
Yeah, totally. Why do you think Putin sent the guy who's gunning for his job to the front lines in Ukraine? Get that guy away from me.
Yeah, I mean, the massive amount of inefficiency and just ridiculous things that we've seen come out of the Russian military. Apparently one of the strongest militaries, most capable militaries in the world, getting absolutely fucking ass blasted for a full year.
Yeah.
Like, all right, guys.
Corruption is part of their culture, which is a horrible thing. So that's a giant. People don't police each other's behavior as far as corruption goes.
I think humans generally, I don't think people don't appreciate this. Humans generally have a bias towards efficiency and convenience.
Yes.
And I think as soon as a system comes into place that's more efficient and more convenient, it just naturally dominates the ecosystem, because humans are competitive by nature, and efficiency seems to generally win out at the end of the day. Not always, not in like a micro sense, but definitely in a macro sense. And to me, it just, if socialism was more effective, if monarchies were more effective, I don't think we would have seen them be just completely supplanted by, Western style capitalistic democracies globally, which just seem to be doing the best overall. And I don't think it's a coincidence.
Well, here's another issue that I have. A lot of these neo-reactionaries are ethno-nationalists. So
I don't think Moldbug is, but a lot of them are. Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, I don't think he is. But
I think generally society is like a human resources problem. And if you have only 20% of your population that's really motivated to be an innovator or a service provider or, uh, develop some new technology, these things that make our society improve in leaps and bounds. If only 20% of the people are those types of people, and you start limiting society by, okay, well, women can't participate. Okay, well, blacks can't participate. Okay, Hispanics can't participate. Pretty soon, I mean, you're narrowing down that 20% considerably. So in Western culture, where we let everybody participate who has a good idea, you're completely upping those numbers like crazy. Other societies don't have that advantage. Not only
Yes.
that, since
Yeah.
not only that, since we have this open society, we're also, poaching all the people in other societies who have great ideas but can't get ahead because they're locked out on some caste system in India or whatever, right? They're coming over here and joining that 20%, which is like upping America's numbers, 20%, 30%, 40%. Pretty soon we're dominating the world.
What's really interesting is that Moldbug at some point in the book, we're talking about a specific book more than anything else, by the way. Doomer says Trump is getting arrested. Oh, did it just fucking happen?
Yeah.
Doomer is an
okay.
unreliable protagonist.
Okay. Well, no. Basically, Moldbug disputes the idea that we live in like a Karl Popper style open society,
Right.
and he gets into that in chapter 5 of the open letter to open-minded progressives.
Right.
Which is, by the way, that's what's kind of kicked this all off. So like a month ago, or actually no, it was more like 2 or 3 months ago, I posted on Twitter something like, I finished reading the open letter to open-minded progressives, which is, do you think is probably Moldbug's most famous work? Maybe it is. It's all entirely online, but still.
Yeah, I've read it.
Yeah. And I basically said, I thought that the neo-reactionaries, and Sargon later corrected me on this. When I say neo-reactionaries, I mean like Moldbug's style of neo-reactionary, because I know there are other types and I don't want to just generalize, and I haven't read some of the other people. But basically, I believe that they were probably just as dangerous to liberal capitalist democracy in the long term. At least their ideas were, as the socialists are. Now, there are way more socialists than there are neo-reactionaries, so maybe not in terms of absolute power currently, but their ideas are just as corrosive, I think.
Okay.
I put that tweet out. And then Adam, you messaged me and you said, "Let's talk about. Do you want to talk about the open letter to open-minded progressives?" It was months ago.
Now I don't even remember. Yeah, because you had the house thing come up, so we rescheduled. But so you
asked me if I wanted to talk about it, and I said sure. But then it's been several months, and I'm just like, I forgot a lot of what's in that fucking book. So I started rereading it and I started taking notes, and I got maybe halfway through the book in time for this stream.
Okay.
We could stream again and cover the second half of the book another time if you like. I don't mind.
We can totally do it. Yeah.
Yeah, we can do it like next week or something if you have a spot open. I'm good.
Well, next week I think we're booked, but we can definitely.
Oh shit. Well, whenever. Yeah,
whenever.
That's okay. Mm-hmm.
We'll
have you read it again, forget it, and then a couple months.
We've been known to
forget
jump
it again for the third time.
We've been known to jump on a Thursday stream occasionally too, so we can work it out definitely. So what is? Where
Aiden
are
in the
you?
chat asks you, Dev,
Actually,
why are the whole dozen of us so dangerous?
Well, it's like I just said. In terms of absolute power, the socialists are more dangerous because there's more of them, right?
Yes.
But the idea, if we're talking just like ideas to ideas,
right? It's
Moldbug's ideas are also very damaging to liberal capitalist democracy.
Of course. Well, I mean, any idea that wants to tear down liberalism is
Yeah.
going to be damaging liberalism.
And of course, the ultimate issue is it true or not? Like, because if it turns out that something better has been discovered, then
right.
Maybe liberal capitalist democracy should be torn down. That's going to be the ultimate issue here. Sitch, have you read it?
Yeah, I've read it. I mean, I don't remember. It's been a while since I read it.
Yeah.
I read it some years ago. Right.
But maybe you should give us what you thought were the most compelling arguments, and we can go from there.
Okay, sure. When it comes to so I guess hold on. Does chat know what we're talking about? Chat.
Give us some.
Okay, yeah. Here's the TLDR. Okay, so basically, Mencius Moldbug decided at one point to write what he called an open letter to open-minded progressives. And I know that Aiden's co-host
Open-minded progressives.
Yes, an open letter to open-minded progressives. Yes, if you are an open-minded progressive, this letter is for you. That's what he called.
All two of you.
I know that Aiden's co-host Spoon described himself, like, let's say 15 years ago or whatever, as being, your average center leftist who, he generally agreed with a lot of the liberal presuppositions, but there was a few like dangling threads that he couldn't quite pack away. And he said that this is what made him finally understand what was going on, this letter. And now he's an absolute monarchist. So it's like, okay,
liberal and progressive have kind of really split ways. Like I see liberal and progressive as tangibly different now. Like liberals
Me too.
are in favor of individual rights. Like what I talked about is impossible with liberalism, without liberalism. The idea that you can have an open society where, people have ideas that they can work on, independent projects they can work on. None of that is possible without freedom of speech, freedom of association, and individual rights to do whatever you want to do, right?
Okay, so I want to. Spoon is typing furiously in my DMs, telling me to correct this. He did not read this 15 years ago, but rather it was published 15 years ago. Okay. Sorry, Spoon. But basically, whenever Spoon was your average center lefty, he read the open letter to open-minded progressives, and it kind of converted him away from being
an open-minded progressive. Really?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And well, that's the thing. Like, as
I already knew that the gold standard was complete crap. So that as soon as he started talking economics, I thought, oh, this guy doesn't know anything. Yeah.
So here's the thing. Having now read it's definitely a propaganda piece meant to convert progressives, or at least what we would call liberals, to being reactionaries. Like that's what it's for. Oh, okay. Actually, hold on. Can I find this real quick?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
What do you got to find?
Let me just. Okay. I was talking about it because Stardust had no clue who Moldbug was, right?
Right.
And so I was talking with her about it in private, and her and I talk sometimes.
She's cool. She's been on the show before.
She is cool. Yeah. So here, check out. Can you pull this up on the stream? It's fine. It's safe for work. I'm going to post this in the chat.
What is it?
It's just a 10-second clip from Stardust stream.
Oh, okay. I think I can. Is it on YouTube?
It's a tweet.
It's on Twitter.
Okay. Yeah, send it. Hold on. Which chat?
It's in the Zoom chat.
Okay.
It's in the Zoom chat.
You want to read a super chat or something while I pull it up?
Sure. Anonymous Cow for $10 says, not sure I heard this from Dev, but changing the definition of words allows us to interpret laws differently without changing them. Is this reason alone enough to never give an inch if it's tied to law? That's something you said, Dev?
That no, but it is something that Moldbug said, I think in chapter 5. He talked about how he talked about how progressive meant something very different in the 1800s than it does to now.
I mean,
and how like so like ideas shift and et cetera, et cetera.
Regarding the question, I don't think you can give a definitive. I don't think there's a universal answer. I think you have to take things on a case-by-case basis. Words do change definitions. I mean, I don't believe in either of taking this like absolutist position of everything must be in a religion originalist interpretation of the law, or everything is just, you interpret it willy-nilly. I don't know. I don't think either of those ideas work in totality.
Yeah, but nothing works.
That's true. I think you got to look at things more.
Everything is half-ass.
HP Lefty for $5 says, everyone knows that the S in S-Class stands for death. I don't know.
What?
I don't know
stands for dev? Oh, short fat otaku.
S-Class is best class.
Okay, I got it up. You want to do like a 3, 2, 1 here? Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah, give me a 3, 2, 1 on the clock.
3, 2, 1, go.
I'm going to be real with you, SFO. I looked up Moldbug and and I was like, bro, some of the stuff that this dude is saying is a little bit based. I'm going to be real with you.
A little bit based. Okay.
Well, it's
And so
funny because
if
it's
See,
you
like
scroll
obviously
down-
he's talking about the part where women can't vote, right?
Yeah, right.
if you scroll down, I posted this as a joke, and there's like she posted a picture of like a sweating Pepe because she knows exactly how this sounds.
Yes.
And I'm like, listen, Moldbug designed this piece of work, the open letter, to specifically appeal to progressive sensibilities in order to kind of reel them in and make them not progressives. You know,
It's the
we-
thing
we-
progressives are always saying they're going to do to conservatives. We're going to produce some conservative propaganda and totally reel them in.
Yes, yes. I mean, you hear socialists talk about, well, they don't talk about it so much as not openly, but they are subversives, and they subvert culture all the time. They subvert institutions all the time, and Moldbug just seems to be like, you know what, we're gonna fucking do it too. And it's like, well, you can't exactly argue with that because their enemies are doing it. I don't like it though. You know what I mean? Let's see here. What I have written down. Now I know, Adam, you don't like Moldbug, right?
Yeah, I don't find any of it persuasive, to be honest with you. I mean, I read it, and in the beginning I had the same kind of intuitions that Stardust had, that okay, this guy's making a good faith argument here.
Mhm.
This
Same
you
here.
know, he's appealing to the things that are obviously problems that we have pointed out on the show. So I mean, yeah, no, I totally get it. Yeah. But then when he starts pitching solutions, I'm like, oh, this guy's a madman. Like he really doesn't understand
Yes.
how power works. Like he doesn't understand how economies work. Like his idea of turning America into a corporation, ironically, he pitches it as some sort of meritocracy when it would destroy the meritocracy that we have. But he doesn't seem aware of that.
Yeah, I think that's in chapter 6 actually. I know there's 14 chapters, but chapter 5 is 3 times as long as every other fucking chapter in the book.
Mhm.
So I got to chapter 6, which is about the halfway point. I think that Moldbug is actually very smart. He's very intelligent.
I think Moldbug
He's very well read.
He's an evil genius. I mean, he's constructed an argument to try to convince progressives and libertarians to be monarchist, and it works. So you have to be an evil genius to do that.
True.
Yes. So if you talked to me like 3 years ago, I would no 5 years ago. If you talked to me 5 years ago, I would have said that there was no value whatsoever in reading Marx.
Mhm.
I don't think that anymore. At this point, I've gone on like a big reading arc basically since 2019, and I've arrived at the position that every single person who is considered notable has at least one idea that you should be aware of, even if you're completely not aligned with them at all. I'm not aligned with Marx in any way. I'm not aligned with Moldbug, but their stuff is still worth reading and knowing.
Mhm.
So, and
I mean,
also,
I read everything, so I totally agree with you on that, obviously.
Mhm.
I mean, I've read Marx. I think a lot of people have a bad interpretation of Marx. So, I mean, I don't talk about it a lot because of that. I think Marx was like an individualist, and people just, what? Marx was the ultimate collectivist. Adam, what are you talking about? So,
you actually are the hidden communist we've been looking for.
well, no, Marx's writing categorizes everything as how the individual relates to the means of production. Like he's talking about, worker co-ops are to increase the power of the individual. Is it not? I mean, all of his ideas are crazy, but they are framed as an individualist perspective, from an individualist perspective. But you have people come in that are just they're like there's not a clear way that they can articulate the difference between individualism and collectivism that fits with the Marx framework, in my estimation. But that happens. So.
Well, and I think what kind of relates to what you were saying, Dev. If you want to be able to debate or argue against people, I think it's important to understand what is the philosophical framework they're coming from. Otherwise, you end up just arguing shadows and nothing.
Yeah,
and this kind of
true.
came up. I was watching this conversation that Destiny had. It's like Destiny, Dylan, and someone else had with a bunch of right wingers the other day, and it was very clear.
Loner
that,
Box. I think what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
That Rob Noir was the moderator of this conversation.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
And it was like, they're like, oh, there's no right-wing media in America. And then like they didn't really know how to respond to that. They didn't know like what kind of questions to ask to try to figure out like what exactly are these people that they're talking to and what is their philosophical grounding.
Yeah. And here's the thing. If you see it from their point of view, you know exactly why they don't think there's any right-wing media in America. In fact, I think
if you know what their
Moldbug would
grounding
probably,
is, yes.
yeah. So Moldbug would say something like Fox isn't really right-wing, not really.
Yeah, conservatives.
Maybe hold on. Maybe Moldbug wouldn't say that, but I think readers of Moldbug might say that.
Right.
Because whatever is being printed in left-wing media will be printed in right-wing media in a few decades. So there's no real right-wing media. It's just there's like the right, from their point of view, the right doesn't have true new ideas. It's just yesterday's old leftist ideas. That's how they view this.
Cthulhu swims left.
Yes.
Right.
That's one of his most famous quotes. Okay, fucking Sargon just says, I'm not aligned with Marx, but you should still read him, says the totally not a communist. Sargon, you did a fucking entire video on Lotus Eaters on the Communist Manifesto. God damn it.
He's just trolling you, Dad. Okay.
I know, but
no, but it's it's like when the woke stuff first cropped up, so many people, myself included, were just sitting here completely baffled as to like why there's complete not understanding like why is the left going in this direction, which seems so counter to the left for the last 30, 40 years in America. And until you actually dive into, the academic literature, especially like CRT and queer theory, you're not going to have any clue what's going on. But as soon as you do, you're like, oh, it all makes sense now.
And so many progressives deny all of that too. We were arguing on Twitter with the people who were denying the cultural Marxism stuff. So
yeah, well, that guy you're arguing with he's one of these like aggrieved, like classical Marxist who's mad that Marxism has kind of turned away from the economics argument to the cultural argument, and he wants to like pretend that didn't happen. And,
I know. So sad.
Like, whatever. Yeah.
But yeah,
Sitch, can you turn your mic up a little bit or move a little closer to the mic? You seem a little further away, so I don't know.
I'll try.
There you go. Perfect.
This attitude kind of mirrors how a lot of socialists talk about America. Like they'll say, if you listen to like some fucking, 75 IQ idiot, like Second Thought or something, he'll be like, America has only two right-wing parties, and the ratchet effect keeps true leftism from actually advancing. It's like, how are you like, how could you possibly be this disconnected from reality? And it turns out, well, by their definition, because the Democrats are still at least they're still fundamentally capitalist, because the welfare state is still a capitalist welfare state. You have to have capitalism in order to be able to tax it. It's not real socialism in that sense. So, the true like orthodox old school leftists, they think that everything right now is right wing. But then if you talk to the reactionaries, they think that everything right now is left wing.
I know.
Yeah.
Funny how that works, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's a product of
right wing reactionary victim.
Do you, to me, like when I hear this, I interpret it as inherently dishonest, because like they know what's going, like they know that in America, like their definition of right wing, they know does not conform with the majority's definition of right wing and left wing. And I just feel like if you wanted to not be dishonest, you can have that conversation and discuss it without pretending like, oh, there's no right wing in America, or there's no left wing in America, if you're a communist.
I don't know if they might be dishonest. They might be that they want to tug the Overton window, so it's like a calculated effort to use different language or use it in a different way.
It feels
dishonestly.
Like it feels like it's a trick.
Maybe dishonestly, yeah.
Like when I hear like the communist people say there's no left wing in America, it feels like what they're trying to do is they're trying to push, liberals, like actual like Democrat liberals who identify as left. They're trying to pull them over to their side by saying, oh, there is no left in America. So if you believe you're on the left, you need to come to like my team. That's how I interpret that, rhetoric.
Yeah. That's why I don't care when someone calls me right wing anymore. I don't care when they call me left wing anymore, unless it's Sargon. But like everyone else, they're like,
because he knows better, right?
I guess. We have like a good rivalry going on in private about like calling each other weird names. But in terms of like,
interesting. Some of these weird names.
In terms of whenever I'm like actually debating someone, they're like, you're right wing. It's like, I don't care anymore. You're left wing. I don't care. Sure. Fine. What matters is what you actually believe. What matters are the policies that you want to see put in place, not what name someone gives you. And then the people who use like lib as an insult, it's like, okay, yes, I'm a liberal.
You do
I
that,
can just
though.
I can just chat. No, I don't. Wait, you do that?
call people libtards and stuff, and you're scream rightoid and
Yeah, I say
libtard.
leftoid. I say leftoid and rightoid. I don't say libtard. Nope.
But that's, I mean, it's like from mongoloid, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's mongoloid mean? I mean,
Well, I just think that
let's
if you're a
see here.
direction brain, you're probably retarded.
Mongoloid. I don't think it's going to be good here. Characteristic of resembling a Mongol. Okay, well, I guess of or related
it's an
to
ethnic slur from the beginning.
of or relating to or suffering from Down syndrome. A person suffering from Down syndrome. Okay. So you're basically saying
I actually don't know the history on this, but for some reason the
so
Mongols
leftoid and
were
rightoid
considered
is
to be a
not
Down
like,
syndrome race.
Leftoid and rightoid is not a neutral thing. You might as well be saying libtard or
I
rightoid.
think
I'm not saying libtard because I'm not a leftist or a rightist. I'm a liberal.
Yeah,
That's
I think
my
saying
tribe.
leftoid is fine. But I think to answer your question, I think it was just a coincidence that certain Down syndrome features would co-line with Mongolian features.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I don't think there's anything beyond that.
Is that like the most
You're not
racist
doing-
word ever? What? So how are we?
Sitch isn't doing some kind of like Mongolian race realism here.
No, yeah, exactly. I don't think the Mongolians had higher rates of Down syndrome or anything. Yeah.
So Dev, you wanted to get through this entire book. Where are we at right now? Are we?
We haven't even started it.
Oh, okay.
We're just dicking around.
I thought we were like halfway through. Well, so
No, I don't mind though. We're having fun. I'm having fun. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't care. What,
Every second I talk to Dev is just pure torture.
I'm sorry.
it's not that
Well,
bad.
Before we jump into Wash, I guess should we jump into the book or should we talk about other people keep tweeting me, they keep DMing me your left right definition.
Okay, maybe we should work
we talk
that
about
out
that
then.
Okay, so what is your left right definition?
I mean, I understand a lot of other ones, but I don't know about my own. I have to think. I'm actually completely fine with accepting both the left's and the right's definition of themselves. So, for example, a leftist would say, you can't be on the left unless you're a socialist. Okay, that's fine. So I'm not on the left. And then a rightist will say, like a true rightist, they'll say, you can't be on the right unless you're anti-democracy. And it's like, oh, okay. That means that most politics is centrist, but I'm actually okay with that definition.
Well, I understand why you're saying that, but do you think it's useful to conceptualize the left-right dichotomy by something that only 2% of America knows what the fuck you're talking about?
I actually don't think the dichotomy is useful at all.
Okay. But people still use
think
it, so it has to have some kind of definitional value to it.
I think at this point, it's just become a way to browbeat people. You have a view of, like, every person has a view of what left right is. Every person has a view of what good evil is, and they kind of map on to however they say it. And then they throw left and right around like slurs.
Okay, political
I might do it for
science
fun
gets
sometimes.
thrown under the bus here. I mean, look, what other people are doing for their own political projects is one thing, but if we're going to actually study it from maybe an empiricist perspective, an empirical perspective, I mean, we got to define these terms, right? Otherwise, why are we even? Why are we discussing it?
So the issue ultimately is that left and right are two giant tents.
Yes.
And there's sometimes more infighting in between the tents than there actually is fighting across the aisle, which is why I don't think it's useful, because you're progressive and you're socialist and you're social democrat, you're classical liberal, even sometimes you're libertarian, might all be on the left, and sometimes you're libertarians on the right, and you're going to have neocons and paleocons. You're going to have like all these different factions, and they're not going to agree. And this idea that, oh, well, they have to someday agree because America has two political parties. Well, most of the world doesn't have two political parties. Canada has like 5 or 6 that are relevant. I think the UK has 3 that are relevant. The rest of the world doesn't really work in the way that you guys do.
Well,
so
I understand everything you're saying, and I understand as a dirty Canadian, this is why you have this opinion. But and you're right that the left and the right are very broad categories, are very broad tents that have many different ideas within them. But maybe this is just my American superiority talking. It seems like when you say like what is left, what is right, it feels kind of like when you say like, well, what is a woman and what is a man? it feels like even if people have difficulty pinning down a specific definition, there's something intuitive going on here in this categorization that people intuitively can look at a set of beliefs and be like, that's left wing, or look at a set of beliefs and be like, that's right wing. And so and so that combined with the fact that people do use these terms, the majority of people in the world will continue to use these terms for conceivably forever into the future. I feel like we do need to have working definitions that we're using, as opposed to just saying, well, these definitions are useless.
Well, it might not be forever because it is a relatively modern invention. So it might not stick around. It has currently, but it might not.
Mhm.
But even if it does, the fact that it's changed so drastically means that, I mean, you can't define it permanently, obviously, right? So in the French Revolution is where you first get left and right, and you had the monarchists on the right, and then you had the Republicans on the left. And this is not just me playing a word game. Those Republicans, those French Republicans, would be right wing today. And it's because just the values of the values have shifted.
Well,
So,
I don't know if I agree
left
with
and
that.
right. Sure, absolutely.
Well, because a lot of the people on the left, a lot of people in the left during the French Revolution were communists. So I don't know, like, why, like.
Well, this
I
was
mean,
pre-communism, though. This was before.
Well,
Marx.
I know, but they would basically be aligned with communists now. So I don't know if I'd say that say that they'd be Republican in the Republican Party now.
Well, a lot of them were. Well, no, a lot of them were Republicans. In that. Okay, hold on. How do I
Look, I want to say something real quick before we move too far past it. But so you're saying that these ideas are very recent. I don't think that's correct. I think the moral intuitions are probably ancient inside of people. Just the way that we are identifying them and categorizing them is the recent part. So I do think there's a biological component that goes way back in all this. But go ahead.
What I'm saying is like the left-right spectrum is probably the recent thing.
Yeah, but we're categorizing moral intuitions in opposing factions inside society back when we were cavemen. Like, I'm sure there was.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I guess what I mean is like.
Well, the one that you bring up specifically, and I spent some time thinking about these things. You're talking about societal change versus not changing. Like the speed of change, I think, is the classic left-right spectrum from the sitting on the right or the left of the chamber, whether or not you were a monarchist or, I mean, you were ultimately trying to decide if we were going to go with the institutions that we have used in the past, or are we going to construct new institutions from here on out? So you're talking about, a level of change that makes a lot of people uncomfortable.
So that is the liberal view. But I do know that Moldbug, in the first half of the open letter, he talks about this as well, and he doesn't view left and right in that way.
Well, hold on, Moldbug, fuck that guy. Who cares how he views left and right? Like, why are we being strapped by what Moldbug thinks about left and right?
Well, it's a Moldbug stream. We're talking about him, I thought.
Well, no, I think we're just establishing terms from here on out, and then we can evaluate Moldbug based on our understanding of left and right.
Right. So for me, I mean, I don't really think about any sort of objective or useful definition of left and right.
You don't think that is useful? Hold on. One person, it doesn't like change, wants everything to stay the same, is always arguing for the status quo. And another person is a utopian, and they want to change everything, and they think everything could be so much better than it is today if we just stopped arguing for the status quo and argued for something different. You don't think those are two fundamentally different personalities that somehow map onto left and right?
Sometimes they are, but also, what you'll see sometimes, though, is a right winger ultimately wanting the same change as the left winger. He just wants to do it in 50 years instead of 5.
But that's a difference. That's a tangible difference.
Well, wait. What do you mean?
It's not a difference in a long enough scale. Well,
give me an example.
Well, there's a right wing. I've heard the conservatives say this a lot. Well, no, people who are more right than conservatives. I've heard them say things like conservatism is just progressivism traveling at the speed limit.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what they're referring to. Is that like most conservatives will come around to what progressives want. It will just take them longer to get there, which means that. Well, hold on. It means that they're not actually going down a fundamentally different path of politics. They're just going slower. So in this sense, they're the same thing.
Okay, so I think, but you accidentally conflated two different ideas, because you first said that conservatives want what progressives want, just slower. But then the second notion is a different notion. The conservatism is just progressivism trying to speed limit. That's more about the idea that, well, progressives will eventually get what they want and conservatives will eventually come around to it. So it's not like they intend that they want the progressive change. It's just that they will eventually accept it because it will eventually become the norm.
Well, they will accept it if the change works. Like we've talked about many progressive causes, like prohibition for one, which didn't work, and were
let me give, I don't know. So I don't know if you've ever heard. This is my left-right definition, which is that, and I think the left, and this is like trying to do the most general definitions possible. I think the left generally views that all problems in our society come from pre-existing systems. And then in order to fix societal problems, you have to look outward to something else. You have to go out in the world and find new answers to your problems. And this is why the left is generally more pro-immigration and more xenophilic in nature. And the right is the polar opposite. The right believes that all problems in society come from turning away from pre-existing systems and intuitions, and that all problems stem from infiltrators coming into your system and basically degrading what works. And so we need to expel outsiders and look back to our traditions, essentially, to find solutions to problems. And I think these are the general left-right attitudes. And I think since that's the way people basically evolved to have these tendencies as, hunter-gatherers. And I think that idea is kind of where you get this sort of Mulbug and neo-reactionary anger at the right, because under that definition, it's true that, yes, the right will eventually adopt a progressive value 50, 60 years down the road, because the progressive value will become the norm and that will become the system. And we saw this exact thing with we were talking about the French Revolution. It's kind of hilarious. The French Revolution was, the left was, people that were like pro having a republic, and the right was people that were pro having a monarchy. And nowadays, like the right wing is, like, for the most people are right, not the neo-reactionaries, but most people that identify as right wing in America and Canada, they're not for monarchy.
No,
they're for, maintaining a democracy, very fixedly. And the left wants to, and some people on the left want to get rid of democracy and replace it with like socialism or something.
Well, I mean, in Canada, the right wing they are actually monarchists. Yeah. But we have a constitutional monarchy, so it's like democracy. Well, I know what you mean.
Okay, in America, let's just say in America.
Because in terms of the parliamentary democracy system, you're talking about like absolute monarchy versus constitutional monarchy. So monarchy with the consent of the people, and monarchy without the consent of the people.
So the rule of law is the important aspect.
In Canada, does the monarch have really any real power beyond ceremonial that they utilize?
Yes.
That they use?
They have not utilized, but they do have it. And the last time it was utilized in a context of the Commonwealth was not Canada, but Australia, where Queen Elizabeth's Governor General used the powers of the Crown to dissolve a completely dysfunctional Parliament unilaterally.
Interesting.
Because the Parliament could not pass a budget, it could not get a majority. It just fucking sucked.
When was this? Do you remember?
Oh, back in the 80s.
Oh, okay.
And
it's been a while.
And the Governor General said, "Listen, you guys are so fucking shitty. I'm calling an election for all of you unilaterally."
Right.
And so a general election was called, even though it was not time for one. Okay. And basically, the way that, I don't know how the UK views it. I'm sure Sargon could fill you in, but in the Commonwealth countries, the monarch is basically viewed as the nuclear option. It's the kill switch. It's if every other institution is failing, the monarch will come in and upend the game board and make everyone restart.
Sure. Right. So I don't know how it works in Canada. I would guess that most people kind of, if you only have the Queen last interacted was 40 years ago in Australia, I would guess most people kind of view the Queen as a non-issue in Canada when they have most political thought and discussion. Or the king now, I guess.
Sitch, your definition of left-right is not that different from the tradition versus progress.
No, it is very close, but it's a little bit more specific.
Right. And actually, now that you said that,
build a wall versus the open borders, I think is the spectrum where it differs.
So now that you've said that, Sitch, and Adam, you've been talking about moral intuitions. There's an entirely different set of reading that I did maybe 6 months ago on a completely different topic. That I think I can answer your question now. That I've been thinking about it a little bit more, and very broadly, I think the left is like the realm of rationality with all of its pluses and minuses, and the right is the realm of gut feeling and intuition with all of its pluses and minuses.
Oh, they would people on the right would tell you directly opposite. Yeah,
I vehemently disagree with that. Yeah.
No, I think that's the truth. I think that's the truth.
Well, I no, I completely disagree.
Okay.
I think
it can't be the truth because you disagree.
Well, let me explain why. Well, I didn't know if you were just saying it's an idea or that you agree with this, Doug.
The idea is forming in my head right now.
Okay, so let me say, well, okay, before I disagree with it, why don't you tell us why you think that's the case?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If you look at most, let's say, left-wing movements that have called themselves left-wing over the years. So you had like the liberal revolutionaries from the pre-liberal times. You have the socialist revolutionaries. You have the progressives. They're all extremely theoretical. They base all of their stuff in intellectualism and in writing. Read theory, read more theory. It wasn't real socialism because it didn't match the theory. It's all an abstraction that is kind of divorced from reality, which makes it rational, intellectual, and theorized. However, if you look at right-wing movements, they're all practical, emotional, and intuitional. And I think that's the difference.
I mean, Thomas Sowell would disagree, I think, but...
Well, I mean, look at even Moldbug. I mean, Moldbug's all, you have to, and all the neo-reactionaries, you have to get deep into reading all these, million, right-wing theories. Right?
Mm-hmm. I'm still working it out. This came to my head 2 minutes ago. Come on.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, let me say why I disagree with it. So, I think what happens, what I've seen, there was a meme in America, and maybe so in Canada too, which was what you were saying, that like the left believes in science, and then the right doesn't, and this kind of grew into being or forming because, in America there was like this big, the religious right were kind of like a movement, and most of the atheists and the scientists were kind of on the left. Now, I think that's just because it completely conforms with what I said earlier. Obviously, if you're looking towards tradition, you're going to look towards a more religious based system. And if you're looking more towards the future and something new, you're going to look more towards a science-based system. But this came up a lot with, the conversation about evolution. And so since this was like a big topic, 20, 30 years ago in America, it came up again 20, 30 years ago in America and prayer in school and all this stuff, it kind of gave people the idea that like, oh, well, if the right, the religious right in America cares about prayer in school and evolution, they must be anti-scientific and the left must be pro-scientific. And then that kind of got compounded with climate change. But then what happened? Well, then we had the trans question. And with the trans stuff, we see the left basically denying science just as easily as the right would in the past, as long as it doesn't promote whatever argument they want to promote. And to me, when I read like right-wing articles and I read left-wing articles, the way that I see this working is that essentially when the facts and the science lines up with one side, that side will bring up every fact and every scientific argument. And as soon as the facts and the arguments don't line up with their side, then they immediately pivot to more intuitive, emotional, irrational arguments. So I don't really believe this idea that like the left believes more in rationalism than the right does.
Well, first of all, I don't necessarily mean rationalism to mean being correct. I don't mean it like that.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Well, no, there are people in the chat who are like, Dev thinks that socialism is rational. It's like, well, socialism is rationalistic, but it's also wrong. Something being rationalist can also be wrong, because we're hitting the limits of human rationality, right? But it's also that if you talk to somebody who is,
well, wait, let me just interrupt you for 1 second. Okay. To be clear, when you say rationalism, you mean that the idea that action should be based on reason and knowledge rather than, intuition alone and emotional and religion. That's all you mean.
It's partially that, and it's also partially the belief that human rationality can basically win the day in all situations, which I don't think it can.
I can hear your conversations with Sargon coming out. Yes.
I don't think it can. I think we've proven that it can't, in fact, in several arenas at this point.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, sure. You have, if you watch Veritasium, there's the hole at the bottom of math, right? Where there are three things that we know in mathematics to be true, but that human rationality can never actually prove. That's a big deal.
I don't know what you're referring to, but okay.
It's called Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Mm-hmm. Basically, we can't. It's a problem that we can't solve with rationality. We just can't.
Well,
There's something else in particle physics about we can never know the actual speed and direction of a particle. Like there's
Until you
stuff
look
in
at it,
science.
yeah.
There's stuff in science where it's
but
basically
isn't
we've
it-
reached the limit of scientific data collecting using our senses and
Well,
human reason. We're reaching
Okay.
the outer limits of that.
I have a problem with those notions because it's kind of hubris for us to think, oh, we've reached the limits of science or rationalism to discover these answers, when it could be we just don't have currently the technology or the science or the
course,
understanding
yeah.
to do that.
That's
we haven't
true.
even
That's
time
true too.
traveled yet. God, you guys.
I mean, I
It's
I
possible,
feel like every
right? Yeah.
I feel like every age, our scientists are very egotistical in thinking that they've kind of figured everything out. And then the next age we realize, oh, they had like 80% of everything fucking wrong. So
Yeah, totally.
I just assume
Well-
that trend is going to continue.
See, I think I ultimately do too,
Hmm.
but for now we have reached the limits. Maybe
Sure.
we need a new paradigm, but what we have going
have
on
it.
right now,
Machine learning, that's going to change everything.
oh yeah, I think so too. Also quantum computing. Yeah.
Yes.
There's a lot of stuff coming up that I think will change a lot. But like in our
What about
current
AI?
paradigm, we have reached things. AI, yeah, maybe.
Machine learning, AI is kind of related
Like
to each
we're
other.
on the cusp of like a lot of crazy shit.
I mean,
so-
I feel like it's going to be funny when in like, 10, 20 years from now, we're going to put some, completely impossible to solve problem into like Chat GPT, and it's going to come out with an answer that's true.
Listen, I just want my robot GF, okay?
There you
That's
go.
all.
There you go.
That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking
Okay.
for.
Anyways,
So back to the
anyways,
left-right spectrum.
Yeah,
Don't- so you're just thinking on the fly here, which I mean,
I'm
I
thinking on the
dig
fly
that.
here.
I can dig it.
I'll put something together for you, I think, at some point, because I think there's something here.
Well,
There's something going on here.
the thing that we're rebelling at is that like you're saying, oh, left and right is completely useless, and we're going, well, hang on a second here.
I think it. Well, number one, I think it does have some value, and number two, I think,
it
you
has
can't
a
get rid
lot
of something.
value.
I think you can't get rid
Well-
of something if everyone's going to use it. You have to kind of figure out how to live with it.
Well, here, how about this? How would you label your politics not using the word left or right?
Look, why would we want to have to do that? I mean, geez, that's
Well, just-
like
well,
saying,
you-
how would you tell me how you're feeling
We
without
believe
English?
in liberalism. That would be that would be our label.
Yeah,
We're
liberalism,
liberals,
right? You'd be
Yeah.
libs. Yeah.
Individual,
So would I.
individual
Yeah.
rights, individual freedom, rule of law. I think is a important part. So
So here's the thing.
empiricism.
If some people think that if some people hear me say I'm a liberal, and they think that means that I'm far left, that's fine
Yes.
with me. I'll adopt the far left label for that conversation. If someone hears me say liberal and thinks that I'm far right, I'll do the same with that.
But why?
Which
That's
is why
stupid.
'Cause I don't find the tense useful. I find liberal useful way more than the two big tents.
No, but like if I'm having a conversation with someone and they think I'm on the far left or I'm on the far right, they're going to have a completely different conversation with me than if they actually understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, that's the whole point of having the conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say I'm a liberal. You
Yeah,
should
but
know
I'm
what that
saying I don't
means.
think like if you're talking to someone on who's a far right person, you say liberal, and they think that basically means socialist, and they're having a conversation with you as if you're a socialist. I don't think it's going to be particularly productive until you work that out that you're not a socialist.
No, but it does mean that I will absolutely destroy him in the debate because I'm not a socialist. And he'll be
Well,
he'll be shadow boxing,
I guess that's
And it-
true.
and it will be
maybe
easy to mop him up.
right. That could be true. That could be true. Yeah.
This
Yeah,
not only
I'm
that. I
gonna
mean,
think more
we've
about this. I think. Yeah.
we've obviously talked about this for a lot on the show. Thought about it for a lot. Read a lot about left and right. So the idea that it's useless doesn't make a lot of sense to me because I've gotten so much use out of it. So that's why another reason why I'm kind of like, it seems like I don't know if you can't categorize an anarchist as right wing. That just seems like you're going to get flack for that. Right?
Or left wing, I guess, because there's different types of anarchists. Yeah.
Well, no. I guess you'd say like Michael Malice is a right wing anarchist. That's
You can
what would
you
come
can
out.
definitely be a right wing anarchist. I just think it's far
Okay.
more.
No,
rare.
of course. Yeah. You have the ANCAPs and you have the ANCOMs. Yeah. You have left wing
Yeah.
and right wing anarchists. Yeah. You have left wing
Okay.
and right wing fascists too. Like, it's
Well,
the
this
same kind of thing.
I would say what's going on there is you have multiple left-right spectrums, and they're
Mhm.
defaulting to the spectrum that they think is most important to them. Like Michael Malice, I think, would fall on the left as far as radical change versus tradition, but he would fall on the right he would fall on the left in the anarchy versus
Well, no. So
order.
I think
Like,
this is where some confusion comes from. I think
Where's
you can.
where's Michael Malice on the right?
I think you can have a situation where someone who's on the left and the right advocate for a similar outcome, but they have completely different reasons for that outcome.
Mhm.
And I think the reasons and the intentions are what guides someone to be on the left and the right. And so, like, if you have a left-wing anarchist who basically wants to dismantle everything because they want to live on their commune somewhere, and you have a right-wing anarchist who wants to dismantle everything because they want their Ancapistan society, like the only reason that I think that they're anarchist is because the current system doesn't align with the system that they want at the moment.
Right. That's a good
So, like,
point.
if we lived in the ANCAP society, he wouldn't be in favor of tearing that down, obviously. He'd be in favor of protecting it at all costs.
Right. Then he'd be a traditionalist.
Right. So that's so I think that's where maybe some of the confusion comes in.
Yeah, gotcha. But I still think there are multiple, like, you got to narrow the left right thing down to one spectrum. And then you place somebody on that one single factor, because that's where the problem is. Because I think, people fall on the left and right on, the 3 or 4 different spectrums that we conceptualize as left and right. And then you're going, okay, well, they're
right.
left or they're right because of this one thing.
I think using the single axis, the single spectrum, is too limiting. I think you need at least the dual left, right, and then, libertarian, authoritarian, up, down axis. I think at the very minimum, you need to use that.
Well, and I mean, the way people actually describe themselves, I think, is a giant factor. I do think
Of
there are
course.
people who are completely left wing, and they describe themselves as conservatives or right wing. So.
I don't know. You have to give me an example. I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't. I mean, just people I know personally. I'm not thinking of anyone like, some public figure.
Because I think like this, this came up when, whenever someone gets into a Twitter argument with me about like, well, the Nazis were really left wing, kind of argument. And they like a lot of the argument about this is like,
they were
obviously,
socialists, yeah. On
the economic
spectrum,
socialist policies,
yeah.
right? But then also it's that, well, the Nazis were, they wanted to change, they wanted radical change, so they must be left wing. It's like, well, if you look at what their ideology, what the philosophy was, I mean, there's a reason the Nazis were so enamored with Nietzsche, right? Because they wanted to go back to an ancient system. I mean, they were very sort of Mulbuggian in the sense of like, oh, we need to go back further. The conservative movement nowadays doesn't go far enough. We need to like go back to the ancient idea that strength is a moral virtue and that meekness is,
I don't know if I agree with you there. I don't know if I agree with you there. I mean,
you don't? Okay.
No. Reactionary modernism was basically left-wing academics trying to figure out why, if the fascists were reactionaries and they wanted to go really far back, why they were so modernistic, why they were so concerned with like efficient production and stuff like that.
Okay, so I think I've heard that argument. I think there's kind of a mistake that people make when we have these conversations about like change and ideologies and going back and forth.
We have to kick you off the stream now.
I'm used to it.
It's not.
Chat said I've made hundreds.
It's people don't operate so simplistically. Like, oh, I want everything new. Like, I want new things, so I want to change everything, right? Or I want old things, so I want to go all like every aspect of my life, wants to go old. Like most conservatives, there are people that are conservatives. They believe in tradition, they believe in going back, but they're not fucking, Amish, right? They don't want to go live without electricity. And then you have people on the far left, but like they don't want to go, not live in a house. They don't want to not have parents. I mean, some people do, but not all of them, right? Not most of them. Like, so it's not like people don't, I think, operate according to this like very like, oh, if I believe in change, everything has to change, super Lysenkoism idea. Or if I want to go to tradition, I have to be fucking Amish again, right? And so the Nazis were drawing upon, two, I think, very specific right-wing ideas, which was to go back to the old ideas of strength being power, to go back to the old ideas of we need to become an ethnic group again. We need to get rid of this concept of like kind of like the universal liberalism and go back to being an ethnic group. We need to expel the degenerate outside influences that have been degrading our, amazing systems from within, for years.
Degenerate. Oh, too degenerate.
Well, and also, I mean, it perfectly lines up with, Heidean moral intuitions of, what I'm saying. I don't think it's coincidence that that's why the left is so care harm oriented and the right, cares about other things.
Mm-hmm. I guess, see, the reason that I find this conversation at least a little bit interesting is because nationalism is viewed as very right wing nowadays.
Yeah.
The idea, the nation state is yesterday's political game, and now we need to be open borders, and all the various ethnicities need to merge into one gray soup, and all the cultures need to be unoffensive and bland, and the pure cosmopolitan universalized society.
Mm-hmm.
However, back during the even just 200 years ago, the idea of the nation state was a left-wing idea. The idea is you're supposed to overthrow the kingdoms so that you have these ethnic polities that have self-determination in their own state. The Italian wars of unification were considered a left-wing project.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
but
but
things can change over time, obviously.
Right.
But
so yeah,
internationalism versus nationalism, I think, is obviously one of the spectrums, right? Because we got everyone going around complaining about the globalists.
Right. I think, and someone in the chat said this, and I think it's true. Left and right, in the way that I define them, it's always going to be changing what the exact policy is going to be. They are relativistic in terms of the environment. Like if if the entire world became communist, in 50 years, all the right wingers would be communists and the left wingers would be advocating for something completely new.
Yeah, that's because it's tradition versus progress, and who knows where progress is going to lead.
I guess maybe part of the thing, and maybe this is the issue here. I generally think that people have like personality types that draw them towards, looking forward, to change and being xenophilic, and looking to tradition and being more xenophobic. I think these are personality types. And then I think whatever political situation that exists gets kind of plugged in and interpreted through those personality types.
Yeah, I think so too. I was having a conversation with someone else, and I had dug up a study where basically it said that at least part of anyone's political views are genetically determined because of personality type. You have more independent type personalities that are going to be more, libertarian or whatever. It's pretty self-evident,
Yeah, I mean, I really think that there are people that have a more authoritarian personality type and a more libertarian personality type.
Mm-hmm. So it does seem to be the case that a whole bunch of the people who were here to listen to us talk about Moldbug have marched off, and probably out of anger at us fucking around. You want to talk about?
We have
Moldbug
more
now?
people now than the beginning of the stream, so I guess it's fine. But we can jump into the Moldbug book
if you want.
Yeah,
it's been an hour and a half. We've just been hanging out. Here's the thing: I don't get a chance.
We
to
only
hang out
have
with you
2
guys much
hours,
anymore.
so we're got 25 minutes. What do you want to do?
Oh, what?
No,
are you serious?
We have a bunch of super chats.
Oh, okay, Jesus.
See,
I thought we had till 7 o'clock. That's an hour and a half.
Look, I'm working on one of my incredible works of art.
Do you have a hard out? Do you have a hard out today, Adam?
No.
Okay, so we have technically infinite time.
Infinite time?
Yes.
It's like one of those video games where basically...
No, the stream shuts off at 12 hours. I know, because I've had to record the end of the stream.
We have 12. We have the maximum 12 hours. So let's jump into the book. Where do you want to start with the book, or do you want to give an overall explanation of Moldbug's views or something?
Well, I probably can't give an overall explanation of Moldbug's views. I haven't read all of Moldbug's stuff, but I do think that he is very intelligent, very well read. He knows how to write. He knows how to think. He knows how to draw people in. He's not just like some idiot.
But does he know how to speak without saying or
Well, I don't.
Okay. You're doing better than him.
I haven't heard him speak. Does he say a lot?
I can't listen to any of his talks because it's all and like
well, to be fair,
he just needs to work on it. I mean, it's public speaking is its own animal, but
I had somebody on the Tubcast who said every second word.
Right.
And I was like, oh my fucking God. This is so hard to listen to.
That's tough.
Have you ever listened to somebody spend a full fucking minute talking and not say a single goddamn thing?
Yes. Yeah.
All the time.
Many
We
times.
listen to Vosh all the time.
They come on our stream often.
So I know that people will not like the fact that I say this, but I think it's true. I think the general description of Moldbug on his Wikipedia article is probably pretty accurate. Now, everyone's going to say, oh my God, Wikipedia is a tool of the establishment. They're not going to present his views properly. But like, I'm pretty sure it's pretty close. Like, I understand no one can ever truly be objective. I get it, but it's pretty close. If you want to actually know what he's talking about. Moldbug, he kind of views himself, when he says he's a neo-reactionary, he views himself as a neo-monarchist. So he doesn't want old monarchies back, but he wants a new concept of monarchy. And the new concept of monarchy is based on the American corporation in some sense, where the government should be a corporation and it should be structured as one. And the person in charge of it should be the owner of a business or the CEO of a business. That's basically his ideal political state.
Okay.
Right. See it. Ruler as king as CEO.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
King as CEO. With all of the obvious problems that entails, because there's some obvious problems. I know a lot of libertarians, they rely, and I know Hayek does this and Mises does it, they rely on praxeology.
One question on that, because I do know, as someone who understands Wall Street and whatnot, corporations do have shareholder votes. So what is the difference between, how he conceptualizes a corporation and how we already have society structured? Because obviously every American citizen gets a vote because they're an owner in the corporation we call America. That's already a thing.
Well, I think his argument would be something that, like, most American citizens aren't actually owners because they don't actually own parts of the government. And this is kind of where you get into you hear some people on the right talk about how they want the vote to be restricted because there's at least some group of people that aren't bought into the system.
They aren't paying taxes. Well, I'm for abolishing the income tax. So, I mean, I would prefer to go in the opposite direction to make more Americans not taxpayers.
Oh, okay. I don't know how they'd square that, but I know their argument is something like, well, they'll just vote themselves other people's money because they don't pay taxes anyway. And so you should have to be someone who pays in more to the system than you withdraw from it in order to be able to vote. And from a property ownership point of view, that kind of makes sense. From a business ownership point of view, it definitely makes sense. If you pay in and not withdraw, that makes you an owner, not a worker. That's why owners, they fund the creation of their business with their own capital. Workers withdraw capital from the business. That's why the communists are fundamentally wrong. But that's for a business and not for a government that has the monopoly on force, which is why I think his idea is just fundamentally wrong. That's like a big part of it, because even if these people can't vote, they're still living under the law of that state. So, like, they're still going to get fucked by it. Basically, if you are subject to a country's laws, you should be able to, with some exceptions, you should be able to vote on those laws.
No, I agree. That's my position. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, any nation that has the ability to incarcerate you, you should get a vote, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I know a lot of people. Some people will say, well, women shouldn't be able to vote because they don't have to go off to war. So they shouldn't be, if they don't have to go fight a war, they shouldn't be able to vote to send the country into war. Like, these are reasonable arguments that aren't coming from places that are just that. The people who are making these arguments, they're not evil people who just want to, like, restrict women's access to voting or restrict the poor people's access to voting. They have have ideas behind them. No. Okay, some of them might be. Some of them might be. But, like, if you look at the arguments as they're structured, it's not made out of malice. It's made out of
but what comes first?
Basically.
What comes first? The intellectual argument or the intuition?
Yeah. Like, my vote is worth more if other people I don't like can't vote, I think, is the intuition that's being activated there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Somehow it's always them that gets to vote and other people that lose the vote.
I mean, like,
why
listen,
is that?
There's also a self-serving motive here. Yes.
Yeah. Like, if Molbug, I mean, I don't know, maybe he does. If he had some position where, like, hey, I don't think old people should vote, I'd be like, that's interesting because that would actually hurt, or not Mulbug specific, but like a right winger, right? I'd be like, that's interesting because old people generally vote right wing. So you'd be like, well, that's interesting. Maybe they're, arguing from a position of pure philosophy or logic because that would actually hurt them in reality. But whenever it's like, oh, I think the person shouldn't vote for purely ideological reasons, that just as a demographic votes against my interest, generally, it's like, oh, well, I wonder what's happening here.
And by that, he means he doesn't wonder what's happening. He knows what's happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I do think that there are good counter arguments to these arguments, but I don't think that these arguments are just based in hatred, is what I mean.
Well, I mean,
Well, I don't think they're based
I don't
in
think they
hatred.
are.
I think they're based in
selfishness.
trying to,
I mean,
selfishness. Yeah,
you can make an argument that all of morality is, selfishness versus selflessness. So which one is the moral end of that spectrum? Selfish or selfless?
I don't know.
Well, I would argue it's selfless, obviously.
Maybe. There's something to be said for being self-interested when necessary.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you got Bernie Madoff down at that end. Like you got Adolf Hitler down at that end. You got Stalin down at that end.
I do. Okay, so I guess to go back to my notes.
At the other end, you got like Jesus. You've got like Gandhi.
Well, listen, Jesus could afford to be selfless. He kind of had God in his corner.
I'm just saying, like if you conceptualize,
giving away food doesn't matter if you can just generate it. Okay, it's less of a selfless act at that point.
True.
Yeah. Well, now we're moving. I mean, we're moving in that direction, obviously. This is my problem with Mulbug economics right here, because they always focus on the monetary system instead of focusing on the production side of the equation. So, if we have Jesus levels of output through automation, then economics is a completely different game. But anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked on the economics. Where are we at in the Mulbug discussion? How far?
I'm looking at my notes just real quick. I know I wrote down a passage on Academic Agent. Let me just see what I wrote here real quick. Yeah, because I think he is where I first heard the name Moldbug, Academic Agent. And though I disagree with Academic Agent on basically everything,
sure,
I've softened on him in the past year or so.
Oh, I think. Probably. Okay.
I think he's worth listening to just to know where I disagree. You know what I mean? I mean, he wrote that book, The Populist Delusion. It's an interesting read. I don't necessarily agree with it. It's one of those situations where it's like you should read the ideas of people you don't agree with. That's kind of how I feel about Academic Agent. I know Taftage was not happy when I put Moldbug in my 3 forms of fascism video as a post-fascist. I should probably correct that. I think he's more of like a bridge between Moldbug.
He's a present fascist.
He's a No. I think what it is you have the post-fascists. So like the Nick Fuentes types, and then you have the more mainstream libertarian.
What is a post-fascist? What does that mean?
God. Wait, you don't remember from the video?
No, I do. I'm for the audience.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Jesus. I'm sorry.
Doomer's going crazy in the chat.
Of course he is. So a post-fascist chat is, you know how you have some people like Vosh who call themselves libertarian socialists. The idea is that
we laugh at them all the time.
Yeah, they're fucking stupid. Yes, but the philosophy, at least the philosophy, exists in an intellectual form. The idea is that it's a libertarian form of socialism. Right. Post-fascism is libertarian fascism. It is a libertarian form of fascism. It is fascist ideology implemented in a stateless way. So it's like anarcho-fascism. Okay, that's the view. And it's fucking retarded. It's a fucking retarded way.
Fascism is collectivism, like all the way. You're basically supposed to sacrifice yourself to the state. You're supposed to be selfless for the state, for your nation.
But basically, people have been wondering, and I've been wondering for a long time, what is the pipeline between the libertarian right and the authoritarian right? Because there seems to be one. And that pipeline seems to be Moldbug's ideas, the neo-reactionary ideas.
Yes, I agree.
That's the pipeline. That's the tunnel. And so if you want to convert someone from a post-fascist into no from a libertarian into a post-fascist, you give them Moldbug. That's kind of how it happens.
He didn't get me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you're not a post-fascist or a libertarian, Adam.
Well, I mean, I do believe in individual rights, so I do share that with the libertarians. And I'm
I guess.
sure they want to get rid of the income tax. So
Oh, that's true.
Well,
Maybe you
so-
are a libertarian.
Moldbug essentially, what Moldbug is doing is he is, and is very clever. He's saying, listen, if you libertarians want to get the thing you want at the end of the day, you know, it's going to have to be through this sort of authoritarian or whatever, you know, monarchy based system. That like that's what's going to get you the end results, even if it clashes with your intuitions. I think that's essentially what he's arguing, and he argues it effectively.
And to be fair, there is, I think, some truth, a little bit of truth in the idea that freedom does not simply mean freedom from external agents, because you can live in a complete anarchist shithole and you can have freedom, but freedom can also be granted through functioning liberal institutions.
No, that's very true.
So-
Yeah, who disagrees with
Yes.
that?
So you definitely need, you need some type of order that can maximize individual freedom for sure. It can't
Right.
just be everyone living on their own plot of land, hyper vigilant with their guns,
Of
defending
course.
from everyone
Yes,
else,
of
because
course.
that becomes so inefficient in terms of like who the fuck's doing anything then? You're all just guarding against each other with weapons.
Exactly.
And, libertarians are like, yeehaw, that sounds awesome, but in actuality, you want to be able to go outside of your house and not have it fucking looted. You know what I mean?
You would
Yeah.
hope, yeah.
Yeah.
but I mean, we want to be able to loot other people's houses. So let's not go crazy.
What did I write down here? Let's see. Here's my note. Moldbug is the bridge between your more classic libertarian types and the post-fascists. Hobbes' anti-democracy libertarianism shows how democracy is the tyranny of the majority against the individual. Moldbug shows how liberty cannot exist without autocratic power guarding against the tyranny of the majority. That's how it all kind of fits together.
The tyranny of the majority. I've heard that before. I've heard that saying.
Mhm.
I think a lot of people in the neo-reactionary camp think they're terrorized by the majority because they have such radical political beliefs that will never be mainstream, that they feel like, oh, since I'm never going to be a part of that majority, I feel tyrannized by them. So, but I mean, this is why
Are they,
we
though?
have.
They might be.
Are they? I mean, perhaps. I don't proclaim to know the mind of the neo-reactionary. So, I mean,
Well,
if they're
I think
perusing
Hop
Twitter
is
and-
correct.
Okay.
I don't necessarily like Hans Hermann Hoppe, but I do think he's correct when his most famous work is Democracy, the God That Failed. And he says that democracy is fundamentally anti-liberty because it is the majority ruling over the minority, the individual. One, democracy has to oppress individuals. And
Oppress him how though? Because like my understanding of it is most people want like clean water, good schools, safety, security. Like there are all these things that I think are a moral good for most people, and just like the radical outliers, no, I don't want security. Like criminals, they want might makes right because they want to go around and terrorize people. So I don't.
at the same time, though, the other way around, when you have a crowd of white people lynching a black man, that's democracy.
Right. Yes. But this is why I was saying that we have the Bill of Rights that protects the rights of the individual from that kind of tyranny of the majority. So obviously,
but
I
what
would
that means, though,
say that that's like a criminal act. Is it not?
It is. But what that means, though, is that the Bill of Rights has to be itself anti-democracy in the name of the individual.
Well,
And
in the
so-
case of lynching, I don't like.
Well, yes,
Wait. I feel like what's
And-
going on when Hop makes that argument. And, I tried to read a little bit of Hop. It's like fucking.
It's torture. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, but I feel like what's going on is it's sort of like a straw man because like no one's. I mean, there's some people, but there's not really. Most people are not advocating for like a pure democracy. People aren't advocating for like the Black Mirror. Everyone or the Orville episode where everyone votes for everything via a social media app. Like that's not
Yeah,
usually kind of the world that people are talking about when they talk about democracy. They really mean like this sort of constitutional liberal democracy where people have individual rights that are protected, and then we vote on a bunch of other stuff.
Yes, but that system is, it's a golden mean of several competing factors, where
Yes.
you have democracy, which wants to pull towards just groupthink and rule the majority, and then you have centralized power in the government, which wants to pull away from that, but can also be destructive in its own way. And this is why I'm a liberal, is because you can delicately balance all of these different pieces against each other to
Mhm.
make a push and pull system
Right.
where if only one of these things existed, it would be disastrous. But because they all exist and they all serve as checks on each other, it works. For them, it doesn't work very well, but it works better than everything else.
No, no, I agree.
Well, this is why we have the Bill of Rights, right? You can't
Yeah.
infringe on someone's freedom of speech. You can't infringe on their ability to protect themselves via firearms. We have all these different, ways to say this is the limits of the majority will, because
Right.
we do
So
understand that that they can terrorize the people.
so those would be what, let's say, the ANCAPs call anti-democratic limits on democratic power.
Which is
Right.
fine. I just feel like it's used very often to be like, well, then we should get rid of democracy. It's like, well, wait a minute.
Yes, it is, and that's kind
Yeah.
of ridiculous.
That's why I feel like it
I
feels very
agree.
bad faith, you know.
Like we can't, unless we have complete anarchy, we can't have a democracy. It
Or
sounds like
complete
that's what
democracy. Well, it's kind of like, oh, unless you believe in a 100% complete democracy, you're not really advocating for democracy.
right.
It's like a classic straw man argument. Try to force you to argue this position.
Mhm.
If
Well, to
the-
be fair, like you can see socialists do the inverse, right? Like you listen
Oh,
to
of
Vosh
course.
talk to somebody, and he'll say,
Yeah.
"Well, you like democracy, don't you? I just want more of it. I just want
Yes.
democracy in the workplace." And it's like, well, hold on.
Very true.
The actual answer to that is that democracy isn't good all the time.
Yes. True.
That's
a
the
great
actual
point.
answer.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I guess one more thing to point out is that the open letter to open-minded progressives was wrote in the beginning of the Obama era. It was written in 2008 during Obama's run up to becoming president at the end of 2008. So wait, that's how it
Okay.
happened.
Okay.
Hold on, was he elected in like 2007?
He was elected in
He took office
2008,
2000? Right. Okay. Yeah. Fuck. I don't remember. Fuck. Okay. Yeah.
at the height of
So-
the housing crash.
And the reason that I point that out is because the letter it references a lot of stuff happening in 2008, and so it's actually really dated to read it now. And also, it sounds like it would be extremely persuasive, specifically on progressives who were against the Iraq War. I think if you were a progressive and you were against the Iraq War and you read this as it was coming out, you would be like instantly mind fucked into being a neo-reactionary.
That's funny.
Do you want to talk about the chapters I've taken notes on? Do you want to go over some of the ideas?
Sure, yeah.
Does that sound good?
Well, before you do, I just want to say one thing that's kind of unrelated, but also related. It's funny. I saw the other day, Glenn Greenwald was running interference for TikTok, questioning whether TikTok should be banned from America. And I just thought it's hilarious that, we're going to really see where the American bad journalists are, who always complain about, the war in Iraq and all this other stuff. And whether they really have, views against the government or whether they really are motivated by just hating America. Because there's no world in which Glenn Greenwald or any other journalist can complain so incessantly about the Twitter files and the point to that and say, oh my God, the government is influencing Twitter. This is the worst thing ever. And then turn around and run defense for fucking TikTok, literally being under the control of the fucking Chinese government.
Yeah, that's insane. That's a great point.
So we'll see where people really are if that happens. That'll be very funny. Or if they're just, conspicuously not very vocal on the TikTok issue.
Where is the FBI's freedom of speech, Sitch? Come on.
They
should be allowed to call up Twitter and tell them to ban everything.
I think it's very interesting that some of the like a lot of right wingers are raising the TikTok, but a lot of the America bad left wingers, the Glenn Greenwalds of the world, I don't know, they just seem very quiet on the TikTok issue. So it seems a little suspicious to me.
Interesting. So he hasn't come out against TikTok.
He actually defended it the other day on Twitter.
Yeah, he was running interference for TikTok.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't
Listen,
know.
listen, don't ban TikTok because it is the source of such hilarity. I can make easy videos using TikTok.
There,
Don't ban it.
that's the real reason. Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
reason. I want to see every like dyed-haired progressive, they them screaming in public. Put all that shit on TikTok, repackage it into a reaction YouTube video, make a cool couple $100 based.
There
That's
you
great.
go. Anyway,
Yes. Okay. So, chapter 1, a horizon made of canvas. Moldbug really likes to like flower his speech. You know, he puts all these ideas in it, all these comparisons, and he's a very good writer. He's a very good writer.
Imagery, yeah, good job.
Yeah. He begins by comparing progressivism with Catholicism, in that they're both an organized set of beliefs about the world that its believers cannot possibly know is actually true. That sound about right to you guys?
wait, say that again.
Yeah, totally. That's any ideology.
Yeah, he compares progressivism to Catholicism because they're both an organized set of beliefs about the world that its believers cannot possibly know are true.
Isn't that true of like almost everything though?
Yeah, pretty much. Like
Okay.
he says, you know, none of us actually know the nature of the divine. None of us have been to heaven. Also,
Well, speak
none
for
of
yourself. I've done shrooms.
Oh, I see. None of us have ever really experienced the government, unless you go like you might a little bit when you go to get your driver's license renewed or something. But like, who among us is actually working in all branches of the government all the time? We're not. The government is unknowable to the average.
Who
person.
among us has laid with the government and known the government in a biblical sense?
Me. Oh no, wait.
Wait a minute.
At the same time, most of us don't know history because we didn't exist for most of it. We're simply reading other people's accounts.
Sure.
Most of us don't know geography because we haven't been everywhere. We've only been to certain places. So what Moldbug is laying out is that most of what you assume is correct might actually be false, which is actually a fair point because it might be, you know?
I can already see where this is going
Yeah,
and why I hate
totally.
it and why it's dishonest, but okay.
Yeah,
It's totally
me too. Me
dishonest,
too.
yeah.
Me too. But it is, at the very least, it starts off true because, for example, I've never been to Africa. I don't know if it exists. It could be an entire psyop. Everyone could be telling
Right.
me that it's fake for some reason, right? And
but-
all the maps could be forged, and all the globes could be forged, and it's the entire world's playing a prank on me, and Africa might not exist.
Right. But to
Who
me,
knows?
everything you're saying, what you're saying is like, you can't, we don't know these things, right? This is all true, but this is to me why it's important that society has an idea of why imperialism and empiricism and rationalism and all these things is important, is because we have to rely on so many other people for information because it's impossible for us to know everything firsthand. So we want them to at least be using a form of knowledge seeking that seems to be as objectively neutral as possible.
He will argue that that's not possible. You cannot have objective neutrality because it's all going to boil down to politics and power games.
Yes, because, well, first of all, he says he's a communist, so of course he's going to say that.
Well,
no,
it's not he's a communist. It's that he's a realist. He's like a political
Yeah,
realist.
well, no,
Yeah.
no, but see, the problem, and this argument always annoys me too. It's like it's actually a vehemently anti-Christian argument, which maybe makes sense for him. But just because, I think a lot of life and a lot of ideologies is that humans need to strive for some level of morality or perfection that we all acknowledge is not obtainable, but striving for it is what puts us in a better path. And if you just kind of cynically say, well, it's impossible to get to this, better world, so we should just give up. To me, that's literally what leads everyone down the path of just, rationalizing all the worst behaviors in the world.
Of course. Hell yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Makes
I completely
everyone
agree with
into
you. Yeah,
total shit.
but he will make the argument later in the book that because it all just boils down to power,
Mhm.
and it's not that liberals have a different view and they're idealists, and the people like him they're realists and the communists are realists and they understand that. No, what he's saying is for us as well, for the liberals, for everyone, it always boils down to power, and we're just lying about it. That's going to be his point as we go on.
Okay.
What else does he say
He
here?
thinks that they're lying intentionally, not that they're just mistaken.
He thinks that it doesn't matter which one of those two that it is. It could be either, and probably is both, depending on who you're talking to.
Well,
but it's the
kind of
same result anyway.
But
Let's see here. What else did he say? Yeah, right. So he said that both, and he's still comparing progressives and Catholicism. That both progressives and Catholics believe that they're being reasonable, because John Rawls derived progressivism from pure reason. At least he said he did. Thomas Aquinas derived Catholicism from pure reason. So they both can't be true, right? So even as someone says, I am purely reasonable and my ideas are pure reason, they're generally not. and you cannot simply rely on somebody else's reason. It's not going to work. He also says most people are Catholics because they either went through a life experience, some kind of transformative religious experience that made them Catholic, or they were born into it and they grew up in it. And he points out that this is how most people are progressives as well. And that seems to be true too.
That's true for all ideologies. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So he's making the claim that progressivism functions like a religion.
Well, I like that part.
And that well, keep in mind, by progressivism, he also means liberals. He means us. This was written in 2008, Adam. He means both today's progressives and people like us as well.
Yeah. Us dirty individual freedom people. Yeah. No, I get it. He thinks we're trapped in an ideology. The thing about our ideology, though, is it allows people to pursue their own projects.
I mean, everyone's trapped in an ideology. The question is, does your ideology actually create, better outcomes for people?
Is it productive?
Yeah.
So I wrote down here that the doubt in progressivism is justified in his view because you don't know the motivations behind people who have decided what to leave in and what to discard from the canon of humanity. So how do you know that what you read, when someone says this is the definitive history book of humanity, how do you know that it is? You don't. You don't.
Of course
and
not,
actually, I included in my notes this tweet of Sargon's that has an interesting video clip that you might want to play.
Just think about how January 6th is going to be written about in the history books, and you just lose your mind. Meditate on that for a second.
Meditate on it while you get this clip up.
What's the clip? I have a watch together up if you want to join the watch.
It's a short clip. It's on Twitter.
Tweet.
It's
a
tweet.
Another Twitter clip.
Yes.
Okay.
Listen, I filled these notes with sources and like little interactive things we can play. Like
I can bring it.
Yeah.
Look. No complaints.
Dev is well prepared. Okay.
No complaints.
Well, while you bring that up, apparently breaking news. DeSantis has declared he's running for president.
Really? Oh man.
I'm surprised.
Well,
I figured he'd wait for Trump to get shellacked in 2024 first.
Well, to be fair, he didn't say I'm running for president, I don't think, directly. He said I can beat Biden. So, obviously.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's not like an official declaration.
He didn't announce his candidacy, huh? Okay.
Right. Well, it's actually, there might be some issue about that because I know that Trump's super PAC actually tried to challenge in the state of Florida that there's some law about like you can't run for two offices at the same time or something about this in Florida. And so Trump's super PAC was trying to say that since DeSantis is secretly running for president, he's in violation of this law or regulation and he should be, kicked out of the governorship in Florida.
He should be deported.
Right. So I do think
Cuba.
I do think it's kind of hilarious that while Trump's super PAC is trying to get DeSantis, thrown out of the governorship on a technicality, and then Trump talks about DeSantis being a pedo groomer. And then people are like, well, why isn't DeSantis protecting Trump from getting indicted in New York?
Yeah.
Like what are you talking about?
Because they're like best friends. That's why.
I can't imagine like if those tables were turned, if somebody called Donald Trump a pedophile and then someone saying, oh, Donald Trump should use his power to protect that person from, potential law enforcement. Like to me, that's just like fucking insane that anyone's even making this argument.
He would never. Yeah.
Yeah. He would never do it. And not only if he did do it, and if DeSantis bent over backwards to protect Trump, he would look like a total beta. He'd look like a super cuck. So, Sargon posted this clip a few months ago, and I think it's relevant to this part of the book. So let's let people listen to this.
We're gonna do a 3, 2, 1 here.
Yeah, that's a 3, 2,
3, 2, 1, go.
Viewers, you don't know who the cameraman is.
No.
You don't know why you're being made to see these things. Nor do I. You're seeing me. I can't even see you. I may be dead by the time you watch this. Very possibly are. You don't know who's the man who's making things he wants you to see. Destroy your television sets. now. You must listen to no orders. That's all I can tell you for this point of humanity. Believe me.
There you go.
Wow.
Oh my
Okay.
God. So
that
deep.
seemed really, cringe, but
Cringe. Well, the thing is, this I think is actually core of it's a core component of the right wing's worldview right now.
Mhm.
It's that now that humanity has become aware of how we frame narratives and who's doing the framing, who's holding the camera, you can no longer trust anything anymore. Because you
Right.
don't know, this is like the Metal Gear Solid 2 ending, where there's so much possible information
Yes.
that in order for you to see something, you must necessarily not see something else. And if someone can control that process of what you see and what you don't see, no one has to lie to you anymore. They can simply give you, certain slices of information, and it'll already be so much that you'll never be able to get through it all, and yet it will completely control your worldview.
there's a huge difference though between us being skeptical about facts and propaganda than saying we can't trust anything we see. I mean, those are giantly different positions.
Mm-hmm. I tend to agree with you. Yeah.
Well, and the implication here, where Molbug is going is you can't believe anything. And I'm just like, nah, I think there's things we can believe.
I don't think he's saying you can't believe anything. I think he's saying that everything is a product of power. And so it is best to believe what is in your power interests.
Well, that's
so stupid.
Yeah. It's
That's
like,
so-
yeah, of course it's stupid, but I don't.
Here's the problem. The whole point of having this sort of like Western. I mean, it's funny that he says that because that's literally CRT. That's literally CRT. That's literally what the socialists always say. And essentially, it's just like, yeah, it's true that everyone in the world is going to be biased. Even the most scientific scientists are going to be biased, obviously. But the whole point of using, the scientific method and trying to be objectively neutral is to try to limit that as much as humanly possible. And it's just kind of this idea that like, oh, it's kind of like what, you said this on stream the other day, Adam. It's like, don't let perfection be the enemy of the good.
oh,
And it's essentially, that's exactly what the fallacy of this is. It's just saying like, oh, if you can't reach perfect perfection of objectivity neutrality, then just fuck it. And it's like, well, okay, like it's very easy. And that attitude within of itself is completely biased in favor of what he wants to do, because when all of the logic and all of the reason and all of the knowledge points against the position
him.
that he
Yes.
holds, obviously he's like, well, then we need to throw out logic and reason and in history. And like,
it's true. It
just
CRT.
annoys me because it's literally the CRT idea. It's literally the socialist idea.
So have you guys seen Kraut's critique of realism? Hour and a half video.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yes. Kraut goes into the crisis of modernity in that video, and he points out how these very, very different philosophers all came to the same problem. And the problem is the modern problem. And I think that's what we're getting at here. It's that Moldbug is saying some of the same things, or at least making some of the same critiques that the CRT people do, even though they come from completely different canons. And it's because of modernity.
Well, it's because I think it's more than that. I think it's just they want to destroy liberalism.
Yeah. They want to destroy democracy as well.
They do want to destroy liberalism, but I don't think it's because they want to destroy liberalism. I think because there actually is a real crisis of modernity that has to be tackled.
No. So there is a crisis of modernity that is.
What is the crisis?
But before we get into that, there is a crisis of modernity. But the reason that the left, the far left and the far right agree on this is because they can't get their ideologies into place until liberalism is destroyed. They both have to deconstruct and pick away at the ideas of liberalism in order to get people to accept their ideas.
Well, to get a majority. Well, to get a minority in power, because the majority will never accept these ideas.
Right, and
obviously.
so the crisis of modernity is used, I would argue, rather cynically to accomplish that goal.
I don't think it's used cynically. I think they're products of it. I think it's both. I don't think they're using it cynically. I think they're genuinely trying to solve the problems. They just can't do it.
The problems are their problems, and 90% of them are problems of aesthetics. Other people aren't having these problems.
that is the problem with the realist point of view, is that in their attempts to play power games to avoid war by balancing out the scales and all this, they end up creating their own wars anyway. Like I do tend to agree, but
Well,
this is much further in
before
the
I move
book.
on, let me say what I mean when I say it's cynical. Is that
Okay.
I think the people, the true believers on the far left and far right of these ideologies, I don't think they're sitting around like, I want this evil ideology in place, and I'm gonna, trick people into doing it. I think it's more like they have their moral intuitions that first drive them into believing their far left or far right ideologies, and then they say, I can map this onto, on some level, even if it's unconscious. They realize that mapping it onto the problems of modernity is a good way to convince other people to their side.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. Because otherwise, why
I got to
why
think
even
about it
implement
first.
them?
I got to think about it.
They're like, listen, we don't have a lot of problems, so we need to create some. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to enact our political change.
Well, I think
Never
I think
let
you
a
see
good
that,
crisis go to waste, right?
I mean, yeah, even if it's on an unconscious level, I mean, we definitely see that. I think that's why we see, the leftists will point to like, oh my God, everything's so fucking bad in the world, right? And it's like, well, compared to what though?
Things
this
are
is
actually
what-
not bad. Things are actually not bad.
Yeah, like this. This is why when we were talking to Kurt, I literally couldn't get him to admit that, like, yeah, living in America is better than living in China.
God, just
Like, he couldn't even bite that bullet.
living with digital photography is so much better than living with analog photography. I mean, just that one thing is like so massively better.
Yeah, right.
So in the next part of the book, Moldbug basically lays out the progressive view of American politics, and I think we all know what this is, but just really quickly, progressive and conservative are pitted as two opposing ideologies. There's an expectation that you are either one or the other. And most progressives are progressive because they believe something must be done about conservatism, and vice versa. And also that most of them believe that they don't necessarily believe, they sometimes believe that the other is just pure evil, but most of them believe that they're all just radically misinformed. They're in some kind of mass delusion. This is, by the way, like millions and millions and millions of people. They like, if you're an average progressive, you must believe that like 100 million or more people in America are under the conservative mass delusional spell. And if you were just given the proper information, like they were, you would be progressive too. It's the assumption that your view is right and natural and inevitable, just given proper education.
I think that is true for a very small percentage of hyper partisan people, which
Really?
maybe 8 to 10% on the left and 8 to 10% on the right function in that paradigm. Go ahead, Sitch. What do you think?
I think there's two different things going on. First of all, I think the first thing you said is completely untrue. I don't think people are progressive to fight against conservatives. I don't think that. I think that's a very, that's a mindset of someone who has right-wing moral intuitions, I think. And they're assuming that that's like a natural thing.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is ludicrous. I think progressives just have left-wing moral intuitions.
Even
naturally.
Vosh, though? I mean, Vosh his whole thing is fighting against conservatives.
No, but that's not why he's a leftist. He's a leftist because he has moral intuitions that naturally put him in that position. He's not a leftist because he like Vosh didn't grow up like as a neutral arbiter, and then he decided he hated right wingers, so he's going to become a socialist.
All of his content though is just focused on hating the right wing. Like he doesn't.
That has nothing to do with what I've said, so
Okay.
I don't know what you're saying. But so I don't agree with that part. But I do agree completely with the idea that left wingers do have this notion that the right is just operating under this complete hallucination and that they're all being tricked into voting right wing. And we see this very often. This is, I hear this constantly from the left where they say, the right's always voting against their interests. They're always voting against their interest. And what they really mean is they're voting against their economic interest because the left use like the Republican Party is basically the party that only helps rich people. Mm-hmm. And I think the left is completely wrong in that. They don't understand that there's a lot more going on here than the simple like economic argument that the left is kind of fixating on.
So you hear the left say this more than the right, but you do hear both of them say it. They'll say something like educate yourself, right?
Mhm.
Or take the red pill or whatever the fuck the right wing equivalent is. But the idea is basically that no reasonable person would actually disagree with my view. It's just that you don't have the knowledge that I have. So if I give you the knowledge, you will adopt my view. That's how the sides kind of view each other. There's no and I guess if you take in the knowledge and you don't agree, then you just have to be evil or amoral or something. Like there can be no actual room for real disagreement. And this is Moldbug's description of American politics, like normal American politics. There's probably a lot of truth to that.
Mm-hmm.
And so progressives view American democracy as a climactic battle of truth and reason versus a political machine built on propaganda, ignorance, and misinformation. And I'm sure conservatives view it the other way around. That's his description of the good versus evil politics that progressives tend to discuss when they're talking about left versus right.
Mm-hmm.
There's I think Moldbug might have used it, but if he did, I haven't found where he used it. I know that Academic Agent used it and then credited Moldbug, I think. But it's a good analogy. And the analogy is that politics is the water in the fish tank. And the fish doesn't know that he's swimming in water. So the normative politics so for us, it'd be the air we breathe, obviously, right?
Right.
So the normative politics for us is the air for us is the air that we breathe. We don't notice that it exists.
Of course, yeah, that's
we
true.
only notice it when it vanishes.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think in the story you have two fish who are swimming around, and then an old man fish swims up and is like, "How's the water, boys?" And the two fish say, "What do you mean water? What's water?"
Right.
Yeah. And that's kind of how. Yeah. That's how normalized politics works. Is that you don't even notice them.
Mm-hmm.
Any ideology.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me just see here. What's the next section of the? Real quick. Okay. So his next section in the first chapter is describing how he's going to basically plant the seeds of doubt, and how if you're open-minded, you should be open to this because you're open-minded, right? If you're an open-minded progressive, you should be open to what we're going to explore here.
Sure. He's touching on the progressive moral intuition too. They all want to think, look, I'm open-minded.
Yes, right.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So
come stroke my ego some more, guy. I'm all warmed up for you now.
So he says, if we're going to be skeptical of things, because progressives tend to be skeptical of things, we should also be skeptical of the institutions that progressives trust. Because why wouldn't we be?
Right.
And how is it that one half of the country is insane and delusional and labors under this propaganda machine, and the other half doesn't? Well, maybe we should assume that they all do, progressives and conservatives, that they're all insane and they all labor under the delusions of a propaganda machine.
What? Me? Look, I don't labor under propaganda. I'm open-minded and healthily skeptical.
Yeah, so this is how he drags you in, right? and he basically goes into a pretty long segment here where he talks about how progressives and conservatives both vehemently hate different parts of the federal government in America based along their own moral intuitions, but that they never actually hate the whole thing. And so you're probably with the conservatives, they're more likely to hate the tax service or something. Right. With progressives, they're more likely to hate the police. You can kind of figure out where this goes, right? So because they hate different parts of the government, but neither of them hate the whole government, neither of them ever controls the whole government, neither of them can ever actually wipe out each other. So the left versus right split in America is basically just a game that everyone's playing with each other with no actual possibility of winning or losing.
So that's an incredibly, I think that's sort of true, but the outcome is kind of stupid and evil because I think it's very simplistic mindset to think, oh, if the left got its way, we'd be perfect. Or if the right got its way, we'd be perfect. Like you need both the ideas of the push and pull of we need to change and adapt to things and we need to keep the things that work. We need the offensive team, the left, and the defensive team, the right, to kind of progress forward in the world. And I think that's why these sort of notions, the definitions of left right that I put down, I think that's why humans evolved to have them. I think that's why they do seem to be universal.
You think it's an evolution thing?
I do. Yeah.
Of course.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I got to think about it. Basically the quote that he caps off this section with is, if you can find a way to stop being a progressive without becoming a conservative, you might even find a way to actually oppose the government. And that kind of, he views basically mainstream conservatism as controlled opposition.
Mm-hmm.
And how the both movements, even though they are nominally at odds with one another, they're kind of serving the same interest ultimately. And I think this also ties back into the whole conservatives or progressives moving at the speed limit idea. Right. That if they're both going the same direction, one's just going slower, what does it actually mean to go in a different direction? That's the question he is posing. And if you're an open-minded progressive, you might actually want to know that. So, he then goes into a section where he says that this entire conversation so far has been assuming that progressives and conservatives are symmetrical, but they're not. And in fact, they basically form two different ethnicities in America. And if you look at the progressives, they are overwhelmingly America's ruling class. They govern, they formulate public policy, they work at the NGOs, they're university educated, and they're generally linked with academic achievement. When a progressive gets famous, they tend to be intelligent. Maybe they're writers, maybe they're creatives, but this is where they operate. The conservatives, meanwhile, they're overwhelmingly white. They're generally overweight. They generally live in the suburbs. They like minivans, and they vote Republican. And if they did go to college, they hated the diversity training they had to sit through. And if their work is not white collar, but if it is white collar, it has no intellectual content. So those are the two ethnicities in America right now.
Just call right wingers all stupid people.
In his view, yeah, they're like the dumb working class people. Yeah, that's how he views them. Nice. And there is this conception of the ivory tower leftist elitist, right? That I think there's some truth in how he divides these two groups up. Mm-hmm. It's no secret that the working class tends to be more conservative and more right wing than the educated class. Yeah,
sure.
He compares this to various other groups. We don't have to go through them all, but I think probably the most obvious one is he talks about Angola. Everyone in the Angolan People's Movement is Ovambo, which is an ethnicity. Everyone in the Democratic Angolan Front is Bakongo, even though they both claim to speak for all Angolans. This is the same in the United States. No matter what political party you're on, you claim to speak for everyone, even though there's clearly two very different groups of people here. And and the other group doesn't accept you claiming to speak for them, right? When it comes to culture, the progressive culture is more fashionable than the conservative culture. And in fact, conservative culture tends to be yesteryear's progressive culture, right? And you think about it, the food, the music, celebrities, stuff that, 30 years ago, health food was like a niche, ultra progressive thing that you only saw in like the richest cities, the richest areas, the richest cities. Now you see Whole Foods everywhere, right? Mm-hmm. It's that sort of thing. Meanwhile, so he makes the point that if you are going to be somebody who opposes conservatism, you are fighting a weak enemy. Conservative institutions are fringe. Their intellectuals are rare. Conservative people are generally stupider. The only real bastion of conservative power in the government is in the military. However, progressivism exists in the most distinguished circles in America, the great universities, the great newspapers, the great families, in government, in the old foundations. Its adherents are the ivory tower elites that run everything. Progressivism is the mainstream American tradition, and to challenge progressivism means to challenge the end result of the entire American project, while conservatism is easily challenged.
Well, okay. To me,
that's his view, by the way. That's not my view.
I understand that. So, first of all, to say that there's no conservative power except for the military is an incredibly dumb view. I mean, yeah, if you're looking at it from this strictly realist perspective, like maybe that would make sense, or the socialist perspective. Like, conservatives have had the power over the culture in America for most of America's existence until very recently.
Yeah.
Until very recently.
He's going to
religious
dispute that
right.
a little bit later in the book. He's going to dispute that hard later in the
Right,
book.
but so
I
is he going to
understand
say
your point of
like,
view.
well, you know, that golden age of the 1950s, Leave It to Beaver? I mean, was that not the conservative, you know, social control over things when Hoover was like doing everything he could to just, you know, to be afraid of, you know, to root out, you know, secret communists everywhere, and McCarthy was trying to root out
He's
secret
going to call
communists
that
everywhere?
progressive. He's going to call all that progressive.
Even
How is it progressive?
We'll get to that. It's like that's like another two chapters ahead.
That's just so incredibly and it's so incredibly wacky to me that, like, you know, when you have half the country is Republican, you know, like this is actually, and this, I think this came up. I don't remember if this came up in our conversation with distributors or someone else, and it drove me crazy. I'm like, you know, when he said something similar to that, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, the entire reason the Democratic Party is the way it is right now, where it's not neoliberal, but it is more neoliberal than it ever has been, was because after having, you know, 40 years of kind of left-wing economic policies after World War I kind of dominate the cultural zeitgeist, you know, you had the inflation problem with Carter, and then you had Ronald Reagan come in, the right-wing, neoconservative, neoliberal, right-wing Ronald Reagan comes in and completely kicks the table over and changes the entire landscape for economic policy in America and in really the entire fucking world. And we've been in that paradigm ever since.
Do you want me to spoil something for you then?
Yes.
He is going to claim that everything from before America's founding is progressive.
So he just has like a super wacky idea of how he defines, you know, progressive. Essentially, that doesn't.
Yes, you know, he'll explain it, but yes, he does, and it's in here. It's in here. And here's the thing. By the way, I agree with your view on this. Like, obviously, the neocons were like the resurgent right that came over and like basically smashed the hippies into oblivion.
Yes.
Like obviously, yeah. The whole things always move leftward has been proven wrong so much, but
yes.
So.
Well, but I just want to break before you continue. Like, this is why I do call it dishonest when someone on the far left or the far right says, "Oh, there's no left or right wing," because it's to do this thing. It's to dismiss when the left and the right does gain control of things in the country, and to kind of paint themselves as the forever outsiders or the forever victims.
Yep, victim.
Mm-hmm.
The moral majority. You know, they ran the show during the '80s, and George W. Bush got elected by catering to evangelicals. He made it a base election, remember? And
yeah.
So this is just whack, completely devoid from reality. When he talks about how, you know, question your view of reality, he should look in the mirror when he says that.
He's also going to make arguments that Protestants and Quakers are also progressive. So,
okay,
it's coming.
The ultimate traditionalists are progressives.
What is
progress? Why is progress in the word progressive?
Should we skip? Like, hold on. The fuck is his definition?
I can't. Yeah. See, Sargon's in the chat screaming epistemology, and Sargon's basically right on this. I can't skip over it because there's like a line of logic. Yeah. Sargon says the entire Enlightenment is a left-wing project. That is what Moldbug's appealing to. And in fact, this is why the neo-reactionaries view fascism as exclusively left-wing.
How are you defining the Enlightenment? Like,
well, I assume it starts with Roger Bacon, you know, the beginning of science.
Right. Okay. Good. We're on the same page.
Yeah. So
empiricism.
No. Sargon. I see it. You guys as liberals don't see left-wing. No, I see it. The issue is neo-reactionaries view liberalism, socialism, and fascism as all left-wing ideologies because they are Enlightenment ideologies.
No. Okay,
they are products of rationalism. And so to be pre-Enlightenment is to be truly right-wing.
Okay.
So Burke gets screwed because Burke is like accepts the Enlightenment? He's not right-wing anymore?
Wait. Okay. To address what Sargon's talking about in chat and this kind of this general idea. Anyone can define anything any way they want to win an argument. Okay. And that's what this is. You're like just saying, well, everything that came after the Enlightenment is progressive. Everything that came after the Enlightenment is left-wing. What that basically means is that you have a fundamentally different worldview of how the left and the right operates than me and Adam. We do believe, as I've laid out my definition of left and right, and I do believe it is an evolved tendency of humans to have these moral intuitions for these cultural reasons. And if you don't believe that, that's fine. But to kind of put this forward, this is all left wing, it's basically, to me, it's completely useless because it's essentially trying to use a definition word game to win an argument.
Yeah.
Someone can argue against liberal philosophies. Someone can argue against the Enlightenment, and that's fine. But there's no point. And everyone knows this. There's no point to say there's no such thing as the right wing after this, unless you're trying to appeal to an emotional, intuitive, somewhat disingenuous tactic to grab people who identify as right wing and say, no, you're secretly left wing. That's the point of doing this. There's no other point to doing it. There's
someone in the chat,
there's no other argument to doing it.
Someone in the chat just said, this is why Dev in the beginning didn't want to use left and right. Yes, that's you understand now. You understand where I was going with that.
But you can't throw away left and right just because it ruins your argument. Like, that's ridiculous.
Well, no, sure I can. I can just say I'm a liberal, and whatever you think that means is what you think that means. I don't care. Listen, I don't care where someone puts me on a graph or on a line or on a spectrum. I don't give a shit about that. What matters is the ideas underneath.
You accept that objective reality exists, though, correct?
Yes.
So objective reality is all about categorizing things. So
sure.
We're categorizing behaviors and structures.
Okay, but like,
social
if somebody
structures.
wants to, what I mean is, if somebody wants to categorize me as on the right or on the left, I don't care about that.
Right.
I'm not like, well, I'm not actually that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just like, fine, whatever. But whatever, you know.
I mean, if someone's going to say everything past the Enlightenment is progressive, you gotta explain the details of that category.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, let me address this.
Mm-hmm.
So when someone asks you, are you left or right? The reason that they're asking that question is that they're trying to get a general sense of what your positions are, a general sense of who you are and what you stand for. That's the entire, which is, first of all, the entire point of categories in the first place.
Yes.
Is to create a general sense, an idea very quickly so someone can understand something about you or the world. Okay.
Well,
that's the point.
When someone asks me, I tend to either say center or unaligned.
That's fine. And that's fine, because that says something about who you are that they can maybe have a map of. Now, maybe the map and the definition they have is a wrong one than you, but that's the point of the category. That's the point. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so when someone says there's no such thing as right wing after the Enlightenment, what is the point of doing that? What is the purpose of doing that? Of making that distinction?
What Moldbug does with it is he goes throughout history in the next 5 chapters or so to describe how the concept of progress went from basically Whiggism to where we are now, and how that was always inevitable because of what progress is.
Okay, but it doesn't answer my question. What is the point of a person saying there's no such thing as right wing after Enlightenment? And Moldbug knows this. There's no objective reality. Everything is a power game. Understands exactly what he's doing by framing his argument.
Of course he does. He's doing it deliberately.
Hold on.
Yes.
So I think the issue is what Moldbug is saying is that because Whiggism, which he gets into Whiggism like chapter 4 or something, Whiggism, because of the nature of what progress is, will always become the various stages of history that we went through to get to, the post-war consensus, to get to the hippies, to get to, the nifty 90s, to get to, liberals like us, to get to the progressives, to get to the socialists, because it will always go through because of what progress, because of what Whiggism started as and what progression means. Put those two things together, you will always get an equation that produces this outcome. And so therefore, everyone along that chain can basically be implicated as leading to the current societal ruin.
Yeah, but man, this sounds like totally like CRT.
Well, first of all, this is the argument that Carl has made many times on the stream. And I'm going to say the same thing I said to him.
The idea is like liberalism always degrades into socialism, and
right.
That's why we're all communists. I get it.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say the same thing I said to him. That argument is a fallacy. Okay. Because everything follows everything else. Someone could just easily make the argument and say, listen, monarchy is obviously going to lead to the Great Enlightenment, which is obviously going to lead to liberalism, which is obviously going to lead to socialism. So monarchy is just a path to socialism. We need to return to monkey. Like, you can't make these cause out. Like, it's just, to me, it's
that's why they say that, by the way, Sitch.
Yeah, exactly. It's so incredibly foolish to make these causality arguments, because like everything leads to everything else. Everything is a reaction to everything else. And there's a big difference between saying like, oh, right now with wokeism, it's someone directly using Marxism, right? Hollowing out class and replacing it with race and sex and culture. And so I think labeling it as cultural Marxism is applicable because they're using that specific ideology. But then to say, well, liberalism is what created Marxism because Marxism wrote it as a response to liberalism because he wanted to get rid of it, that doesn't make any sense. At that point, everything leads to everything and everything causes everything else. And we're basically in the social constructivist realm of everything's a social construction. And nothing matters at that point.
Right. Yeah. I tend to agree with you. Yeah. Like, I don't find this logic appealing, but I am just describing his logic. Yes.
No, I'm not. I'm not attacking you.
Yeah. Actually, Sargon said in the chat much earlier, I've kind of held it on my screen, to be right wing is to not be rationalistic, which I think is something that I was getting at like an hour ago. Just I didn't know how to quite.
That is a version of right wing that some people subscribe to. I don't think you can make the statement say that is the definitiveness of right wing.
Look, and that's also how we define left and right wing, because both left and right wing are based off unconscious moral intuitions that are post hoc rationalized into some sort of ideology.
So basically, what I was talking about, I'm sure Sargon's now here, so he's listening. What I was saying earlier is that one possible definition of left versus right, which I think has some merit, the more that I'm thinking of, is that the left is intellectual and theoretical, and the right is practical and intuitional. That's why you have more leftists work with their minds, more rightists tend to work with their hands. More leftists tend to be more intelligent, more rightists tend to be less intelligent. White collar, blue collar. You can kind of you can divide up the population into these two groups, and it's gonna be based on. Well, I mean, you guys are psych nerds. You've read Thinking Fast and Slow, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is going to be system 1 versus system 2.
I do, but I fundamentally disagree that left wing is using one system and right wing is using the other system.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's like privileges one over the other.
No, I fundamentally disagree. I think both are using the intuitive system more, and they also have members of their community that range from defaulting to intuitive system over rational system, and some that default to rational system over intuitive system. Obviously, Mulbug is someone that defaults more to the rational system. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing this evil genius crap.
Maybe. Hold on. Someone says invite Sargon on. He'll get there. He'll get to where Dev's going.
Well,
more directly.
I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind
Okay.
inviting him on, but obviously, Dev, this is like your stream, so I don't want to.
If we invite him on, we will never get through the rest of the book.
Okay,
It's a show for the rest of the night. But here's the thing: I'm okay with it. Yeah, why not? But it's up to you. It's your stream. It's up to you guys. You guys figure it out. So let's just kind of continue here real quick. Let me just hold on.
Well, how about this? If we want to have this conversation, the four of us, I think we should do that in the future. We'll milk another stream out of this.
Another one?
Yeah.
We could.
Well, Sitch and I, usually when we do these things that are like debates, they're much better if we all, focus on our arguments and figure out how we're going to attack it. Rather than just doing it like, piecemeal. Because it's happening now.
Oh, I'm just trying to think like a streamer. I'm just trying to squeeze as much content as possible.
Well, that too. Okay. I mean, both. They don't have to be.
The thing is, I will likely not disagree with most of what Sargon says, but I'm probably going to disagree with some of his conclusions because I'm ultimately not a realist.
Well, I don't know how you could, because everything I said, you just said you agreed with.
So. Sargon's like, LOL. There, Sargon. I talk to you all the time. Okay, fine. If you guys want to have him on, I sign off on it. Okay, there you go.
I said we're gonna milk it.
There's 3 of us. If you want 3 votes, I'll vote yes. You two got to outvote me.
Yeah, I am. I said we're gonna milk it. We're gonna set up a conversation in the future where the 4 of us will come on and we can have a conversation about this very topic.
I mean, yeah, I would like a moment to gather my thoughts and.
I don't care about that. I just want to milk more content.
We did a stream.
Want more super chats.
Well, I mean, I have a different objective than you, so obviously, but that's
fair
fine.
enough.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I feel like, yeah, it'd be nice to have a good argument. I understand. I do understand where Sargon and where you are coming from, but I fundamentally disagree. So I don't. How can you put progressives into the rational camp? Absolutely makes no sense to me.
Because basically, I think the way that it works out is that human reason is basically flawed. It's fundamentally flawed. And so if you're you know the
Hold on. What?
hold on, no, wait a minute. I know what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
You know, you know Hayek's planism, when he talks about planism as an ideology.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, rationalistic thinking is planism, because you're trying to, like, before you even hit the reality, before you even hit the ground running, you try to plan out what's going to happen before it happens. And that is a product of rationalistic thinking.
So
Without experience, without knowledge. And that is basically what progressives do.
So you're saying the flaw is that they can't predict the future, or that they're overly ambitious with their plans? Is that what you're saying? Because I would say the flaw is that people perceive that they're being rational when really they're just being intuitive, and that rationality is serving other motives that they're unaware of.
Right.
I think we're using the word rational different.
Yeah, that's...
Hold on.
Look,
wait a second.
I mean, I'm talking about, objective, scientific, materialist, methodical.
Okay, here's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a theory that reason is in itself a source of knowledge that is superior to and independent of sense perceptions.
Yeah, I know what that's the philosophical definition of rationalism, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Is that basically progressives, they're completely divorced from reality.
Yeah, it's a
they're
type
only
of epistemology.
Yeah, they're living in the realm of theory and of abstract reason without any actual connection to the real world.
Yeah.
And so that's what I mean when I say they're rationalistic, is that it's all intellect and no actual practice.
But that is an intuitive type understanding of the world. It's not
sure it is.
based on empiricism.
No,
it's
see,
based on navel
this is the
gazing.
problem. Wait. So repeat what you said about the left, that they're in a realm of a theory, that they're not rooted in reality. What'd you say?
Yeah. Basically, that they create theories intellectually without any actual experience, and so the theory never actually lines up with reality, basically. And that's like a rationalistic way of planning.
So there's an element of truth to that. I wouldn't say broadly the left. I'd say that that's true of the far left, because obviously, as I laid out in my definitions of left versus right, the left-wing intuition is to look for new things, and the right-wing intuition is to look to traditional things. And so, by that understanding, the left, by its nature, has to look to more theoretical things, and the right looks to things that have been tried. But my counter argument to kind of the way it's being framed by a lot of the neo-reactionaries is, I'd say that basically the right is essentially doing the same thing as the left is at the end of the day, because as Mencius Moldbuk puts out, who is controlling history? Who is controlling the narrative? So the people on the right that are looking back to quote unquote tradition to draw from information sources, they're not really sure that they're drawing from anything real either.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, to them, it'll just be the power game, right? It'll boil down back to that. It'll be like,
exactly. But then
no one's actually correct, so we're just doing power games now. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then that critique of the left versus the right is meaningless, because both sides are doing the same fucking thing at that point.
Yep. No, that's true. And I think in chapter 2, he basically says, to be a reactionary, you must want a system that is ultimately arbitrary. He just says it. So yeah.
I feel like this is essentially it feels like a form of cult-based grooming. And what I mean by that is, like, when you talk to people who have been groomed by cults, essentially what they do is they have to tear down your worldview and basically bring you to a point of extreme nihilism. And then when you're at this low point, they'll try to build you back up, but as like a loyal soldier to following their ideology. And that feels like that's kind of what this is. And it feels very socialistic, which is ironic considering he's, a right-winger. It's like, oh, let me just tell you why everything is a lie and everything is fake, to kind of put you in this ultra extreme nihilistic mindset. So you'll be this empty vessel that's like desperately trying to grasp onto whatever rock You know, when you're at the sea, you're going to grab onto whatever, piece of floating wood you can find. And so that's the thing. I'm going to destroy the ship you're on, so you're floating in the ocean, and then I'm going to throw you like a life raft, and you're going to desperately grab onto it. That's how I kind of perceive this psychologically and emotionally.
Yeah, I agree. It's total gaslighting.
Just give me a moment here.
Total manipulation.
Okay.
Completely self-serving and selfish.
So
it's probably why he's always saying and is because he knows he's like on the verge of getting caught. He's so worried that he's going to be talking to someone that can see right through his gaslighting.
There you go.
We are about halfway through the first chapter.
The first chapter.
Yes, there is one point actually that was interesting earlier. So I was mentioning in his part where he describes that the progressives and the conservatives are not they're not equivalents, even though they're sometimes balanced as they are. He says, if you copy your ideas into the New York Times, it will trickle down to Fox News in 20 or 30 years. If you copy your ideas into Fox News, you might influence one election. And that seems to be true, is that the progressives, the progressives hold, cultural dominance basically. And that conservative ideas are just old progressive ideas.
So what do you mean copy your ideas into Fox News? What do you mean by that?
He uses I didn't really talk about it because it's not important. He uses the example of progressivism and conservatism being two competing viruses that replicate.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Yeah. So he says copy in this case, but like the idea is that
goes
like
full Dawkins on the cultural.
Right. Yeah, but
he does that. Yes.
But this is the problem, is because everything he's saying is clouded by his weird definitions of right versus left wing. Because it's like, as I brought up the example of Ronald Reagan was a massive pushback to right wing Fox News, policies. And so like, I mean, what was, and if we look at Donald Trump winning the election, is that not a right wing pushback? Is abortion, the Supreme Court overturning 50 years of Roe v. Wade, is that not right wing pushback? This idea, it feels very much like it's when Moldbug and people make this argument, they're essentially just completely trapped by survivor's bias. It's it's the picture of the airplane with all the bullet holes in it. They're just looking at things where they're failing essentially and saying, see, we always lose every battle.
I mean, that's true, but I think they would just call survivor's bias evolution, And in fact, I think he does at the start of chapter 2.
I don't know what you mean. What he calls survivor's bias evolution? I'm not sure I follow that.
Yes. He basically says that the reason that progressivism still exists and has existed this whole time is because there's some he uses an evolutionary comparison, but basically progressivism has something to it that allows it to survive in the political arena across generations.
And of course. Yeah. It's because what I said, we humans evolved to have these two modes of thinking, I believe, and that's why they continue they always continue. It's not something that will end up being, quote unquote, solved.
So we're actually at my favorite part of chapter 1, and it is probably Moldbug's strongest argument in his favor. Okay. He points out 3 questions, and these are 3 questions.
Oh, I know these questions.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
So he has 3 questions, and they are questions that the progressive view doesn't really have good, satisfactory answers for, but that he does. He doesn't give you his answers till much later because
why do we not eat leavened bread on this night?
It's the POV question, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the first question is, what's up with the third world? Okay. Mm-hmm. And let me find the exact quote.
What's up with the third world?
I have all the quotes written down so I can just quickly search them. Okay. So he quotes a story from the Times regarding the fight against malaria. And he says, he's quoting the story. The story says, before the 1960s, colonial governments and companies fought malaria because their officials often lived in remote outposts like Nigeria's hill stations and Vietnam's Marble Mountains. Independence movements for these countries have led to freedom, but also often to civil war, poverty, corrupt government, and the collapse of medical care. So the sentence he wants us to focus on is, independence movements led to freedom, but also to civil war, poverty, corrupt governments, and the collapse of medical care. The implication here is that, at least in the progressive view, that whatever freedom means, it is worth more. It is worth paying the price of civil war, poverty, corrupt government, and collapse of medical care. And at least from the point of view of the Times and the readers of the Times, that seems to be true, actually. That in these governments overthrowing their colonial masters, they're gaining freedom. And the price to pay for that freedom is the civil war, the poverty, the corrupt government, and the collapse of medical care. And that was a worthy price to pay. That's the progressive view.
Yeah, this
Why is
is
that the
so
progressive
weird.
view?
It's the progressive. Well, because
they literally
any,
didn't achieve freedom, though.
Well, hold on. It's the progressive view because if you talk to any progressive about should African nations have thrown off their colonial overlords, they'll always say yes.
Straw man.
Yeah, but that's not what
Yeah,
they mean.
I know it's a straw man, but
That's not what they
Giant
mean.
straw
Okay.
man.
I mean, that's a ridiculous. To me, that's a completely.
They didn't
completely
achieve
ridiculous.
freedom. They
argument.
tried to achieve freedom and failed. So
Well, no. That's not. That's not.
Hold on.
That's not the point. The point is that
Yeah.
he's saying like, oh, like a progressive is weighing the pros and cons of pre and post colonial African countries when they're asked this question. That's not what anyone's doing. When you ask them that question, they're just thinking like, well, do I think it's bad that like white people were subjugating black people? I think that's bad. Like that's all they're really responding to when asking that when they ask that question.
Yeah.
So the logic that he's trying to lay out basically is that we don't know what the definition of the word freedom is. So we don't know what freedom is.
Oh my god.
But well, no, hold on.
This
He'll
guy.
define it later.
We don't know what freedom is.
Whatever freedom is, it must be worth more than all of the chaos that came after independence. Because they got the chaos and they also got freedom. Therefore, the freedom was worth all that chaos. So what is what is it? So I know, but like, what is it that freedom could be? That it's worth all of that chaotic action, such that they shouldn't have kept the orderly governance of being a colony. That's the question that he's asking. And basically he says, if you even dare to ask this question, you are off the progressive reservation, you are off the conservative reservation, and and mainstream politics will call you a Nazi.
So
Which is honestly probably true. You know, if you ever ask the question, should African colonies have been decolonized, some fucking moronic progressive is going to call you a Nazi.
I don't disagree with that. That is true. That people will definitely. You're not allowed to question that.
We've also finally got to my second political spectrum: personal freedom versus social cohesion. This is the left right. You have anarchy on one side and you have oppression on the other side. And on the left you have liberty, and on the right you have order and balance in the middle. This is a viable way to look at the left-right spectrum. The left is anarchistic, personal individualism, personal freedom. The right is all about order. And Mulbug himself is saying, look, order is more important than freedom. Is he not? Is that not the argument he's making here? It seems like it.
He definitely makes that argument.
More concretely later.
Yes, he does.
He's arguing for the right side of the political spectrum. Look, I think anarchy is its own curse, and obviously, fascism is like the extreme end of order. So obviously, you're trying to balance the two. But he's saying we've gone too far in the freedom realm because we let people dye their hair blue and stuff.
No. He's saying that we've gone too far in the freedom realm because it has caused the collapse of the third world into anarchy.
Well, that's not true though. They don't have freedom. They don't have individual liberty. They're basically subjugated by warlords, and we are funding it with our.
Well, no. Here's the thing. I actually think I might agree with him over you on this point.
Because you haven't read the Narrow Corridor to Liberty.
I mean, maybe,
no.
Maybe
you guys are talking past each other. He's trying to make the argument, Mulbug trying to make the argument that basically, that picture, that really racist picture of like white people pulling black people and Asians like into progress. No, it's like a white guy carrying like all the third world countries on his back and is like walking towards a line that says progress. Have you seen that picture?
No.
Yes, I've seen
awful.
it.
Yeah. So that's the picture. So that's kind of what the, Curtis Yarvin is kind of talking about here is that like essentially the, Africa and all these other countries would have been better off if they had all remained, being subjugated under, imperialist, European rule, essentially.
Not
That's what he's
subjugated, but
arguing
if they
for.
adopted the Western package of freedom of speech,
Well, no, that's
Actually, no,
not
property
even on the table.
rights.
That's not even
actually,
what
actually,
you're
Adam, he
saying's
says
not
the
even
opposite
the
of that. He says the opposite of that shortly. Yeah,
Right.
we can get to that if you want.
Right. So what you're talking
But-
about, Adam, is not that's not even on the table. It's not even being discussed.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's possible that in a hypothetical world, if England and Europe had maintained all these African colonies and still evolved to be the countries they are today, and were able to basically force Western values onto African countries, yeah, I'm sure a lot of countries would be better off today than they are now. However, this is kind of a contradictory thought experiment, because I would argue that a lot of the ideas we have today about freedom and liberty that make these European countries and America good, those completely contradict the idea of having other countries be colonies of America or European countries. So I'm not sure that you could have this kind of hypothetical world where modern countries exist the way they do, and they also retained all their kind of colonial ship ownership of Africa or whatever.
Yeah.
So, here, you guys know about the anarchy of states?
No.
No.
I
Political
don't
theory of
know
the
what
anarchy
you
of
mean by
states. Okay, so basically, if you exist in a state of anarchy, what that means. So let's say that there's no government, and you and I we have a conflict. Okay, we can fight, we can avoid each other, or you can negotiate, we can work it out. Right. Those are the options that we have available to us in a state of anarchy. If we don't live in a state of anarchy, if there is some sovereign power above both of us, we have a fourth option. And the fourth option is to defer to his judgment. All right. And basically, because we're citizens of a country, and if you two are in the same country, so I'll just use you two. If you two have a dispute, it's a serious enough dispute, you can't work it out, you go to the government, you have some kind of arbitration, and hypothetically that could go all the way up to the final level of government if it were serious enough, in order for it to be disputed. Now, if we're talking about states on the world stage,
yeah, there is nothing
having a dispute with other states, they don't have anyone higher than them to appeal to.
America.
So they exist. well, they exist in a state of anarchy.
Yeah, this is the realist world stage.
So it's called the anarchy of states, right?
Gotcha,
so that even though people aren't living in an anarchic society, states exist in a realm of anarchy.
Right.
And of course, you can have like lesser states and greater states. You can have vassal states. So you just keep going up the hierarchy till you get to the top, to the uppest level of the hierarchy, the top, and that is where the anarchy exists. The way that the reactionaries solved this problem was by appealing to God. They said, well, there actually is a higher level. It's God, and we all have to defer to his judgment. Right. And so in a society where multiple states followed the same religion, they didn't actually exist in a state of anarchy. They could appeal to what united them, which was the religion. But that's gone now. Death of God. That era is over. So now we just have states that exist in anarchy. And there's probably something to this way of viewing the world. You can probably get some information out of it, because there's something here. But the reason I bring it up is because this is what he's appealing to when he talks about Zimbabwe in this section. So, I mean, you all know that Zimbabwe and Rhodesia are the same country, just changed names. Yeah, okay. So there is an op-ed published on what site is this? CFR.org, and it starts with this line: when Zimbabwe became an independent country in 1980, it was a focal point for international optimism about Africa's future. Today, Zimbabwe is a basket case of a country. So he focuses in on the phrase independent. What does independent mean? Well, it means not dependent, right? Now your government is the sovereign. The government of Zimbabwe exists on the level of the anarchy of states. It is not below any other power, right? And the issue, and he takes actually a lot of issue with this framing. Let me just pull up. I'm trying to find it. I've saved all the quotes. I just got to copy paste them into the Control F box to get down to the part. This is honestly, sometimes he writes too much.
Well, obviously states are different. I mean, I would say right now we're in the real challenge is autocracies versus democracies. That's like the new challenge. Obviously in the 20th century, it was communism versus capitalism.
Mhm.
But that's the problem. The states he's talking about are not ruled by the people. They're actually ruled by the system he wants to implement here. Monarchy or
Well,
dictatorship.
he doesn't actually care about the legitimacy of the systems themselves. He only cares about if they exist and how they exist in relation to other systems. So here, let me read this to you, because this is from. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is actually just from Wikipedia. Okay. The Unilateral Declaration of Independence of Rhodesia from the United Kingdom was signed on November 11th, 1965, by the administration of Ian Smith, whose Rhodesian Front Party opposed black majority rule in the then British colony. Although it declared independence from the United Kingdom, it maintained an allegiance to Queen Elizabeth II. The British government, the Commonwealth, and the United Nations condemned the move as illegal. Rhodesia reverted to de facto and de jure British control as the British dependency of Southern Rhodesia for a brief period in 1979 to 1980 before regaining its independence as Zimbabwe in 1980. So what he's pointing out here is that there were two independence movements in Zimbabwe, Rhodesia, whatever. One of them was in 1965 that was roundly condemned by the international community, and one of them was in 1980 that was accepted by the international community. And so if we are making the distinction between illegal independence and legal independence, between genuine independence and false independence by pretenders, if we're making this distinction, then in no way can this country ever be considered independent, because it is always dependent on the recognition of other states.
Yeah. So
Isn't that okay? I mean, I guess isn't like a country, like whether a country exists or not, isn't that entirely dependent on how not only its citizens view it, but the rest of the world views it?
Yes, but kind of, because he makes he makes the case that the most independent country in the world is Somaliland, because Somaliland is not recognized by anyone on the planet, and yet it still exists. So
okay, so what's the point? I guess what is it?
Well, the point is that like Canada exists conditionally to other countries believing it exists. Somaliland exists in spite of that, which makes it more independent.
Well,
I mean,
that's not. Well, first of all, what is the point of that?
Yeah,
like,
what is
the point
the
of that
point?
statement?
What is the point of categorizing the world in this way?
Yeah.
Okay, so
because I feel like there's some nefarious reason to do this. It's like one of those things that's like kind of true but not really true. And I was like, is it even worth talking about?
This is the beginning of how he tries to dismantle liberal internationalism and the idea that you can even have international institutions that arbitrate things between states.
Mm-hmm.
And there is at least a bit of truth here. Is it like, how independent is your country really if your budget is entirely made up of American foreign aid? Like, how independent are you really? You're not really that independent, are you? However, if you exist in spite of the other great powers around you, then it seems like you're actually quite independent, because they all want you to be gone, and yet you're not gone.
What is the point, though?
Well, the point for him is that he wants to dismantle liberal internationalism.
No, but like, I feel like these are like weird. We have like weird straw man definitions of the word independent. I mean, it's obvious that like, yeah, the guy, Mulbug, who has the critical race theory view of power, is obviously going to say, nothing matters at the end of the day, right? None of these organizations that try to arbitrate things matter at the end of the day. And even by his own definition of power, what was the country he said was the most free country?
Somalia.
Somaliland.
Yeah. Somalia.
Somaliland specifically. Because Somalia claims Somaliland as its own, but actually has no real power over it.
Are we supposed to aspire to be Somaliland, though? I mean, why is he even talking about this?
No, but to say it's like the freest country because it's not
the most independent,
the most independent country. I'm sorry, the most independent country because it exists regardless of whether people recognize it or not. First of all, that depends on what it means for people to recognize a country, right? Like we recognize Taiwan, China doesn't recognize Taiwan. Does Taiwan exist as a country or not? I don't know. It depends on how we're defining our terms here, right?
Right.
But and then the thing with Somaliland is like, well, if you have, it's kind of like it's like the Chaz. Remember the Chaz in Washington State?
Yeah.
Or not in Oregon? Remember the Chaz? He had a bunch of like super woke people. They cordoned off a section of, was it Portland? And they're like, this is now the autonomous zone for like, socialists, right? It's like, these things only exist because people basically put up with them existing because they're like, it'll be too much energy or effort to dismantle this thing. It's the same thing with Somaliland. Like if the world like decided that Somaliland posed some kind of existential threat, it would be knocked out in like a couple days. Like it's just like, I don't know what is the point of kind of thinking of the world in this way.
I mean, I agree with you. Yeah.
So, but that's why, like, what is the point?
It's basically like we haven't done it yet, but we could, is basically like the counter argument. Yeah.
Right.
But, so he points out here, let me see here. While Somaliland is de facto an independent country, it is not de jure legally recognized internationally. Therefore, the government of Somaliland cannot access IMF and World Bank assistance. So I guess his point would be, if you're truly independent, if you're a truly independent country, why is it that your country takes all this aid from the first world? And it's like, well, it seems like you're actually not independent. You're actually dependent.
I don't know what independent means at this point, but okay.
Well, independent means not dependent.
Yeah, but everyone's dependent on everyone.
Well, Somaliland isn't.
Yeah, that's why it sucks.
Yes.
That's like saying like, yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm sure if you go there, it's totally shitty. It's like, oh, that's good. That's great. They're so independent and their country totally sucks. It's like, what is the point? I guess.
Like if you talk to people who voted for Brexit, they're going to give you the same argument. They're going to say, listen, we don't care if there's an economic cost to leaving the EU. We want sovereignty over, a larger economy. The pro-Brexit faction made that argument.
Yeah, but that's true. But and I'm sure Sargon would talk about this at length. There was some, it's kind of like when like people on the left are like, the people on the right vote against their own interest. Like people that are voting for Brexit, they felt like even if there was some financial harm there was some other benefit. It wasn't, and I don't think it was just freedom, right? It wasn't a big part of Brexit that they wanted to kind of prevent immigration from a lot of different countries. And that was kind of one of the big concerns for Brexit.
Yeah.
And so
it didn't happen, but yeah.
Well, maybe it didn't happen, but I'm saying that was at least the thought process, behind it.
Yeah.
And so they're saying
they wanted to pursue like a British policy rather than a European policy for their government. They wanted the highest seat of power to be in London and not in Brussels.
Right, but that thought process seemed to be motivated a lot on stemming the tide of immigration. Or maybe I only think that because we hear Carl talk about it. That's obviously one of his big issues, right? Yeah, and so it would be people essentially saying, like, and this is kind of, I think, the problem with a lot of like the way people conceptualize politics. They're like, oh, the Democrats are in favor of federal government and the Republicans are in favor of local government. It's like, well, I don't think that's true. I think that's only turned out to be true because of the historical, situations that kind of made federal government more left wing and certain state governments more right wing. It's kind of the same thing with like this Brexit thing. I don't know if it's that they necessarily care that like British rule must be, that's like except for the libertarians who I think are motivated by this. For the non-right wing libertarians, I don't think they're really like super motivated by like the Brits must rule, whatever. It's that there's a specific policy or sets of policies that they want implemented and that they feel like is not being implemented under the sort of EU umbrella. And I think with Brexit, it was immigration stuff.
I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, there's always talk of sovereignty, the desire to be a sovereign or to have your people be sovereign and like not part of a larger empire or something.
Sure.
But I'm not sure how widespread that motivation actually is. But I guess the point he's making is that if that is your ultimate motivation, then Somaliland is the most sovereign place because no one recognizes it and yet it exists.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a second question if you want to talk about the second question now, because he has three. Mm-hmm. Three questions that progressives can't work out apparently. The second question is, what is nationalism and is it good or bad? And he says he's making an argument that all of us can agree with at this point. He said America and her friends are very much committed to national self-determination unless you happen to be German. It is good, very good, to be a black nationalist. It is bad, very bad, to be a Southern nationalist, even though both sides have committed atrocities. And he points out the KKK versus the zebra murders. He says that the Germans, Brits, and Frenchmen are supposed to believe in the common destiny of all humanity not their nations, while the Vietnamese, the Mexicans, and the Czechs are free to believe in the common destiny of Vietnamese, Mexicans, and Czechs.
Right.
There's an expectation here that some ethnicities have been universalized and some are still particular. I did an entire video on this about the concept of being indigenous. What does it mean to be an indigenous
Yeah, it was a very
person?
good video. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. But this is a critique that I think we can all get on board with, basically. I think Moldbug's completely correct here, is that it is unreasonable that some ethnicities are expected to be universalized and others aren't.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's
Okay.
what we always complain about, the acceptance of racism against white people under this framework of, people as peoples are and everything.
Oh, somebody asked the zebra murders. Basically, the zebra murders were there were 4 black nationalist serial killers in the 1970s who killed a bunch of white people. That's the zebra murders.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know. Okay. The third question is also probably something that we can mostly agree with. Why are the Nazis considered to be so much worse than other comparably murderous groups? That's I think a fair question to ask, actually.
Well, I have an answer. Does he give an answer for that question?
He does, but what's your answer?
Well, my answer is that, and this comes up a lot with like the communist stuff. Why is fascism looked at as so negatively compared to communism? I think there's 2 reasons in America. One is because in America, even though we fought against the communists in the Cold War, we never really had communism in America. So people didn't feel it necessarily, where we did have race-based segregation and slavery and laws in our country for most of its existence.
Yeah, racism.
And so, so I think because it's in our history, in our culture, people are more sensitive to it because they feel like, well, it happened once in America, maybe it can happen again. So I think that's the first reason. I think the second reason is that I think communism is a little bit more insidious in the fact that on the face of it, a lot of aspects of its ideology seem to be good or benign. And for a lot of people, it seems like it's only when it's put into practice that it leads to negative outcomes. Where with fascism, because so closely tied into it, especially the Nazi version of fascism, is inherent racism, just from like its core principle, people are able to look at it and say, this is bad.
Yeah, I don't think the socialists did systematic genocide either, right? I mean, they just kind of screwed up the economy and people ended up starving to death.
They kind of did, but
I think there were some
different
systematic
way.
elements to that.
Yeah, they did, but it wasn't really based on like racialized
This is like
motives.
the kulaks.
Yeah, and the Holodomor and all that stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I know the Ukrainians view it as a racialized genocide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
they
I
were the
understand-
victims
I
of it.
understand
So
that. Right.
Yeah.
I understand.
Let's see here. So Moldbug's reply to this question is going to be a completely realist reply.
Mhm.
So none of us are going to like it. But
Okay,
here.
good.
So he says, none of the parties fighting against the Nazis, including us, actually gave a damn about the Jews of the Holocaust. One of the parties on our side was the Soviet Union, whose record of mass murder was known at the time and was at least as awful as the Nazis. Meanwhile, the rest of the Allies positively reveled in the aerial mass incineration of Germans and Japanese. The Allies had no qualms about deporting 1 million Russian refugees into the Gulag after the war, or about lending hundreds of thousands of German prisoners as slave laborers to the Soviets. The idea that World War II was a war for human rights is ahistorical. It doesn't fit. If Nazi human rights violations were not the motivation for the war that created the world that we now live in, what was? That's going to be his question.
So that's it. So I think it's a stupid answer, obviously, because, well, first of all, there's 2 things. When you're at war with someone, right, obviously there is a level of decorum and rights in which you want to maintain. You don't want to completely, you don't want to throw your principles out the window, right, when you're at war, because then you'll just, kind of degrade yourself into tyranny and horribleness. But there's always, and everyone has to acknowledge this, there's always a level of flexibility and tribalism and aggression that comes out in war that's basically accepted, that isn't accepted in a normal situation. And so it's kind of like, kind of ask this question. You know how Christians get really pissed off when non-Christians try to throw like Bible quotes in their face because it feels very like phony and fake? that they're
Yep.
doing that. So essentially that's what he's doing, because he's like, well, if you care about civil rights, why didn't you care about the civil rights of like the Nazis? And it's like, well, I mean, like we're in the middle of a war and you kind of need to stop these people from taking over the fucking world. Like, I don't know what you want. Like,
Well,
obviously you
I
need
guess
to
the
do
idea.
yeah, obviously you need to like blow shit up and to prevent, you know, the war machine from going forward.
Yeah, I guess the idea is going to be something like, oh, well, you have these certain liberal values, yet in order to
Right.
go to war, you must violate the liberal values, so you can't truly be a liberal. And it's all, and that reveals everything to just be about power. And my response to that is, liberals tend to do those things in times of extreme necessity, while non-liberals do it as a matter of course. That's the
right.
obvious response. Yeah,
That's a
so
great response. Yes.
you know, when I had my falling out with Scrump, part of the conversation was lockdowns. Right. It's like, well, how could you still be a lockdown in 2020? Or sorry, how could you still be a liberal in 2020 when like the liberals are locking down everything? It's like, well, listen, regardless of how you feel about the vaccine or the virus or whatever, the point is that liberals don't lock people down for fun. They do it when they think there's an extreme need. You can disagree that there was an extreme need. That's a different conversation. But they don't. But this idea that, and also, by the way, the rightoids seem to be completely wrong. They said the lockdowns are going to last forever. Where are they? I can go outside right now. You know, do you remember hearing that shit?
Yeah.
Well,
So-
that's only because they fought back.
Constantly.
You don't understand.
Oh,
It was up
is
to
that the reason
left.
why? Is that the reason why?
Yeah.
Fuck. But no, basically, like there was this prediction, and you see this prediction a lot on the dissident right, that liberalism is just inevitably degrading into some form of bureaucratic tyranny, and
Right.
COVID was going to be the accelerant that finally got it going,
Of
and
course.
yet it didn't happen.
Yeah.
It didn't fucking happen. And yes, so yeah, Silk Fox in the chat right there. Extreme need is everyone's excuse, Dev. Yes, everyone can make that excuse, but not everyone can be correct about it, right? That's the difference, all right? There will always be some kind of eternal emergency in a fascist or a socialist regime that necessitates extreme need forever. That
Well, they
does
don't-
not
yeah.
seem to,
But
Right.
That does
fascists
not
aren't
seem to be the
using
case.
that. Look, they're
Well,
not
they don't even
using
need
that
to because they don't
excuse.
care. It's not even
Yeah,
a
yeah.
value
But-
that's worth fighting for.
But that does not seem to be the case
No.
in a liberal society.
No, yeah, right. Well,
Yeah.
I think what you said is true, and I would add to it. I think this comes up with my critique of realism, and that, you know, the realists all thought that the European Union would not work, and that Europe would basically be at war with each other, you know, in 10 years, right? They thought, you know, John Mischmeyer thought that Europe was going to completely fall apart and be at each other's throats. He didn't think any of these international institutions would work, but he was wrong. They all totally worked, you know, and he predicted very bad outcomes for Japan turning on the West. That didn't happen. And yet he pats himself on the back because Russia, right? And so I think what a lot of people kind of get trapped in this like universal mindset, this kind of like, we need one explanation that's going to explain all of human behavior and all interactions, when that's not really how any of this works. Well, I think where he kind of fucks up here is that, and even the liberals and the liberal internationals fucked up here, is that, yes, if you have a bunch of countries that are operating under the ideas of liberalism, they will work together, or they will work within the bounds, to an extent, obviously, of international liberal institutions. And they will use those institutions to solve conflicts between each other without going to war. But that's only if they buy into the principles and philosophy of liberalism. If you have a country that doesn't, like Russia, obviously those predictions and those ideas aren't going to work on Russia and predicting Russia's behavior, because they don't buy into that philosophy in the first fucking place.
Didn't they do the same thing with Christianity before liberalism? I feel like they
yes,
did.
they did.
Yeah, they did.
Right, exactly.
So as long as they have a shared philosophy that they understand, a shared ideology, then of course they can interface and solve conflicts using that.
But let me just finish. And so the reason I bring this up in terms of right now is in terms of the question of like, you know, if Mulbug is saying, oh, well, you know, the liberal countries, they're not behaving very liberal in war. Okay, that's because war is not a liberal thing. The concept of having to take a bunch of people and murder each other to force someone into doing something is not a liberal idea. So obviously, things that happen during the war are going to violate liberal principles. And that's because, the liberal countries, as you said, they're going to use liberal solutions to problems until one of the countries violates those liberal norms and decides, fuck it, we're going to war. And then what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to just sit back and say, listen, I'm not going to use war against you. I'm just going to try to debate you in the, in the marketplace of ideas. And then you just let yourself get fucking murdered? No, you have to defend yourself. You have to defend yourself with power.
But that makes you not a liberal, Sitch.
No, it doesn't. It makes you understand the fucking real world.
That's realism, Sitch. That's realism.
Yeah, no. No, see, realism is giving up. Realism is saying because and here's the problem. There's a seed of truth in a lot of these deceptions. The seed of truth is, yes, technically, at the end of the day, well, actually, it's not even a seed of truth. The problem is there is an element of truth that for some people and some countries, at the end of the day, all that matters is power. For some people, that is true. But for lots of other people and a lot of other societies, they can be wrapped up. They can be imprisoned, so to speak, in an idea, in a philosophy. And if that philosophy is the philosophy of let's not fucking murder each other, let's adapt some liberal norms and values, that does restrict and restrain people from acting in certain ways, in certain countries in certain ways. And it does work.
Yeah, that's a good thing. The fight between Ukraine and Russia is kind of liberal values versus autocracy.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Well, I recall some people, like there were people who were on the right and there were people who were very, let's say, anti-West. So they were saying the liberals they've already abandoned their own values because they're no longer trading with Russia. How anti-liberal is that? And it's like, well, you know what another liberal value is? Free association.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to fucking trade with anti-liberals if you don't fucking want to. Like, it really is. See, it seems like these people are waiting for liberals to show themselves as hypocrites, which on some level they must necessarily do when engaged in war. It's just how it is. But the difference is that is an extreme circumstance and not the norm.
Well,
and that's the difference.
Yeah, and that's a good point. They're waiting for liberals to expose themselves as hypocrites because they don't understand. They're falling in the trap of thinking everyone views the world the way that they do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is what I said. Like, let me give you a good fictional example of this. You've seen Game of Thrones, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in season 1, big spoiler, Game of Thrones, season 1. Okay,
10 years ago, whatever.
Yeah, Ned Stark finds out.
Blessed Ned Stark, fan favorite character, right? He finds out that Joffrey is not the son of Robert Baratheon. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happens? And the King Ned is dying. And there's this great scene. There's this fucking amazing scene. And I can bet you it's one of Adam's favorite scenes.
Oh yeah.
Where
I love
Ned Stark is in a chamber talking to Littlefinger.
Yep.
And it's right here. We have the principles of realism versus honor at each other's throat. Ned Stark, representing honor, says, I'm going to, give Cersei a chance, basically, to give up the throne. And, I'm going to give Stannis a chance to become king because according to our rules and customs and laws, he is the true king. And Ned is like, what the and Littlefinger is like, what are you talking about, Ned? Like, we have the power here. All that matters is swords. All that matters is power. It's right within our grasp. Okay, you need to seize Joffrey, and we're going to mold him and shape him to do what we want. And Ned is disgusted. He's just utterly horrified that Littlefinger is talking to him about these ideas. And he says, no, that's completely ridiculous. But then, because Ned is stuck in his own bubble, his own worldview, he then trusts Littlefinger then to go along with the law, to go along with honor. And of course, Littlefinger ends up betraying him.
Yeah, totally. Fucks him over hardcore.
And so the question is, so the realists would all point to this and they'd all say, aha, see, Littlefinger is right. His worldview is correct. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Littlefinger's worldview is only correct because there were more people in Ned's environment that subscribed to Littlefinger's worldview than subscribed to Ned's worldview.
Of course, yeah.
And Littlefinger understands, or I think Varys understands this, or Littlefinger, because there's a conversation between the two of them where they say, there's one guy with a sword, and then there's a rich man, a king, and a priest, and they all tell the guy with the sword to kill the other one. Who has the power in that situation? And the answer to the question is, well, that depends on what the guy with the sword believes. It's beliefs that shape and change people's behavior and can trap them into ideologies. And so I think that's what the realist forget at the end of the day, or kind of put out of their mind at the end of the day, that no, these ideologies do have power and they do control people's behavior.
Yeah.
Yep. I completely agree. Yeah. And I know Croat gave the example of Islamism as being an obvious example of where the ideals are driving action, not power games.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's see here. Okay, to cap off this section, he uses a very Iraq War, not timely for our era example, but I think it still works.
Mm-hmm.
He says, if Abu Ghraib is an unbridgeable obstacle to imposing democracy by force on Iraq, then why wasn't Dresden or Hamburg the same for Germany? Surely it's worse to burn tens of thousands of people alive than to make one stand on a box wearing fake wires and a funny hat. Or is Iraq just different from Germany? But that would be racist. So the point, it's such
this is so dumb, Dale. It hurts my soul.
I've been reading this for the past 4 or 5 days. I know exactly how much this hurts.
Oh,
I've been getting ready for this, man. I've been getting ready for this.
Why is there a difference between prisoners who you have complete control over their free will and a country you're in the middle of war with that's trying to kill millions of people and take over shit? Why do we have different attitudes about different forces in completely different situations?
Yeah, it was such a fucking
Oh my god!
Yeah.
What a weird,
so stupid.
So this is now the final section of the first chapter. Okay.
Oh.
He says that there is a particular asymmetry in the treatment of fascist mass murder versus Marxist mass murder. And he says if you want to compare, because neither the Soviet Union nor the Third Reich still exist, you can compare their closest equivalents by his standards. North Korea is clearly somewhat Stalinist, while apartheid South Africa has looser but still noticeable links to Nazism. I welcome anyone who wants to claim that South Africa, whose border fences were designed to keep immigrants out, was a worse violator of human rights than North Korea, an entire country turned into a prison. And yet we still see the same asymmetry: engagement with North Korea, pure hostility against South Africa. There seems to be a mysterious X factor, which the Nazis had and the Soviets didn't, or that the South Africans have and the North Koreans don't. The X factor seems to be related to the fact that the Nazis are right-wing and the Soviets are left-wing.
So you're saying, we don't interact with North Korea? I'm sorry. What?
Well, engagement with North Korea and pure hostility against South Africa. So basically, we still kind of talk to North Korea sometimes. We still want to bring them to the table, but during South African apartheid, the West just completely fucking isolated them until they stopped. There was no like negotiation. No, we'll bring you back to the table if you do this. It was just like, nope. Until you stop, we're fucking blockading you.
Well, okay. So, first of all, this was written in 2008, right?
I know,
Yes.
yeah. North
Okay.
Korea is
So-
the axis of evil.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, because North Korea was called the axis of evil, and until Donald Trump very recently, I don't know what diplomatic ties we had like no diplomatic ties with North Korea. It was literally the same thing. I mean,
Obama wouldn't even talk to him.
Well, no.
Yeah,
There was a difference. There was a difference.
What was the difference?
During the George Bush era, and even during the Obama era, America did try to negotiate with North Korea, but said, no. We're going to do it if the Russians and the Chinese and the Japanese and the South Koreans are all involved, and North Korea refused them. However, America didn't even try to do that with South Africa during apartheid.
Yeah. So, okay. So how long? Okay. Here's the. Oh, God, I hate this. How long? What year did America and the rest of the West say, we're not going to deal with you, South Africa, as a form of protest until you get rid of apartheid?
Let me look it up.
And how long was North Korea fucking North Korea, before we decided, hey, maybe we should just stop completely blockading them from everything? Like, this feels so blatantly historically dishonest to me.
Apartheid lasted from 1948 to the early 1990s.
Right, but when did the West adopt this policy of like, we're not going to deal with you until you fix this? Because that wasn't from 1940s. I'm assuming that wasn't the position.
Let's see. I'm trying to find it.
Because the problem is, it's like, for him to say that makes no sense, because the reason, and people brought this up, the reason that North Korea is so fucked, the reason that the people don't have any food and there's like no technology and anything, is literally because the entire Western world has blockaded North Korea. That's why it's the way it is. And so people are saying, hey, all we're doing is hurting the people that live there. Maybe we should change that policy. So for him to pretend like, oh, we have relations with North Korea, but we don't have relations with South Africa, that doesn't, because they're communist, that's fucking gaslighting. That's insane.
There's that satellite picture of North Korea where it like doesn't even have any light at night.
Yeah, exactly.
It's completely shut off from the world. And South Korea is amazing.
Exactly, but as you said, Adam, that's because it's shut off from the world.
Yeah.
And
Okay, so I looked it up.
This argument doesn't make
Okay, so from the 1950s to the hold on. America cooperated with South Africa during the apartheid era.
Mm-hmm.
However, the tide started to turn after the Sharpeville massacre in 1960, where the cops gunned down a bunch of black people.
Mm-hmm.
In 1963, the Canadian administration placed an arms embargo on South Africa, and then it slowly advanced there, and then America keeps blocking sanctions, 1960s, 1970s, and then let's see.
Well, no, that's fine, because essentially
President Ronald Reagan.
Right.
Reagan practiced a policy of constructive engagement to gently push South Africa towards a more racially sensitive regime.
What's his argument, that just America cuts off all right-wing governments?
Yeah. His argument is that America, or that I guess the West, treats Nazism as worse than, let's say, Marxism, Stalinism, the various socialist types of governments.
Well, I mean,
even
there's a
though
push to
the socialists
change that,
have,
though, so I mean,
well, there is a push to change that, yes, and which, by the way, I agree with. I think we all do. But his argument is that America and the West have generally treated authoritarian leftist governments better than they treat authoritarian rightist governments.
This is fucking insane. This is the problem. I feel like the only reason this is persuasive is because people forget their history, or they only have like a limited worldview of the experiences that they live through themselves.
Well, and they're learning it for the first time from Mencius Moldbug.
Right.
Like they're reading this. They know none of the history,
well,
so he can completely fuck with them.
When I'm watching
there
a conversation,
is one way this is true, though. There is one.
Let's Sitch finish.
So
yeah.
I already said.
Okay, go ahead.
I already said it's true. I already said I do think it's true that America views Nazism worse as communism. I do think that element of it is true.
Yeah,
but to then say that as a policy, America has a lax policy on authoritarian left-wing governments is fucking so insanely wrong. It's like, first of all, we were in a Cold War for like, how many fucking years were we in a Cold War? We literally almost nuked the entire fucking planet because we had a very strong policy against communist countries. Okay. Yeah. So this is fucking like, what are you fucking talking about? And what is it always that the communists always complain about? What is it that Brianna Greyjoy complains about when she talks about the Twitter files? They always say, 80% of the FBI's spying on domestic groups and interactions were to stop left-wing internal domestic organizations. Yeah. And then what's the response to that? Well, that's true until you start going past 1970, right? And so it's like, yeah, in fucking from like 1970, 1950, there was a fucking Red Scare. America was doing everything it fucking could to stop communism from spreading in America and the rest of the world. Fucking CIA is going around toppling and trying to prevent, supposedly, according to the left-wing narrative, going around to South American countries and toppling governments that are communist governments. What the fuck is Mencius Moldbug talking about when he's like, well, America has a lax policy against left-wing governments? That's the most ahistorical, insane take ever.
So he ends the chapter by saying, weren't the Soviet and Nazi systems both totalitarian dictatorships? If communism is too hot, fascism is too cold, and liberal democracy is just right, why don't we oppose them equally? In fact, the former is much more successful, at least since 1945, so you think people would be more worried about it. We are left
not opposed. There was a fucking global America's policy for like 50 years was based around the containment of communism. What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, Vietnam. I mean,
maybe
why do we?
Vietnam
Why did we fight Vietnam? Why did we fight Korea? Why did we have the Korean War?
This is insane to me. This is so wise.
So later in the book, Moldbug argues that the Cold War was actually a civil war because America and the Soviets are both progressive.
Oh my God, no!
Yeah.
This is so dumb.
Okay, so that's the end of chapter 1.
But how did you read this? I couldn't read this. I could physically not read this shit anymore. God, this is probably why I like blocked it all in my mind. I probably read this and was like, fuck.
So I have to go to the washroom before we read chapter 2, but we can keep going.
Yeah, okay. Go to the bathroom.
I'll be back, okay?
Sure.
Oh my God.
Are you okay, Adam? Okay, Sitch is losing his mind. Adam, you sound like you're like half asleep. Are you okay over there?
Well, it's like I'm into the broader concepts and stuff like that. I don't, I'm not big on, I don't know my South African foreign policy, so I don't know how intelligently I can talk about this stuff. So,
all right. Okay, I'll be back.
Well, like, okay, the South Africa to North Korea comparison, to me, it's like that has to be intentionally dishonest. There's no way he could be that he could be that fucking historically illiterate. That's insane.
He could be that stupid. Come on.
Maybe. But he seems like a smart guy. The way he's framing these arguments is so manipulative.
Yeah, but if you learn your history on Wikipedia, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, but as I said, the reation North Korea is the way it is because the world shut them out of everything. That's why
we had a war.
It is.
We had the Korean War.
Right.
We fought to the 49th parallel or whatever, and we just drew a line there, and we said, okay, it's going to be South Korea, and this is going to be North Korea. And North Korea fell into autocracy, and South Korea, we imposed liberal values on.
Yeah, exactly. But like
that's why it looks so different on the map.
Yeah, but it's the reason it looks so different on the map is not just because North Korea's own government sucks, which is true. It's because their government, we don't agree with their government ideologically. We're like, we're not going to trade with you. We're not going to give you access to fucking anything.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's a communist government, quote unquote. So that completely destroys the entire narrative that he's saying. And like the reason that, and then America, on the other hand, seems totally fine working with South Africa until there's some like massacre that gets a lot of bad press during America's own civil rights movement era. And so we're like, oh shit, maybe we shouldn't be so, maybe we should be pushing for them to change for like very political reasons that have nothing to do with this weird like socialism versus Nazism idea.
Yeah. I mean, we did fucked up shit in the Middle East too, because we wanted access to natural resources. So
sure.
It's completely, I look at the world like we want certain things and we're very pragmatic about how to get them. We're not remotely ideologically possessed how he's framing it. Like if we think we can get something out of this is what people constantly complain about. This is what Kurt Metzger will complain about. What Jimmy Dore will complain about. It's like, we don't care if you're left wing or right wing. If we want your oil or your rare earth materials.
Right. Well, I'm glad you brought this up because it's actually a good point, a really good point that I didn't even realize he said it. He's being completely hypocritical here because he's on one hand saying he's trying to take the realist position, right? Mm-hmm. Where everything's power games. But on the other hand, he's claiming that America is not operating under realist ideas or principles. Yeah, they're operating under their own liberal ideals.
Right.
So which is it?
Yeah. This is just, it's goofy.
Oh my God.
But I mean, I do understand how it's written in a style that's very kind of like Revelations.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Right. So I do understand why the right wingers just love it to death. I mean, it's written like 40K. You're like, oh my God, this is the world right here. You're like, yeah.
Well, that's why, but that's why I was assuming maliciousness on his part. He is a very intelligent person who's crafting his arguments in very persuasive ways.
Yeah, it's all propaganda. It totally is.
Right.
Yeah.
But then it's like, what the like this is wild to me.
Look, you read that stuff and you think progressives always win. I'm tired of being under the boot of the progressives. Right. I want freedom.
Right. Well, do you want freedom? Freedom is overrated, Adam.
Oh yeah, no, I want freedom.
No, I don't. Do you even want freedom?
He lays out in the look. I hate that I think this because it's the counter argument to not citing books is just moronic. It's like we live in a world where our store of information is in these things called books.
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that, right? I mean, reading books is good.
Sure, of course. You just can't uncritically.
No, obviously. You got to take it all in and kind of sift the wheat from the chaff. But
exactly,
he lays out an argument in the narrow corridor to liberty. I mean, we've talked about it before, like the Gilgamesh problem. Forces uniting against the populace to tyrannize them, and he talks about some of these places that are, basically anarchy. I mean, he might even mention Somalia. I'm trying to remember if it is Somalia, where he talks about this road to the airport where like if anyone who goes on that road ends up getting pulled over and jacked for their car and their gasoline. So that's freedom.
I'm back. Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
Welcome back, Dev.
So how much more of this are you going to subjugate us to? I do kind of feel like I'm being oppressed a little bit here.
Oh, do you want us? I mean, this is okay. So we did chapter 1 plus all of our other talks, and we have about 5 more chapters to go.
Yeah, we can't do 5 more chapters.
I'll have a heart attack and die before that happens.
Well, we can get through them faster because we're not like goofing around with other like trans topics and stuff, though.
Well, I mean, if that's what you want to do, can you give us like the broad strokes on chapter 1 through 5 in like 20 minutes?
I already am.
Well, before you do, so I said when you were gone, Deb, I said,
okay, yeah,
and maybe you can tell me whether this is happening or not. I said, isn't Mencius Moldbug being a hypocrite because his position is that ideology doesn't matter, everything is just realist power games, and yet he's now making an argument that America's belief system and its attitudes is based entirely on ideology and not based on realistic principles or principles of realism.
Yeah, possibly. I think so. Yes, I think you're correct there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got him.
And I think, well, that's the thing. He's a very good writer, so you don't notice the first time you're reading it.
Well, also because you might not notice it while reading it, but then if you summarize the points and then look back,
yeah, you go back and you read it again. And
it's a very different experience. You're like, oh, wait a minute,
yeah. So. But I can try to do a little bit faster though. Okay, here. It's
me. Oh. I have like a 20-minute fucking diatribe every time you say like insane.
Well, and I don't. I mean, I don't know how this stuff relates. I mean, I do know. It's basically he just wants to make the argument that progressives have their boots on the right wingers' necks. That's the broad strokes. Actually, the whole thing, the 5 chapters. That's where all of it goes.
Very slowly with a lot of evidence, but yeah.
Well, evidence in finger quotes, obviously, because
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Seems to be getting a lot of the history wrong. So,
yes, he does. Yeah. So actually, okay. So here, let me read to you the first little bit of the second chapter. Okay. Here. Okay. So he says, in chapter 1, we looked at 3 anomalies in progressive political thought: a surprising definition of the word independence, an oscillatory ambivalence around the concept of nationalism, and a gradient insensitivity to human rights violations. And so he's summing up, here's the 3 questions that I asked in the first chapter that the progressive answers to are not really all that compelling. And I'm just thinking like, well, yeah, but also your description of the 3 problems were not entirely correct either, though.
Right.
So which is kind of where the actual issue lies.
Well, it's like I created a straw man of you. How come it isn't, your answer? It's like there's a great political comic I can't find anymore. That was like every political comic is the same. It's calm, rational, reasonable person that represents the artist view. Irrational, yelling, crazy person that represents, the other side. Other, crazy person defeated by calm, rational argument.
Mm-hmm. And in fact, I have one where it's like a crazy person yelling at a very calm Hitler.
In a future.
And it's like, well, Hitler's being very reasonable here because he looks calm. Yeah, it's like, okay. Right. Yeah. So Moldbug says that these 3 anomalies are not only progressive, they're also conservative. They are shared across the conservative progressive spectrum. They are modernist anomalies. Mm-hmm. they are as close to universal as it comes, unless the past is allowed to descent. Because if we look backward, we see that these ideas have come along quite recently. To a progressive, that is mere progress. But if you are an evolutionary geneticist, you might also call it a selective sweep. These anomalies have some competitive advantage in modern politics. So he's making the case that although the progressive explanation for these three questions, as he has posed them, which are incorrect posings of the question, but he poses the three questions, he outlines the progressive answer for them, and he says that even though the progressive answer for them seems to be incorrect, they must stick around for some reason or another. And now he's going to get into his reasons as to why he thinks the progressive ideas stick around.
Okay, I can't wait.
He has two hypotheses. All right.
Demons.
The first hypothesis, the first one he calls the null hypothesis, and that is
using a little science there.
Yeah, the progressives are just correct.
There you go.
That's it. And also the conservatives tend to also share this hypothesis most of the time.
When he says progressives here, does he mean anyone that subscribes to any ideology that falls under the concept of liberalism?
Yeah, pretty much.
So he's calling Republicans here progressives.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. What he's basically saying is that so when the three of us looked over those three questions and we found all these problems with them.
Yeah.
However, as they are formulated, they do kind of stand with some strange quirks. It's because they're formulated incorrectly. But he's saying that it's what's going on here. One hypothesis is that the progressive point of view is just factually correct. It's just accurate. When the liberals describe the world, they are just saying the truth, and that's it. And that's one hypothesis, is that everything that he's been talking about, all these criticisms are just false, and it's actually the liberal way of viewing the world is actually the truth.
Right.
And I'm just like, yes, yes, that's what's actually happening.
Yeah.
But his second hypothesis is that the international community is an inherently predatory force. And so by the international community, he means the West. He means liberal democracies. He means NATO. You know, he means the international, all the various international communities and institutions that have been built up since basically the West won against the Nazis in 1945. Everything from the end of World War II up to the present day that has been built by liberal capitalist democracy, all of that is an intentionally predatory machine.
Go on. Well, no, you're
yes.
You done with the diatribe? Like if we
go on.
If we landed there and we said, look, we have replicators and time machines for you and robot waifus. We're here to give you utopia. He would say that was predatory. That's the problem here.
He actually would.
Yes, that's a giant problem.
He would view
here,
that
look, it's
as
our desalinization machine for you. Look, here is free energy. How dare you come subjugate me?
You would basically view it as giving up your sovereignty for material progress.
It's funny how this is literally just right-wing socialism.
Yeah, most people would take that deal, though. That's the thing.
Yeah,
this is just literally right-wing socialism.
I have met people in like the neo-reactionary camp who have called themselves right-wing Leninists.
That makes sense if you hear this stuff. Yeah.
Yes, right-wing Leninists. So now that he has laid out the two hypotheses, right? The null hypothesis is that those three questions, that they are as they simply appear to be, as regular history will tell you, as Wikipedia will tell you, as journalists will tell you, as the media will tell you, as all the books that you can read in the library will tell you. Things just are as they appear to be. However, the three questions, if you look at them through the filter of the second hypothesis, that the international community, the progressive international liberal community, is a predator, it's a predatory machine that devours nations, suddenly we start to get very different views of what these three questions actually are. So the first question was, what happened to the third world? Moldbug makes the claim that it was conquered and devastated by the international community.
So wait, before you continue, so is he saying that the international community intentionally conquered the third world and then cut it loose for some reason?
He's arguing that colonialism never ended.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but
Mhm.
so is he going to make the argument that like the reason the imperial powers left the third world is because they wanted cheap labor or something? He's going to make one of those arguments?
He's going to claim that the imperial powers have never left the third world.
I mean,
Okay,
to some
but-
extent they have it. So
What does that mean, I guess?
Well, let's see what it means. Sorry,
Okay.
I know exactly what it means in his
Okay.
view. Okay.
Gotcha.
So he asks the question, what is actually, in terms of the functioning of the state, a declaration of independence? Well, on the progressive side, it tends to, if we're talking about decolonization, it tends to mean a change in the ethnicity of the individuals running the government. So the foreign colonizers who are running the government, they're out, and then native workers come in and run the government. So you're changing the ethnicity, the ethnic makeup of the state. However, that's considered racist in the West.
Is he saying that's every constitution is just that? It's just changing ethnicity of who's in charge?
He's saying that a declaration of independence. Remember, he's a realist here, right? So we're talking
Yes.
like the actual ideology of the state doesn't matter. It just
Right.
matters who's in control. So
Yeah.
what he's saying is that when one state declares independence from another state, all that changes is the ethnic makeup of the people who are in government. That's one of his
Okay.
arguments here. Yeah.
Okay.
So and it even makes kind of sense for America, right? Because the British were replaced by the Americans. So it's like, all right, okay.
Yeah, but it wasn't under the grounds that were like, we don't like those ethnic Brits. I mean, most people in America consider themselves ethnically British.
Yes. But I mean, if we're looking at ethnicity from the constructive point of view, like it's going to be habits and culture and relations and less about genetics. If we're
Yeah,
looking
but-
at that form of ethnicity, then it does
Yeah.
seem to be the case that every single Declaration of Independence is a group deciding they're going to be sovereign. And so the ethnicity of the government changes.
That's not true, though. I mean, so like when the French revolted and they wrote their Declaration of Independence, they weren't viewing themselves as a different ethnicity. They're like, listen, these people in power don't have our best interests at heart. We need to do something different. We don't want to have kings anymore.
Yes, you can always point
Same
out
with
the
Civil
areas
War.
where you can always point out
Civil War.
areas where Mulbug is just wrong about these things. Yes.
Okay.
It's,
I mean,
yeah.
like that definitely happens because, in history, there's been lots of times where like one nation conquers another nation. And so obviously you could point to that as an example, but I don't know, to make a universal claim like that is not true. But anyway.
So, and this is actually a question that I posed, and I think this question is probably actually has some merit to it. I posed this in the last chapter.
Mhm.
Can any of these independent nations ever be considered independent if they receive trillions of dollars in Western aid? It's like, you know what? That's actually a fair point. Okay,
I don't think so, but continue.
your government isn't ruled by a foreign government, but your entire budget comes from that foreign government's coffers, such that if they cut you off, your entire state would collapse. You're probably not actually independent.
Yeah, if it's to that
that seems
extreme,
reasonable.
obviously. Yeah,
Yeah.
if it's to that extreme, yeah, sure.
And then he says, the structures of government in a genuinely independent, decolonized country should resemble the structures that existed before colonization. And because this never happened, and the entire third world retained its post-colonial Western imposed nationalism. So because Africa did not revert to a tribal state, or like an era of like various tribal kingdoms and stuff, because it kept the modern form of government, it is still colonized.
Okay, that's really stupid, but okay.
Totally
Because-
stupid.
Because modern governments, modern democracy, modern nationalism, modern socialism, these are all Western constructions, and it's the institutions of the old African tribal kings.
So does that mean we're
they
still
would have to
English
revert to-
because we are fashioned our system off of English common law?
It does mean that you're progressive.
Oh, okay.
Because yeah. So the argument that he's going to make is that even if you have independent countries in Africa,
Mhm.
because they use the progressive government form of having a nation, like a modern nation with borders and passports, and rather than having some sort of tribal chieftain or some sort of tribal kingdom structure or something like what Africa had before colonization, it's still fundamentally colonized.
This is literally CRT. This is like, oh my God. black people didn't find their own black version of government or knowledge and instead used a quote unquote white European version of governance and knowledge. Therefore, they've lost some aspect of their blackness. Like this is literally CRT.
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious.
Oh my God.
Yes, it's right-wing CRT.
Oh, this is so bad.
Why are they all falling for right-wing CRT?
Presumably for the same reason that leftists fall for left-wing CRT.
Well, someone brought up a good point, and that CRT naturally, I think, has a lot of alignment with Nazism. And so there is a question of whether CRT really is a left-wing or right-wing philosophy.
So then he also makes the point that Moldbug asks in his words, to whom did this rash of fresh presidents, congresses, and liberation fronts owe its existence? And he points out that usually they owe their existence from Paris, London, Moscow, or Washington. So the idea is all of these various post-colonial governments that are supposed to be decolonized were all nonetheless funded by various European and Western powers. And he'll call them progressive powers. And so he calls these states Muppet states, not puppet states, Muppet states. And he says that they are like puppet states, but they appear to be far more independent, but they're actually not. They are often hostile towards their masters. However, this shouldn't be considered some sort of sign that they're not independent, because as he says, the phenomenon of dependent rebellion is quite familiar to anyone who has ever been a teenager. And then he gives the example of Charles de Gaulle in the Second World War, where de Gaulle, even like he was allowed by the Americans and the British to oppose their ideas, even though his Muppet government was entirely based within Britain and was dependent on Britain's support. He was allowed to put forward a different point of view in the name of speaking for the French people, even though he just had no power whatsoever, because that legitimized him in the eyes of their enemies.
Oh, this is
Does that make sense?
Cope. This is insane levels of cope, but yeah.
I think this analysis probably has some truth to it, because de Gaulle was basically propped up by the British, and de Gaulle did spit in the face of the British a lot during World War II.
Right. No. So let me be clear.
Yeah,
right. I'm not saying his example is true. The same way, like what's that Ukrainian guy that everyone points to? They're like, he was a Nazi. The Nazis supported him, and he's some like Ukrainian hero. You know who I'm talking about?
No, I know who you're talking about. I don't know the name though.
Yeah. So because there's this guy who basically I think he was literally arrested by the Nazis or something, but then the Nazis eventually let him go because he was so virulently anti-communist that they knew he would just cause trouble for the communists in Ukraine, essentially, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's like, yeah, there are times that happens in the world, but this line of logic really triggers the fuck out of me, which is like someone says, hey, Johnny Appleseed over here, he's doing something wrong. I go, well, how do you know Johnny Appleseed doing something wrong? And then they say, well, I know Johnny Appleseed doing something wrong because last week I saw Paul Bunyan do something wrong over there. And you're like, well, wait a minute. That's a different person.
Busted.
Doing a different fucking thing. And so we see this a lot like, oh, well, the reason that we know that my theory is correct, even though that there are all these, third world countries and non, affiliated countries that piss off first world countries and do things that they don't like, even though they're still under their thumb and still on a leash and still ruled by them, is because I have a different example of a different person in a different situation where that was the case.
Do you want to keep raging or should I continue?
No, keep going.
Okay. So he says, under the pretext of liberation and independence, most remnants of the traditional non-European governing institutions were destroyed. The colonialism of the old gave way to the new colonialism of the Cold War. And in Moldbug's view, this was far worse. The third world continues to westernize. Westerners still control them, though now they're called aid workers instead of administrators. However, the West doesn't even profit off it anymore. Western taxpayers pay for it, and the people of the third world collapse into government dysfunction and civil war. And so this is his theory of the international community. All right.
Mhm.
And he says, well, we can filter it down through the two hypotheses again. So what is the international community? If the international community is actually, a righteous and true and good progressive institution, then the third world will eventually come around as it goes through these growing pains, and it will also become progressive as well. And it will also become more functional over time. However, Moldbug doesn't believe this because of the Orwellian way that language is used by the progressives to describe the third world. He thinks that they're hiding something. Then he says, if the predator hypothesis of the international community is true, then the state of the third world is simply because the progressives have destroyed it for their own game.
Okay.
These are his two explanations for this point of view.
Wouldn't if you have this is where what you said earlier comes into play, Sitch, because if your ideology is liberalism, individual freedom, and you have a standoff approach to these other nations, they're going to fall apart if those liberal principles aren't embodied within the nation, because they're going to become autocracies. A small ruling elite is going to subjugate the mass of the population, and they're going to fall apart. So
Right.
where's the contradiction?
I don't know. Where's the contradiction?
Well, no,
I don't know.
There's a
But
secret plan,
he's-
Adam. Don't you
look,
see? There's a secret plan here.
is he saying that we've foisted liberal values onto them and that's why they've fallen apart? It's actually quite the
Yes.
opposite. We
That's what he's
have
saying.
not foisted liberal values on them, and that's why they fell apart.
He is saying that the entire colonial project has been foisting progressive values on Africa for 400 years.
That's
and
not
it's been
true.
It's been a long, slow 400-year destruction of the entire continent.
That's not true. We tried that in Iraq, and it was an utter failure.
Right.
I mean, I don't agree with him, but that's the claim that he's making, is that
Right.
the reason that all of these colonized places are in the state that they're in is because they're still
We
colonized.
left
He's saying that we did.
because we left and said, you manage your own affairs along with liberal principles.
He's saying that was just all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah,
We're still there, but now we're there under the guise of being aid workers, and they're still implementing our political
If
theories by
unless you have
making modern
resources
states.
that we need, take care of your own affairs. That's liberalism.
I mean, he's literally making I hate it. He's literally making every fucking possible left-wing socialist argument. Everything that's wrong in the world is the fault of America. America's so bad. All these third world countries, they're only third world countries because America bad. Now, on one hand, I earlier complained that, why didn't the America and the European powers retain control over these African countries? But on the other hand, I'm going to complain, well, they didn't, retain direct control over them. And instead of doing the soft power shit, okay? It's one or the other. One or the other.
So the second question was nationalism. What's the deal with nationalism?
How do these?
What's the deal?
How does he lay out that these third world countries actually have liberal values? Because they don't. They're like authoritarian regimes, run everything and subjugate everyone.
He doesn't say liberal values. He says progressive values.
What does that mean?
And he specifically means progressive style governments. So
that is not. They don't have democracy. They have fake democracy.
But he says that's also progressive anyway.
The president of Zimbabwe literally won the lottery.
Yes,
that's how corrupt it is.
The argument is that a truly non-progressive Zimbabwe would not have a president. It would have whatever tribal leader that area had before the Europeans came along.
Yeah, but that's brain dead.
That's
yes.
I mean,
that's Moldbug.
That's a different level of autocracy.
That's just CRT.
Yeah, he is saying that because all these African countries still have governments that were conceived of by some kind of Western political theorist, whether it be a fascist one or a socialist one or a liberal one or whatever, because it's still a Western framing
They're still white,
of some stripe, it's still colonization. and that to truly decolonize them means to revert them to a political structure that existed before Europeans showed
look,
up.
I would say that the political structure did exist before Europeans showed up, and that they have reverted back to that political structure, just wearing the clothes of some sort of Western liberal democracy, when in reality they are an autocracy, which is the same as a monarchy or any form of dictatorship before. So that is you agree that autocracy is the first form of government, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have like a tribe leader and a tribe. Yeah, makes sense.
Well, rule by elites. Basically, the elites subjugate everybody else. They lock other people out of political power and they make the rules. That is the form of government that these countries have reverted back to. Sure, and they pretend to be democratic, you know, they pretend to have secure property rights when that's not true. You know, whoever's in charge can come and take your property away from you. They pretend to have freedom of speech. They don't. They have blasphemy laws and stuff. They pretend to have democracy when it's all just a scam. Look, North Korea is a democracy. Right?
So his name is Empire says, okay, yeah, these guys don't understand the argument at all, and they're just defaulting to horseshoe bullshit. No. I'm like repeating his words, man.
You don't understand the argument? This is the thing. A lot of
he's
times
saying that we don't understand the argument.
That's what they always say.
Yeah.
Literally, they always say. And then they come on
and then
we talk to them, and it's literally the same fucking conversation again and again. And it's just like, I don't know.
A lot of people feel the argument.
Here's what I want you to do, Dev. Whenever you're looking at your notes and you see the word liberal or liberalism or progressive, I want you to replace it and say Republicans.
Oh, that's a good one.
Because it's true, and I think it reads to people differently.
I know. Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Try it on one. Let's do one. Read the last one with replacing it with Republican.
I'm not sure that this one has. Now that actually, hold on. You want me to get through this or not?
Yeah, get through it.
No, don't get through it. Never
let's
get
be
through
here
it.
all. Okay. Yeah. The second question. We're revisiting the second question. Now it's nationalism. And he says that nationalist regimes and movements are considered good when they are doing God's work, which means their goal is to become nice multilateral members of the international community.
Mm-hmm.
True independence must mean
so evil getting along with your neighbors. So bad.
Know, right?
True independence must mean defying international opinion.
Okay.
Which is again, this is the Somaliland argument of it exists in spite of its neighbors, so therefore it's more dependent than those.
If you
who
were
exist
really progressive, you'd break all the rules.
Yeah. Well, if you're really anti-progressive, but yeah, I know what you mean. Now he spends. I skipped over a huge fucking chunk. He spends like half of the goddamn chapter talking about his trip to Naples and his personal experience in Naples and how it shaped this part of the book.
Yeah.
And he says that basically the economic destruction of Naples was a result of Italian unification. He describes the state of the city back when it was the capital of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, and the state of the city now that it has been integrated into a wider Italian state, and how it basically went downhill and had all of its wealth plundered. And also how modern writers consider Naples to have always been a shithole, but you can go back and read older writers and see that it actually wasn't always a shithole.
Okay.
So
I skipped all of this when I read it because I was I'm not. This turned into a travel blog now.
Yes.
It's like why am I reading this garbage?
So it seemed so basically it seemed to be the case that he uses this as an example of propagandizing the modern reader regarding what actually destroyed Naples, and therefore what actually destroyed, let's say, other countries or other places, and saying, oh no, it wasn't progressive policies, even though in Moldbug's view, Italian unification was a progressive project. It wasn't the progressives that destroyed Naples. You know, that's kind of the stance that he's taking.
But since we should have zero trust in his recounting of history at this point. So.
He's kind of correct in that basically when Italy unified, I learned this in while researching for the fascism video.
Mm-hmm.
When Italy unified, the immense material wealth of the North basically like destroyed and subjugated the South. When they were independent, when they were two independent nations, it wasn't really a problem. But once they were under one one federal government, the South was basically neglected. So there is some truth to this.
I see. There you go.
And Moldbug makes the case that progressives, despite always appearing to be, you know, decent, intelligent, kind people, they always end up involved somehow in long, bloody struggles for liberal nationalism and independence against reactionary forces. He brings up the American Revolution, the Civil War, the Italian Wars of Unification, the Greek War of Independence, the German 1848 Revolution.
So wait, can you repeat the original statement?
That progressives, despite always appearing to be, you know, kind and decent.
Remember,
and
when you say
intelligent,
progressives, you have to replace it with Republicans.
Despite
Republicans, yes,
always appear to be, they appear to be kind and decent, well-meaning, intelligent, educated people,
right?
and yet they always turn up around long and bloody struggles for independence, like the American Revolution, the Civil War, the Italian Wars.
See, but this is the problem.
The Greek War of Independence, etc. So
I'm
he's basically
so
saying
glad. I'm a fucking 10th dimensional genius, Deb.
Okay, let's hear it.
When you read this is the problem. When he says progressives, he's including Republicans in that talking point.
Yeah, the neocons.
But he knows that the word, it's like, because the word means something different to everyone reading it than what he means by it, that statement hits you so differently. When you say, well, why are progressives not living up to their values? Okay, they're in all these bloody wars. And you hear progressives, we think of like a bunch of fucking hippies, you know, a bunch of AOCs somewhere. But then you're like, wait a minute, he also includes Republicans in that statement. So if you just switch out the language a little bit and you say, well, why are Republicans, who are good, decent people, always fighting in wars for their own freedom? And suddenly you're like, wait a minute, we all know the answer to that question. It makes sense instantly why that's going on.
Yeah.
So to me, it really shows kind of a dishonesty of the use of language and completely fixates on my point I said about why he's defining progressives and conservatives the way he's doing it is in very dishonest fashion. Because if he says, why are Republicans fighting wars for their independence? Everyone says, no fucking duh. Then we all intuitively know why Republicans are doing that.
We want the oil.
Well, no, it's because they believe in having fucking freedom and independence.
Yeah.
And the oil. Remember
the oil.
Donald Trump said we should have
Thank you.
kept the
Thank you,
oil?
Adam.
Donald Trump was like,
Thank you.
why didn't we keep the oil in Iraq? What a bunch of dumbasses.
There you go.
So at this point, Moldbug asks a question. And the question is, why is it that educated, cosmopolitan, and civilized thinkers like the progressives support predatory,
Republicans,
cynical, bogus nationalism? That's what he's asking. And basically he's saying that like the progressives, they present themselves as being, you know, good and moral and right and just and well-educated and intelligent people of culture, you know, people of morality, and yet they're always around these events and these movements.
But wait, he's mixing up his
tons of
terms
bloodshed.
now. He's mixing up his terms now, because now when he says progressives, he means the American definition of progressives. He doesn't mean his unique version of progressive.
Well, no, because he views pretty much everyone who is a liberal, or hold on, anyone who is, hold on, I'm thinking. I'm trying to formulate it here. When he says progressive, what he means are liberals and socialists, and sometimes fascists, though sometimes not. And he also means conservatives. He means neocons.
I know, but this
means
is the problem.
He means everyone who believes in any philosophy that is post-enlightenment.
I know, I understand that, but when you read the last sentence you just read again, he's not talking about anyone that believes in post-enlightenment. He's talking about coastal elite lefty types.
Yep.
So he's using his language
you're
all over the place.
So back in chapter 1, you know, he defined the progressives and the conservatives. And you said like, well, the conservatives, like they're like white and fat and they live in suburbs and they drive around minivans. Like,
exactly.
He defined these two classes, right? Yeah. And now it seems like, you know, you're correct here. Yes. It seems like he's doing a weird switch, because
this is why I'm saying it's intentionally dishonest. Okay.
Yeah,
he's like, I'm going to define progressives this way so that I trick and emotionally manipulate conservatives, American conservatives, into becoming my weirdo version of conservatives.
Well, because he views those conservatives as progressives moving the speed limit, right? So they will eventually become progressives anyway.
But the way he's using the language, he keeps jumping back and forth between his definition and the American definition.
I think he would justify that by saying that because the other groups would eventually become progressives anyway, we can just treat them like they are.
Yeah, but he can't justify it, because he's
it's stupid. It's stupid, but like,
no,
I get
it's not
it,
a question of stupidity. It's intentionally dishonest.
Okay.
Assuming that the way you're reading the sentences are the way he's structuring sentences, because
Here,
he
let me
cannot
control F it so I can actually get the
Right.
actual sentence, because I did summarize some of this.
He cannot make statements about progressives as being a post-enlightenment philosophy. Anyone that believes in post-enlightenment philosophies, which includes modern day Republicans, and then turn around and say progressives are a bunch of coastal elitist, college educated Ivy League assholes, because then he's jumping away from his definition of progressive to the American definition of progressive.
Here, let me actually read the passage, okay? So
Okay.
just so it's not my summation of that might be the problem. Okay. He says, the unification of Italy was an event in the 19th century's great struggle between liberalism and reaction, the international liberal movement of the 20th century, in which a figure such as Karl Schurz could go from German revolutionary in 1848 to Civil War general in 1861, was the clear precursor of today's international community. And once again, we see it playing the same predatory role, conquering and destroying in the name of liberation and independence. Unless you count the American Revolution, perhaps the first and clearest case of this strange phenomenon, multilateral independence, was the Greek War of Independence. As Lewick, without a trace of irony, puts it, after a long and bloody struggle, and with the aid of the great powers, independence was finally granted by the Treaty of Constantinople in July 1832. And if we look at the citizens of said great powers, principally, of course, Great Britain, who gave us the Greek independence, we can see the same type of people who are behind Mazzini, Schurz, and all the way down to today's international community: liberals, radicals, thinkers, artists, progressives. Again, these are the best and nicest people in the world, now or then. So why in the world do they always seem to turn up in the same breath as phrases like long and bloody struggle? So we have not solved the anomaly of nationalism, but at least we have reduced it to the same problem as our first anomaly, which has to be something. What happened to the third world? It was devoured by predatory, cynical, bogus nationalism. Why would educated, cosmopolitan, and civilized thinkers support predatory, cynical, bogus nationalism? And that's the entire passage that I summed up.
Okay. I mean, that didn't really help the conversation.
I know. I was
Sorry,
like, what the
sorry.
hell is that?
We were kind of talking about something different, but it's fine.
Oh, okay, well, Jesus, I'm sorry.
It's
I thought that
fine.
would help.
No, it didn't help at all.
I guess. Oh, Jesus. Well,
still
I guess.
appreciate you, Dev.
Okay. Well, I think you have something that because, like, here's the thing. If you look at the people that he's talking about, the 1848 German revolutionary, he's not a progressive the same way that, like, AOC is. He might have been a progressive as in his,
Even
we all
calling them a
obviously
progressive is
accept that.
deceptive, though.
No, obviously.
well,
accept that, right?
no, he might have been a progressive in his era, but he's not today.
Right,
So
but
going together is not really relevant.
right. But my point is, that's my argument.
Yes.
Right?
Okay,
So I
yes,
feel like
yes.
he is grouping them together for nefarious reasons.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
so-
the
so yeah,
relevancy
he says-
right there, is to
yeah,
be
he says-
dishonest and propagandistic. That's the
Right.
relevancy.
Yeah, he says, if we look at the citizens of the great powers, principally of Great Britain, who gave us Greek independence in July 1832, we see the same type of people who were behind Mazzani's Schurz and all the way down to today's international community: liberals, radicals, thinkers, artists, progressives. So he is taking these two groups and saying they're the same thing.
Right. So that's what he's like. That's the problem. He keeps jumping back and forth. That's why I said, whenever he says progressives or liberals, substitute it in your mind with Republican, because he's conflating these things when it suits his interest, and he's differentiating them when it suits his interest.
Yeah. Deceptively.
Yes.
He's
Right.
a rhetorician and a shitty blogger.
Well, I mean, he's a very good writer. It's just that you have to read it a couple times to see the cracks in it.
Where's the
Yeah.
gold
First time-
standard stuff?
Okay.
I didn't get to that in my part of it.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay, good.
Yeah.
Whew.
So, the third question was the Nazism versus Marxism question, and he wants to go over that with his two hypotheses as well.
Mhm.
The progressives are an international predator versus progressives are right and just and good. So he says Hitler today is detested for his human rights violations, and the Allies are therefore revered for defeating Hitler, wrapping the whole problem up in a neat little bow. The only problem with this theory of World War II is that it has no resemblance to reality. And he basically says that everyone knew about Soviet Russia's actions, and yet the liberal West still sided with him. Roosevelt and Churchill did not actually care about the Jews, and the Allies killed many civilians as well. this goes back to the whole liberals do it if they have to, but these other people do it as a matter of course. That I think we kind of already covered that.
Mhm.
He then makes the claim that
Well, also,
the
wait, I just want to say
international-
for a second,
Okay.
I don't know if that's historically accurate because it wasn't. It wasn't really, to my understanding, it wasn't even really super well known how fucking bad the Holocaust was until after
Yeah,
the
totally.
war. Until after they actually went into Germany and into these countries and were like, holy shit. Like, because this is kind of the problem too. And this is kind of the problem I have with like this sort of conspiracy mind view that he's kind of laying forward. We see right now, with all the wealth of information we have, no one can decide on fucking anything. No one can understand, even with all of our information, no one there's all these arguments. Is Russia winning against Ukraine? Or are they losing? How badly is Russia winning? How badly is Ukraine losing? What exactly is going on in the situation? No one can agree because there's so much propaganda on both sides. And that's the way it's been forever. There was so much war propaganda going on during World War II, going on during the Cold War afterwards. I mean, we've seen all these articles, they pop up these articles in the New York Times, like, here's the New York Times defending Nazism in 1930, right? Or here's the New York Times defending the Soviet Union in 1960. Like, so the idea that, look, everyone knew what we know nowadays, that's not true.
So one of the things he's citing here is a book called Buried by the Times, The Holocaust in America's Most Important Newspaper, where basically the claim is made that the New York Times knew about, due to some kind of investigation, knew about the Holocaust and decided not to report on it before the wider Western world knew. I don't know how true it is, but that's what he's citing.
Well, first of all, I'm super skeptical of that. But even if that's true, that wouldn't prove the point. That would mean that one organization somehow knew something and then covered up for some weird political purpose, right?
Now, I'm gonna quickly search this book and just not the whole book, just I want to see if it's considered like a conspiracy book.
What
or
was
something.
it called?
Buried by the Times.
Buried by the Times. Because we've heard the same. Here's the problem too. Have we not all heard the exact same arguments against New York Times only defending communism?
Yeah.
How does that fit in Mencius Mollbach's?
Oh yeah, wasn't there a thing where a bunch of journalists were sent off to Moscow to like live up the high life and to report back that the socialist project was working out and actually was all just bullshit?
This is how does any of that, how does that work in his worldview, I guess, at this point with this argument?
Oh, okay, here's one criticism. Okay. Yeah. This is by Pete Novick of the Washington Post. The tone of Left's account, Left is the author of the book, the tone of Left's account is one of unremitting outrage. When the Times fails to report on any Holocaust-related event, she is outraged. If the paper reports on it, she's outraged that the report isn't on the front page. When a Holocaust story was on the front page, she complains that it isn't high enough on the front page.
Mm.
When there is no editorial on some Holocaust-related subject, she is outraged, and if there is an editorial, she's outraged that it isn't the lead editorial. Right. She is regularly outraged when either a reportage or commentary, whatever place, mentions not Jews alone, but other victims as well. Okay, so it maybe the. Sitch, Sitch, you're Jewish, so you probably know this. There's like a faction of Jewish activism that really doesn't want other victims of the Holocaust to be talked about. I'm sure you've encountered that before.
No, actually, I haven't.
Oh, really? No,
they don't want to be talked about, like that. All the handicapped people that got killed in the.
Yeah. It's a radical faction. It's a radical small faction of Jewish activism that says no, the Holocaust should only be a Jewish story. We can't talk about gays. We can't talk about we can't talk about handicapped people. We can't talk about Russians who were killed. We can't talk. No, it has to be only about Jews.
Right.
And it seems like this person might be part of that faction.
Maybe, I have no clue. And I mean, I don't want to judge this person's work entirely on a comment or a Wikipedia article or something. But I just want to be clear, because there's a difference between a person writing a book where they say, hey, the New York Times really dropped the ball on Nazi stories, versus saying the New York Times knew how bad the Holocaust was and intentionally covered it up, right? Those are two incredibly different claims.
Yeah, it seems like Moldbug is like he on the page, he has like a link to the Amazon page for the book, but he doesn't actually like quote the book. So I think he's just assuming,
right? He's kind of
that people just like see
generalization of it.
Yeah. Right. He's assuming that people are just gonna like look at the headline of the book and be like, "Oh, dude,"
right?
They're not actually like look at the book. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Where? Hold on. Jesus. So he makes the claim that the international community and the allies that won the Second World War are one and the same, which is one of the reasons why our reaction to Nazi Germany was way more harsh than a reaction to the Soviet Union, because Nazi Germany lost and the Soviet Union was one of the victors.
Wait. What was the previous point again? Why did he bring up the Nazi book?
Okay, so he's talking about the international community, right?
Yeah.
And I mentioned earlier that
He
he's
said
going
they
to
didn't.
define.
Oh, he's saying they knew how bad the Holocaust was. They didn't care, and they attacked them for different reasons.
Oh, sorry. Basically, in the Western canon, this part's probably true. I think this part's true. In the Western canon, like World War II is framed up as this climactic battle, this final battle of good versus evil, where the forces of good destroyed the forces of evil, and like everything about us was good and everything about them was evil.
Yes.
Did I compare this to Revelations earlier? I think I did.
Yeah. Hitler was the ultimate villain and he like takes center stage in World War II. And he's saying, Moldbug is saying that this is not true because we allied ourselves with the Soviet Union, which was an equal evil to the Nazis, and we also committed our own atrocities.
Sure.
So he's saying that this hyper moralistic view of World War II, which is what our modern politics is at least partially defined by, which is true, that's a fundamentally false view.
Okay, I mean, obviously that's not true. Yeah, duh.
Okay,
I guess.
Hold on. His point of view just seems to be that what we currently call the international community, which is the progressive Western, United Nations, NATO, all this to use a phrase that I don't use, all this libcuck international bullshit, right? That all of this stuff is just a result of the fact that we won World War II. And there's no like moral righteousness behind it. It's just the fact that we won.
It's okay, but first of all, no, this is stupid because something can be more than one thing, right?
Yes.
Like, obviously, yeah, a lot of like, obviously a completely single narrative, jingoistic, view of World War II is going to be wrong and stupid, obviously. But the same token, what he's saying doesn't even make sense because that's not what happened. Because as he wanted to point out here, it's true that at the end of the war, even though it wasn't true at the beginning, in the beginning of the war, the Nazis and the socialists teamed up to invade Poland, right? But by the end of it, the socialists or the USSR got betrayed by the Nazis and they ended up siding with the Allied powers against the Nazis, okay? So if that was the end of history, if that was the end of the world order, then why didn't the liberals and the socialists shake hands and live in peace and harmony in our Avatar Four Nations world after that point? Why did that and then just lead to the Cold War existing for the next 40 years?
Well, it's like so Moldbug says this much later, but that he basically it's like I said it before, he views the Cold War as a civil war between two different types of progressives, and that basically the competing predatory block of fascism had been destroyed, and now it's all about just who gets the crown. I
understand that, but he was making an argument that the liberal order was established with the defeat of the Nazis or whatever. But that's not true.
The dissident right calls it the post World War II consensus. Yeah, that's what was established.
Which was that fascism bad?
I mean, it was basically that the people who won had some sort of moral righteousness, and that was like linked to our politics, and that moral righteousness is kind of unearned because we had our own problems. It's something like that.
I get that's literally every country in human history. I guess.
I know.
I mean, I don't know. Like, sure, okay, good job. I don't know. Really, every country creates like a narrative around like when they win. Was it history is written by the victors? Yeah, fucking duh. Okay.
I actually don't agree entirely that history is written by the victors. That's not a universal truth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm oversimplifying it, obviously, right? But...
When is it written by the losers?
All the time.
Okay.
Think about it. Like, if America, would we have ever actually heard about any of America's atrocities if history wasn't always written by people who have lost? We never would have, right? because America
Right, but that's
fucking
because we have
wins.
free speech in this country, and we believe in liberalism and all those horrible cucked things that Mensch Smallbug wants to get rid of.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
Yeah.
but that's what I mean though.
So we
is that
essentially allow history to be talked about by multiple sources, essentially.
yeah, and of course they'll say that's not true. That it's all just it's all just the water in the goldfish bowl. You know what I mean? Yeah, but
That's what they'll say, yeah.
there's always this effort to
Well, I'm sure the Iraqi writing of the American-Iraq War is much different though than our writing
sure.
of it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find the next quote here. Okay. All right. He says that the fascist movement was a competing predator. So we're still doing the whole predator hypothesis that the international community, the modern progressive order
I love that movie.
is a predator. Well, the fascist movement is a competing predator. Perhaps the Allies destroyed the Nazis for the same reason that a lion will kill a leopard if it gets the chance. Not because leopards are all that good to eat, but because there are only so many antelope in the world. So this point of view is, the power game of states has made it so that liberals aren't their morals don't matter, and it's all the realist power politics game. And the Nazis were just more honest about it. They were a competing predator on the world stage, and so liberalism had to destroy it.
That's stupid and not true, but okay.
Why isn't it true?
So, not Nazism and liberalism it's the same thing with socialism. This is the problem. Nazism, liberalism, and socialism cannot exist peacefully next to each other in their purest forms, because Nazism was kind of based off of this idea that, hey, we should basically make countries, and our country should be rooted around or based around this like pure ethnic idea where we expel all outsiders and we value strength and we get rid of the concepts of freedom and individual liberty. It's all bullshit, essentially, right? We're saying all this stuff is bullshit. Now, that idea could only coexist with liberalism if they basically walled off their country and said, we're just going to do our own thing, don't bother us, right? But we know that's not what happened. Germany invaded the rest of the rest of Europe, right?
Well, to be fair, the Spaniards were fascists for a while, and they did just wall themselves off, and they were left alone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I said that's the only way it could work, is if they walled themselves off and said left it alone. But we know that's not the case. They expand and they expand and they push outward, which is what Nazi Germany did. So there's a fundamental incompatible idea between the liberal values and Nazi values, just as there is and socialism's even worse, or communism is even worse, because communism by its own system believes that everything has to be on a universal level. There has to be a universal class consciousness that creates a revolution worldwide that everyone participates in. And so, they want to just, the end game of communism is that there's no country borders, right? There's just one unified.
Yeah. There's only communists, yeah.
Right. There's only communists and everyone's unified, together. And so these ideologies are going to be fundamentally at odds with the philosophies of liberalism and liberalism, Nazism, or let's just say liberalism, fascism, and socialism are going to be fundamentally at odds with each other. And they can't really peacefully coexist unless the only way they can peacefully coexist is that if fascism and socialism adapt the liberal principle of leaving people the fuck alone.
But see, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. They're going to view that. I'm pretty sure I already know the neo-reactionary reply to that. They're going to say that is liberalism pushing their values on you.
I understand that, but that's the irony of it. That's the irony of it.
And in fact, I think he actually says that because he now does an analysis of World War I. He basically says this. So I read the quote that I read was the fascist movement was a competing predator, perhaps so. Moldbug, this is, I think, the point, the first real point when I was reading this the first time that I said there's something seriously wrong here. And it is that Moldbug's analogy fell apart. So he said, the fascist movement was a competing predator. Perhaps the Allies destroyed the Nazis for the same reason that a lion will kill a leopard. Okay. He said a few paragraphs later, he says, if the international community is a predator, then reactionaries are its prey. So while the Soviets might be seen as a competing predator, fascism is something quite different. Fascism is a species of prey that decided to fight back. And I'm like, well, hold on. How can fascism be a species of prey that fights back when you said earlier that it was a competing predator? So I'm just like, hold on. Now the analogy isn't even the same fucking thing.
Yeah. Well, if you know,
Okay.
it's actually what's actually happening here is fucking hilarious. He's actually, ironically and hypocritically, grounding his argument in liberal philosophy.
Hilarious.
Because what is the entire thing? What is he doing in this entire passage? He's saying, poor reactionaries, we're the victim.
Yep.
We're the
Yes, he is.
victim.
And actually, so the next part is Moldbug gives an analysis of World War One, and he spends
Well,
like
let me just finish
section.
that thought,
Okay,
though.
okay,
Let me
okay.
just finish
Go
that thought.
on. Yeah.
And the reason I say that that's hypocritical for him to do is because the whole reactionary argument, this is with the Nazis, with Nietzsche, was that we need to reject the new notion, which liberalism has a good foundation in, and Christianity has a good foundation in, that we should protect weakness, that we should protect meekness, that we should protect victims, right? They're like, Nazism was like, we need to go
That's
back
so
to
hilarious.
lionizing and raising up strength. And yet, so it's completely hypocritical for the neo-reactionary to then frame his entire arguments like, oh, woe is the neo-reactionaries. We are the victim. We are the victim. Well, I guess that means that you fucking suck, right?
Yeah.
Under this logic
be
that like
slaves,
weakness
all
should
the
be,
neo- Look,
weakness should be chastised.
we should enslave the neo-reactionaries. I'm fully in favor of that.
So now Moldbug gives the World War One analysis, and he spends a shit ton of time. So I summarized it. The liberal world was scared of Germans, of like the natural German hypermilitarism that was in the Prussian state, and in that culture. Meanwhile, Germany was paranoid of being encircled by Britain, France, and Russia, which is geographically very easy to do.
Mhm.
World War One was liberal democracy versus German reaction, and the liberals believed that German reaction had to be wiped out because it is predatory. He points to one at some point, like halfway through the war or something. The diplomats come together, and Germany says, "Listen, we just want peace. We just want peace, guys. We'll go back to our old borders. Don't worry." And the British refuse this, and the British actually browbeat their allies into refusing it by saying that no, Germany must be crushed so that we can be safe. And
this was in after World War One.
This was World War One. Yeah. And basically, the reason that Germany finally ultimately decided to go to war with the Entente is because Germany believed that the advancement of progressive liberal values was eventually going to be a predator, and they were going to be prey. So they attacked first.
Is he saying that's why they went to war in World War II?
World War One.
Okay, wait. In World War One, they went to war to stop liberal values. This is what he's saying.
Yes, because they believed that liberal values were expanding and they were going to destroy their values.
Gotcha. Okay, I don't know enough about World War One to comment on that one way or the other, but sure. Okay.
Basically, the idea it's the realist security dilemma.
Yeah,
where like each state doesn't understand the capabilities of the other state or the intentions, so they just kind of like keep ramping up for war, and that's kind of what happened in World War One. Basically, the Germans attacked first because they believed that they had no other choice, but in actuality, the Allies, or they're called the Entente. The Entente wouldn't have started a war unless Germany already did it. But from Germany's point of view, they had no choice but to do it. And so basically, because of each person's or each group's, each state's subjective view and imperfect view of what was going on in the other states, they all made decisions that were rational, but ultimately led to World War One.
Right. From Germany's point of view, the Jedi were evil. Yeah, I understand.
Well, it's not just that. It's that like the Germans legitimately believed that they were going to be destroyed by the advancement of liberal values, and so they said that we had to strike first.
Supposedly.
Aiden wants to come on, and she swears she's only had one drink.
They did actually believe this, Sitch.
Okay.
They just,
okay. As I said, I don't know enough about World War One.
It wasn't true, but they did believe it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So basically, the null hypothesis that progressivism is good and true and righteous just doesn't seem to work in Moldbug's opinion, and the predator hypothesis that Western liberal capitalist progressive democracy, et cetera, the international community, the current world order is actually a predator that does not act like it's a predator. It may not even know that it is a predator, but it is a predator.
Oh, we know we're a predator. Don't
okay.
Don't mess around, okay? Don't make us come up there to Canada. We know what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's chapter 2.
My God, I can't believe there's 5 chapters of this thing.
Well, no. There's actually, how many is this? 14.
Oh my God.
It's never ending.
But I've only prepared
you've only
for
done
6.
5 chapters.
I've only
6
prepared
chapters.
for 6. I prepared for 6. Yeah.
Well, should we call it here?
Yeah,
You don't want to keep going
Let's read super chats and
because we haven't even gotten to like the crazier parts yet.
look.
How is that possible then?
Because these 2 chapters basically set the stage. Chapter 1 sets the stage for what Moldbug thinks progressivism is and wants. Chapter 2 sets the stage for the reaction reply to that and the problems with it. And now chapter 3, we actually do something with it.
Okay. So you're saying it gets really crazy when we actually do something about it section comes up, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you need to learn the editings, Dev. I mean,
I have edited down so much.
No.
You have no idea how much I haven't.
It's entirely my fault. Okay.
You have no idea how much I've left out.
Yeah. No, it's entirely Dev's fault. I mean, my fault, not Dev's fault.
for the rage responses. I mean, I feel like
Yes,
the
'cause I
rage
had to-
responses are
fucking-
warranted.
I have to flip out every 10 seconds because what you say is ridiculous.
Okay, here. You know what? I will edit my editing real quick. Okay. Let's do the next bit. The next bit real quick. Okay. Chapter 3. I'm gonna skip over the preamble where he talks about history written by the victor
Just
nonsense.
give it like
Okay.
in a sentence. Give it in a paragraph. Just like what's the overlying.
Chapter 3. He asks the question, what is a reactionary? So he defines it. A reactionary is someone who believes in order, stability, and security. And also a reactionary believes that order, stability, and security are all the same thing. Okay? You understand? I'm dumbing it down again.
Okay.
Say it one more time.
Okay. A reactionary
Order, security, and stability.
A reactionary is somebody who believes in order, stability, and security, but he also believes that those 3 things are the same thing.
Okay.
That order is stability, is security.
Gotcha. Okay. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
A progressive views this as stupid. Okay. And so he then says
Wait,
that
views what is stupid? That those things are not the same, or views that the attitude that they are the same is stupid?
a progressive thinks that those 3 things are not the same thing.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
They're utopians. They think anarchy. Look, this is why you've got Bosch being an anarchist libertarian, an anarcho-libertarian.
Well, he's just in that line, he's just defining neo-reactionaries as normal conservatives, because that's probably like a lot of the normal conservative belief is that.
Probably, yes, probably. So he then says that one synonym for reactionary is a legitimist, and legitimist talks about like what makes a ruler legitimate, right? Well, what makes is it the case that a king has a hereditary biological property? The answer in the modern era is obviously no. And this is where he says the order that the rational reactionary seeks to preserve or restore is ultimately an arbitrary one. Perhaps it can be justified on a moral basis, but probably not. It is good simply because it is orderly. And the alternative to order is violence at worst and politics at best. So he's saying here that basically autocracy is better than compromise because it's orderly, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, you knew that
right.
was coming, Sitch. Come on.
Yeah, all right.
This whole thing is aimed at autocracy good. Why do you think they support Russia?
Yeah. And so, and this is actually, you can see this in another writings on the right, where there's a concept of like the anti-political or anti-politics. I know that Hitler's table talk, it was either Hitler or Goebbels who said something like, we are against politics, which is like the first real phrasing of anti-politics. The idea is basically that politics and order are framed as polar opposites, and they both represent disunity and unity. So politics means compromise, it means debate, it means competition, it means disunity, while order is anti-political because it means unity.
See, this is so insidious because he blames all the third world autocracies on progressives, and then he's going to come in and tell you how autocracy is actually great. Like, it's so stupid.
That's a great point. Oh my god.
And So at this point, he quotes Charles I, who says, "Truly, I desire people's liberty and freedom as much as anyone else, but I must tell you that their liberty and freedom consists of having of government those laws by which their life and their goods may be the most their own. It is not for having a share in government, sir. That is nothing pertaining to them. A subject and sovereign are clean different things. The argument here is that economic and social freedom do not require political sovereignty under a good ruler." So I guess this is like the Singapore argument, where it's not democratic, but it's still like successful and relatively. People aren't just like starving and dying in Singapore. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Then he asks, what's a progressive? And so if the progressive is actually just an opposite of a reactionary, then if reactionaries stand for order, progressives must stand for chaos. Some reactionaries think this. Well, hold on. He's actually arguing against this. He says some reactionaries do think this, and some progressives do think this, but most progressives are actually horrified when they see real chaos.
Okay.
That's good. Maybe because he's writing this in 2008, there's a lot of progressives who are like, yeah, Antifa smashing up everything is great. So maybe it's not true anymore, but at least in 2008 it was.
Well, no, remember, you're not doing, whenever he says progressives, you have to say Republican.
Okay.
But you see what I mean? When you do that,
yes.
it becomes so obvious how disingenuous the language is.
That he's using progressive sometimes in a modern sense and sometimes in his sense of talking about everything that is post-enlightenment.
And he jumps back and forth constantly.
He does. He is actually jumping back and forth, and you can pretty easily see it. So this is one of his direct quotes here. A progressive is someone who believes in progress, that he or she believes the world is moving towards, or at least should be, some state which is an improvement on the present condition of affairs. And then he talks about Obama's slogan, change, remember, written in 2008. And so why is it that Obama's followers believe that change will be better? The answer is because Obama and his followers will be the ones doing the changing. So they will make it desirable for them. This answer is egocentric, humorless, incapable of self-criticism, and Moldbug believes that it can't possibly be true of all progressives, though it's true for some of them. He then offers a better answer. The better answer is that today's progressives see themselves as the modern heirs of a tradition of change, stretching back to the start of the Enlightenment. They see change as inherently good because they see this history as a history of progress. In other words, improvement. So we're talking about Whig history here, right? And you guys know what Whig history is?
No.
No?
You mean like the Whig? Like, what do you mean by that?
Like the Whig Party?
Let me just quickly look it up. I want to get the definition right. I know what it is, but okay.
Right.
Whig history is an approach to history that presents history as a journey from an oppressive and benighted past to a glorious present. Whig history is basically what Marx relied on for historical materialism. The idea that history has one direction and that that direction is always up and good and better, and that things never really get worse. And that basically
that's not true, but
that's not true, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
But basically that like certain political forms, they're created in the same way that like there's like a naturalistic view of politics, that certain political forms come about in the same way that like an animal matures or something, or a species evolves. Basically, like there's always going to be a march from tribalism to some sort of feudalism to some sort of liberal democracy to So that's Whig history, okay?
As the world is reverting back to autocracies.
That's Whig history, okay? Lord Tennyson's pipe in the chat says history as telos. Yes, there we go. Okay. So Moldbug describes here Whig history's circular logic. So these are his words, by the way. I'm directly quoting him. Social justice succeeds because social justice is good. How do we know that social justice is good? Because it succeeds, and good tends to triumph over evil.
But
how do we know that
succeed,
good tends?
Though. This is why it's completely flawed.
Well, let me just finish it here. How do we know that good tends to triumph over evil? Well, just look at the record of social justice movements. So there's the circular logic that progress always comes because it is progress. All right.
That's the progressive narrative, but it's not true.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think it's true either. No.
So what's the point? Is Is he just saying this is how progressives look at themselves and it's delusional, or is the point this is truth?
He's trying to define progressivism. Yeah, like this is what progressives what this is what Moldbug thinks progressives how they view themselves.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And then basically, I'm gonna skip over some of the fluff because we're already kind of running for time here. Moldbug compares progress in, let's say, the scientific sense with the political sense. So he says that if progress is pushing the boundaries of new knowledge, as it is with engineering and science, how is this true with progressive politics? And this is his critique, because all of the modern political forms were known to Aristotle. There is no new knowledge here. So this progressive movement to more democratic systems can't rightly be considered progress by the progressives because there's no new knowledge in the same way that we discover new knowledge in science and engineering.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, oh, the hubris.
Yep. Then he says that history tends to favor progressive wins, and he wants to find out why history tends to favor progressive wins over time. Lots of people, especially progressives, say that this is just morality. It is just that the progressives are correct. This is the null hypothesis again. That the progressives are just good and true and righteous, and they're actually correct about the nature of the world. And so it would make sense in that case that their politics tend to win out, tend to win out.
True and right about the world. Okay.
Yes. And so he says, here's his argument in his words. Why did the French Revolution, the vast majority of those initiators, mean nothing but the best for their country, go sour? A simple explanation is that good people are scrupulous and evil ones are not. Thus, the latter have more freedom of action than the former. Thus, those who are amoral and simply wish to get ahead in life should choose evil. Thus, good is outnumbered and evil is reinforced. So basically, I guess the idea, I've heard this argument from a different way, where basically the idea is that evil people have more freedom to do good than good people, at least potentially, because good people are overly concerned with moral calculation. So they sit there tying themselves up in knots, trying to justify what they intuitively think is right, while an evil person can just do what they want regardless of consequence. So
Until they
the
get
idea,
caught.
well, yeah, but here's the thing: if an evil person does good for some arbitrary reason, he will end up doing more good than the good person who's trying to figure out what's actually good.
That's really stupid.
Yeah, what is the point?
It's true, but it's fucking stupid. Yes, it's true, but it's fucking stupid.
It's like, but they're not going to. That's the point.
Well, and this is why you get autocracies. But
so
Yeah.
at this point, Moldbug admits that he's basically been pulling our chain for this entire chapter.
Mhm.
He has no explanation as to why progressives tend to keep winning over history. But he does not feel like that it's because of the null hypothesis, because the progressive morality is simply based on something that is more factual. He feels like that's not the case. That could be the case, but he feels like it's not. But he has a secondary explanation from the reactionary position as to why that's the case.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay, so here it is. Here it is. All right. He says that progressive politics itself, and not only people's views, have shifted over time. The progressives of 200 years ago would be horrified at today's progressives. He then says, consider constitutional monarchy, where the monarch wields real but limited power, and some of that power is ceded to democracy. That form of government is not stable long term. Over the past 200 years, constitutional monarchs have been reduced to figureheads as democracy slowly chips away their power. There is simply, and then this is a direct quote, there is simply no compromise with democracy, good or bad. So I know George Sorel made this critique when he was talking about his socialism. He said that when socialism engages with democratic systems, their revolutionary potential is neutered because of the possibility of compromise. If you can compromise to get some of what you want, you won't revolt to get all of what you want. And that seems to be true. Democracy is a moderating force that keeps certain powers in check. Therefore, for the reactionary, monarchy will always fall to democracy if given even an inch. Just takes longer. That's his view. So he then says,
Is he
sorry, go
saying
on.
that democracy is uncompromising? It sounded like that's what you said, but then he frames democracy as compromise.
He's saying that he's saying that and this applies to more than monarchy, it applies to everyone, I think. But he's saying that if you compromise with democracy, democracy will eventually destroy you.
As a
So you
as
can
an
only
autocrat? Oh, okay.
so you can only be anti-democratic. That's it.
And why is that the case?
He gives the example of constitutional monarchy, where the monarch gave up a little bit of power to democracy. So the monarch still wields real power, but now there's a parliament that is voted on by the people that has some power. And he says over the course of history, all of the constitutional monarchs have been reduced to figureheads due to the slow expansion of democracy. So democracy is this creeping expansion that consumes all power and takes it away from the monarchs.
Well, it decentralizes all power. That's the point of it.
But why?
But why?
But why? Yeah. Is he saying he doesn't know why?
Well, no, he's going to say that it's basically because that Democrats, like every other power bloc, are going to be self-serving, power-interested.
Yeah, but why are they so effective at it? Why are they more effective at it than any other political philosophy that's ever come into being? Like, why? Like, if the evil people advocating for democracy just want power and they're fighting against the evil monarchs who just want power, why do the people in favor of democracy seem to always win?
I know why.
My answer is because they create better societies.
Oh my God! Holy shit! There we go.
I mean, we're all the way back to where we began.
Okay.
Yes.
Framing
Obviously.
society as a human resources problem. They
Yeah.
unlock the human resources of the fucking society.
Wow! What a shock.
And the monarch is like, I'm only going to give these things to my loyal friends. And then, you no longer have a meritocracy.
I mean,
Basically, so Moldbug is making the reactionary argument where George Sorel made the socialist argument, but it was the same argument, that basically the purity of those positions and those movements was diluted through compromise. So if a monarch compromises with Democrats, then eventually it might take 5 years or 500. Eventually, the monarch will lose all of its power to Democrats. So the monarch cannot compromise ever with democracy. And for Sorel, it was the socialists. If the socialists compromise with democracy, they will never revolt against capitalism because they're at least getting some of what they want and not all of what they want.
Yeah, that's why they did critical race theory. They were like, we need some angst people to actually revolt.
Yeah.
When you hear a modern day liberal, like a social liberal or a neoliberal, like a Destiny type, say something like, we need to bring more people who are bought into the system. We have to get people to buy into our current system. What they're saying is, if those people are bought in, they won't revolt against it, because even if it's not fulfilling all of their needs, it's fulfilling at least some of them, and they won't give that up because some is better than none.
Well,
however,
it's a very negative
people,
view of what he's saying.
Well, no, but I don't actually. I think that's positive. I think if you have a system that brings in as many people as possible, then you have less. You have more stability.
No. But you're kind of implying a level of cynicism to it, which I don't think is the intent. Like with his intention, when he says it.
I mean, even if it's cynical, I mean, it still does what it says it's going to do. Okay. So I don't think it's a bad thing.
I mean, this is part of why I love the movie Fight Club so much. I think it's a very, very truism that if you, if you expel the boys from society, the boys will come back to burn everything down. Right.
Yep. And
so it's kind of what you're saying. Yeah. People need to, if people are not bought into a system, then obviously they won't see, it's kind of, if we can bring this into sort of like a Jordan Peterson frame, if people don't understand the purpose of what they're dismantling, they're more likely to dismantle or burn it down. Right. Like if a lot of people who, we always say this with the communists, the communists always want to burn down liberalism, replace with communism. It's like, yeah, it's because they never lived in a communist country. Right. And it's like, it's the same thing with, I would argue, the neo-reactionaries. They never lived in a fascist country. They never lived in a monarch, an actual monarchy like they're advocating for. They've never lived
an absolute monarchy. Yeah,
an absolute monarchy. They never lived under these systems. So it's very easy for people to advocate for like radical change they've never experienced.
Yeah, and I mean, there's also like there's that one website I know, Adam, that you've linked a few times called the Anti-Reactionary FAQ that just lays out the numbers.
Codex.
Yeah. Yeah, it just lays out the numbers where it's like, okay, well, here's quality of life, here's like like infant mortality. Here's suicide rates. Here's this. Here's this. Here's this. And it's like, dude, things have gotten so much better.
Yeah, of course.
You know.
Yeah.
Now, you could make an argument that maybe sovereignty and independence is worth trading all of those improvements for. Then you can go be Somalia land, right?
Yeah, but he
But
doesn't want independence.
most people
he wants
wouldn't.
the opposite of it.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well,
So-
I mean, how is living in a monarchy independence?
Well, it's independent for the monarch.
Well, what about everyone else?
I always tell them, just imagine Hillary Clinton as your monarch for life.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Now, do you want monarchy? How do you feel about monarchy now?
So, yeah, I'm gonna control F this segment so we can talk about this real quick. Oops, hold on, I'm on the wrong chapter page. Okay, here we
It's
go.
all gone.
Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Okay, here we go.
I put the Slate Star Codex anti-reactionary FAQ in the chat if anyone's interested.
So, by the way, chat, here's the thing. I don't actually hate Mencius Moldbug.
I do now after this
Oh,
live
okay.
stream.
The way that I view him is that he has some interesting critiques that liberals should keep in mind, but do not trust his solutions for them. Do not. I view him as the same way as the socialists. You have to be mindful of these critiques. You can't just ignore them and then have society topple because you didn't look at what's going on. But you
Of
can't
course.
trust their solutions.
Right.
So here. So he said, the Napoleonic Wars were a garden party compared to the First and Second World Wars. The French Revolution was a garden party compared to the Russian Revolution. And as we've seen, the Whig foreign policy of exporting democracy as a universal remedy for all ills does not appear entirely unconnected with these tragedies.
I don't understand what is the argument he's making then?
He's basically saying that the progressive world, our bloc,
He's saying wars get worse as time goes on. Is that what he's
as it has expanded,
Yeah.
as it has exported democracy everywhere, wars have gotten worse.
So
That
the
is
big
a fucking
so
lie.
wait a minute. So
I think
the
that's
big brain
absolutely a lie.
take,
Yes.
the big brain take here is that as time progresses and technology changes and the ways in which we can kill people becomes better, more people die in war. Is that the take that I'm trying? Is that what
He's
saying?
saying that wars have gotten worse and more brutal because, not entirely, but at least partially because Whig foreign policy is exporting democracy everywhere.
So like the rape of Nanking, that was because of Whig foreign policy.
Listen, I'm not going to defend this. I think this is one of the things
This is like
he's the most
like,
wrong
why-
about. Okay.
Yeah, this is like wildly ridiculous. Like
If you look at like pre and post 1945 rates of warfare, it's not even fucking comparable.
I
dude.
brought him up, yeah, from the Slate
Yeah.
Star Codex.
well, that's
The
sort
waning
of
of war.
Oh, okay. So if you're not talking about, is he talking about like the amount of war or like the total death rates of people that dies in this war?
He says that
What's he
the
talking about?
older wars were garden parties compared to the newer wars. So I assume
So like the
less-
Mongolian horde, like ravaging the entire continent and like raping like a quarter of the population of women. Is that a garden party? It's not the language I would use to describe.
So the
This is-
reason that he
yeah.
so the reason that he views conservatives fundamentally as being progressives going the speed limit and as being controlled opposition is because the conservative answer to Whig history is that while the past concessions to it were good, future ones are not good. And basically he views this as being like lukewarm opposition. It's like, oh, well, all the things that progressives has done this whole time, that's all been good, but now it's gone too far. And
Right.
basically he's saying, no, you can't say that. If you want to truly oppose progressivism, you cannot say that. You must
Republicanism.
reject all of it. Cut it all off from the root. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, root and stem.
I don't agree with this, by the way. I think you can actually, I think you can make these determinations outside of power politics and outside of realist games and just say, hey, actually this change was good and that change was bad. You can just say that. Like, that's okay. That's
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Let's see here. So he says, as an absolute monarch, the best strategy for maintaining your rule is to preserve your sovereignty entirely intact. Ripping off chunks of it and throwing them to the wolves only seems to encourage the critters. So this is the reframing of if you compromise with democracy, democracy will consume you, so you can't give it an inch. So this is like the core of his why there should be absolute monarchs. Because even if you compromise a little bit, you will just lose your entire system, and it's all going to be gone and devolved into socialism. So you can't give it an inch, and you just have to oppose all of it.
God, this is so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how much more of this chapter is left?
We are like 2/3 through it.
Okay,
and I'm skipping some stuff too. Here's another one of his examples. Mm-hmm. Singapore, Dubai, and China, for example, all have their secret police, as did the 19th century Habsburgs. Each of these governments is very different from the others, but they are all terrified of the march of progress. Yet they manage to restrain it without either falling prey to democracy or opening death camps. And I'm just like, hold on.
Not anymore.
This was written in 2008.
Whoops.
Yeah. That's a big oops.
Big oops there. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, like a lot of his entire passage on China in this chapter is very clearly, pre-knowledge of the Uyghur genocide. So we're just gonna it's like, oh, okay, yep.
My bad.
Mm-hmm. So we're back to the whole progressives do not in general believe in chaos. And they don't generally believe in chaos.
Republicans don't believe in chaos?
It is rarely, although not never, the simple nihilistic liquidation of the present order. It is always the construction of a new order, which is at least intended as an improvement on the present one. However, in order to construct this new order, two things need to happen. One, the builders of the new order need to gain power. And two, they must destroy the old order, which by its insistence on continuing to exist, obstructs the birth of the new. Now he talks about Obama again, 2008. Talks about how Obama and Hillary are both disciples of Saul Alinsky, Rules for Radicals, realist power grabs and power games and all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And Moldbug's idea is that progressivism is just simply a relationship built on self-interest. It is a way for people who want power to organize.
The galaxy brain. Oh my God. People are self-interested.
It took him 3 chapters to get here.
Holy shit.
It brings people together around the oldest human pleasure besides sex, ganging up on your enemies. It lets them rationalize their ruthless, carnivorous activity as a philanthropic cause.
Jesus Christ.
So all the liberals, all the conservatives, all the socialists, all the progressives, everyone who is a post-Enlightenment thinker, they are all actually part of this international community of predators. They're all only interested in power, and they all just want to completely destroy and rip apart their enemies. And because they're progressive, they can frame it as if they're doing good.
Wow. Two things. I feel like what's his name? Samuel Jackson in Pulp Fiction. Look at the big brain on Brad here. Like,
yeah, totally.
This really feels like two things. This feels like when you're in high school and you kind of break out of sort of the artificial like worldview that like everything is fine, and you kind of realize everything's fucked up, and you think you're like a super genius for figuring this out until you get a little bit older and you realize that's literally what like 90% of the world figured out. And it was just you going from being a child to an adult that kind of brought in this realization. It wasn't like some amazing like enlightenment that happened to just you and you alone. Like it feels, this is a sensation. Like, this is why, the book Catcher in the Rye. It's why I hate that book, because that's what that book is.
The fucking 14-year-old's Bible. Yeah,
it's just that book. And I feel like listening to Chris Yarvin, he's just fucking that kid from Catcher in the Rye. And he just never grew out of that phase. That's what this feels like to me.
Yeah.
Like, man, did you know that people that believe in liberalism actually are self-interested? Oh my God.
That's the whole point of liberalism.
Wow. Did you know that political leaders actually do bad things sometimes? Oh my God. What?
Mm-hmm.
The engine of liberalism is self-interest, though. This is where the socialists completely get it wrong. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, people
Yeah.
can be these magnanimous, unself-interested parties. And you're like, well, no. What the, how is this? What is, why are people into this, Dev?
I think they're into it because one, it's outside the orthodoxy, so you feel like you're getting some kind of hidden, forbidden, lost knowledge that no one else knows about, and that's a very seductive feeling, you know. Two, because they critique liberal capitalist democracy, and some of those critiques are valid, and they feel like, and they frame it like no one is listening to them.
Right.
Well, here there aren't a lot of them Catholics. Here where he's touching on the self-interest thing, he's pitching it as a bad thing. And from a religious perspective, I mean, I laid out the selfish versus selfless spectrum. And he's basically placing progressives on the selfish, which it's funny that progressives all characterize conservatives as just being selfish. That's
okay. Here's the meme. We had the perfect meme for this. Okay. We get that still from South Park.
the victim one.
The victim.
Hold on. Aiden is so angry. She's going to get Mencius Moldbug to respond to the stream.
Please. Okay, I was excited.
Okay.
So
all right.
This is like the perfect this is the perfect meme for this. Okay. That episode of South Park that just came out recently with the branding one. You have Mencius Moldbug's face on the guy, and it's just like rebel, outsider, truth seeker, victim.
It's so true. Oh, that would be the ultimate meme. And you got to do him like South Park style, but still make it look like him. He has a very distinctive look.
You just take that picture from South Park and you just put his face on.
Oh,
the
yeah,
guy.
that would work too.
But no, listen. If Aiden wants to come on at some point in the future to shit all over everything we're talking about and say that Dev is an idiot or that we're misrepresenting Moldberg or something, we can do that. I'm down to do that. I just don't want to do it tonight because it's like it's like 9 o'clock at night already. We've like barely gone through what Dev wants to talk about.
I am having fun. I don't know about you guys.
So
it's ridiculous and stupid, but I'm just having fun hanging out with you two. I don't do it enough.
I like hanging out with you, Dev. So let me ask you a question because I'll be honest. The entire time we've been talking, I've been playing Slay the Spire. Okay, I haven't been looking at the chat at all because I just got too angry. So is Aiden's contention that we're misrepresenting Moldbug, or is it that he's
Aiden's
right
contention
and
is
we're
the same?
stupid?
Aiden's contention is the same as every other person who's like pro Moldbug in the chat. It's always like, these guys are idiots. They don't understand. They can't understand. They're fucking midwits. They don't get it. They need it explained to them. How can you be this fucking stupid? How can you know what I mean, right?
Gotcha.
And you know that if most of them come on the call, it's going to be like, oh, well, what actually is it? And they're going to say it, and it's going to be fucking retarded.
I mean, I would assume, but
yeah.
But I'm glad to have Aiden on at some point to present her problem with all of this at some point.
So, we now finally get down to the part where Moldbug is prepared to offer his definition of progressive. Okay. He says, the progressive is indeed the polar opposite of reactionary. Just as order and stability are essential to reaction, disorder and destruction are essential to progressive. The progressive never sees it this way. His goal is never to produce disorder and destruction. Unless he is Alinsky himself, he is very unlikely to think directly in terms of seizing power and smashing his enemies. And here's an example he gives. So let's take homophobia, for example, because this is one area on which I am fully in agreement with most advanced progressive thinking. And yet, the destruction of homophobia is an act of violent cultural hegemony. Americans and Europeans have considered homosexuality sick, evil, and wrong since Jesus was a little boy. If you have the power to tell people they can't believe this anymore, you have the power to tell them just about anything. In this case, you are using your power for good. Is this always the case? So this is the argument of, if you're morally correct and also in the minority, and you could force the majority to think like you, should you?
Yes. Sorry, I'm sorry. Like,
good
yeah,
shot.
I totally yes. Look, that's the
Okay.
whole thing. Look,
Yeah,
this is what parents. This is what parents do every day. They're like,
oh, sure, but
you want to
here,
do
not
the
parent,
thing.
not children. We're talking about like grown people.
Yeah, but your parenting is about making people do what's good for them against their will.
Well,
That's
okay,
exactly what parenting is.
Well, so wait, what was the question? Tell me the question again. 'Cause I think I might disagree with Adam somewhat.
You can't disagree with me. It's
Okay.
impossible.
Yeah, I know.
So, if you were morally correct,
Yeah.
and you're in the minority in your society,
Yeah.
and you have the power to make the majority think like you, should you do it?
It depends.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I mean, I don't think I couldn't give an answer for a question that broad. Like morally correct about what? How do I know I'm morally correct?
Well,
what does it
he
mean to
used the-
force people to do
Look,
something?
it's part of the.
He
it's
used the
part
example of
the
homophobia.
thought experiment.
Yeah, so he used the example of homophobia, where most people are homophobic, and yet should the government force an acceptance of homosexuality on the population?
So, so in that case, well, okay, but this is kind of a loaded question because he's not really saying when you say force people to not be homophobic. It's like, well, what do you mean? You mean not discriminate against gay people, right? You're not
that's
saying
the difference.
we're forcing you to get gay married. We're not saying we're forcing religious institutions to perform gay marriages. We're not saying every home has to adopt, a gay couple to have sex in front of their children. Like, right? Like it feels like the way this is framed is so bad.
Well, now
in
the
a
issue
liberal,
is...
well, let me just finish. In a liberal society, okay, where people have individual rights, and part of those individual rights are to participate in public life without being discriminated against if you're not committing a fucking crime, then yes, I do think it's totally justifiable. We could use gay rights. We could use,
property rights.
Yeah, property rights. It's totally justifiable.
Freedom
to
of
say,
speech.
Listen, Black people shouldn't be discriminated against on the basis of their skin color. And if you're some person who's racist in the South during that time period, you need to fuck off. We're, going to force integration.
Second Amendment.
Right.
Yeah, we love forcing those values.
So that's what I'm saying. It depends on the issue.
Okay.
The right to bear arms. Look, you want us to come up there to Canada and force that freedom onto you? We were willing to do it.
I wouldn't mind.
Okay.
No. So the neo-reactionary response to that is going to be that compromise with progressivism will simply lead to more encroachment in the future. You cannot compromise and hope that they will stop coming for you. So, and you know what?
This
that
guy's
seems
such
to be
a tribalist.
But that seems to be true, at least in this case, because, or at least from their point of view, in this case, it seems to be true because you can chart a line from gay marriage to the bake my cake bigot to the let our teachers choose your child's gender on TikTok. Like remember you guys are all.
Well, people are against that. People are against that. We're working that out right now. That's being worked out in elections and in court cases. This is the thing. Progressives always talk about how, oh, look, we win always. And I always point to prohibition. No, you lost. You did a policy change that actually hurt more people than it helped. And I really think this is the new prohibition with the transgender stuff. Like, it's not going to work out. Progressives are not going to be able to say, oh, we're always right, we never wrong, because this is a total disaster.
See, I agree with you. But from their point of view, what they're seeing is this progression from gay marriage to the nonsense that we see on libs of TikTok right now.
Yes, they do.
And they can chart points in history that have led from that to here.
Yes, but we're in the middle of that history still.
Well, wait. Yeah, that exactly. We're in the middle of that history. You can this is absurd. Everything that happens, you know the term all art is derivative.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
That means all art is based off of the art that came before it.
Of course.
All history is based off the events that happened before it. Obviously, you can point at anything in history and say, this only happened because this only happened, and that only happened because that only happened, and that only happened because that only happened. And you can draw a through line through every single event in history all the way back to the beginning of fucking time if you had enough information. Because everything is a reaction to everything else. It's not like Hitler didn't just wake up one day and just go, I'm a wackadoo, I'm going to be a Nazi now. And then all of Germany just woke up and said, we're going to be Nazis now. There's very specific reasons for why these events come to pass. Okay.
True. So
right. But so my big problem with this sort of notion of like, oh, well, the only reason that people are talking about trans stuff is because gay marriage passed. Okay. There's a truth to
Bullshit.
that and there's a false to that. The truth is that the way that these social movements work is that there's always extremists at all times that are always trying to pull and push culture and countries and societies in one direction or the other, constantly. But most of the time, those extremists are ignored because no one gives a shit, right? But what happens is some environmental change happens. Some subtle thing will happen, or maybe not a subtle thing. Some big change, some shift will occur that will allow these extremists to kind of like worm their hooks into some idea and grab hold and pull things in one direction or the other. So on one hand, it's true that obviously, logically, we can deduce that, and this is kind of what I had the conversation with you about, Adam, the other day. I cannot envision a society that is going to be, now maybe we have like Iran or something, right? But I can't envision most societies will be pro-trans rights but be anti-gay rights.
All of these progressives are homophobes, man. It's just a matter of time. I'm telling you,
because it feels like that the trans conversation is way more extreme than the gay conversation, right? It feels like that intuitively,
of course,
right? And so from that level, it's true that, yeah, if you have a society that doesn't even accept gay people, I cannot see them accepting trans people, obviously. But that doesn't mean that just because you have a society that accepts gay people, that inevitably that forces society to accept trans people. And that's kind of like that is the survivor's bias fallacious thinking. Because by the same token, that'd be like someone saying, well, as soon as your society accepts, mixed race coupling, you're going to have a society that forces people to be engaged only in mixed race coupling, right?
Yeah,
but no one ever said that, or people were saying that at the time, but no one, that argument went away because, like, obviously nothing like that ever happened.
Yeah, I mean, this all makes. See, I don't believe that all these things are inevitable either. So, but this is his view. This is his view. In the end, he says, progressivism is obviously entropic. Obviously, its enemy is order. Progressives instinctively despise formality, authority, and hierarchy. Reactionary political theorists,
Republicans,
Republicans
hate hierarchy and order.
Reactionary political theorists, such as Hobbes, like to conceive the state in terms of an ordered system, a sort of clockwork. Progressivism is sand in the gears of the clock. More subtly, however, the real entropic effect is in the progressive method of capturing power, not by seizing the entire state, but by biting off little chunks of it whenever it sticks out. The effect is a steady increase in the complexity of the state's decision-making process. And complexity, of course, is the same thing as entropy. So when you make things more complex, that means that you're making them more entropic, which means that you're making them more disordered. And therefore, because the reactionaries are all about order, progressivism is the inverse of reactionary. Complexity, entropy, disorder, in that order.
Yeah. But again, he's, as I said, he just jumps back and forth between, does he mean progressive the way that we mean it, or does he mean progressive as in post-Enlightenment philosophy is progressive?
Yeah, probably post-Enlightenment philosophies, I'm going to guess. But also, I take issue with this framing because this idea that making things more complex therefore means making them more entropic, therefore means making them more disordered, which means that you're against order. That's not always true, because sometimes things have to be complex, you know?
Yes.
Like it's just a terrible way. Like he goes from like complexity of systems to entropy and using it in like a universal sense, like talking about the universe, like cosmic, and then he goes to disorder in a cosmic sense, but then because like disordered particles, because you know how entropy works in terms of cosmology. So like, right. Then he goes back to politics by saying that this type of disorder is opposed to the reactionary order. Like it sounds so good in terms of prose, but if you think about it, it makes no fucking sense in terms of how things actually work.
Mm-hmm.
What's up? Dead air. What happened, Sitch? How's your game going?
That's the end of chapter 3.
Sitch, share your screen.
Do you want to see the game? Here, Adam, it sounds like you don't want to do this anymore. Do you want to stop at chapter 3?
Are you playing a game too?
Yeah, no,
Dev?
I'm just reading my notes. I'm reading my notes and looking
Oh,
up quotes in the thing to help.
Why
to help you guys out.
I do want to know why. Like, what is your motivation for spending as much time and energy on this? Because
you asked me to come on.
Are you? Oh, really? Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice. I like that. What?
I mean,
why were you interested in it? Why did we have the conversation that we had before? You were beforehand. We had a conversation that actually set this up, though. Why were you reading Mencius Moldbug to begin with before you were doing it for the stream?
well, because I like to read things and like to understand different ideas, so I was just reading it. It was time, you know. Yeah,
I get it.
so I'm just like reading a bunch of shit, and then I made an offhand tweet about how I'm like less. I am now less captivated by neo-reactionary ideas than I was before I read them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I'm sure people who are, like people like Sargon, or definitely people like Aiden, they view me as a progressive for sure. They view me as a leftist for sure. However, if I am, and this essay or this book was meant to convert progressives, it did the opposite to me.
Oh, me too.
I did not get
me
converted.
Too. It made me think that neo-reactionaries are dumb motherfuckers. That's what it made me think.
I didn't think they were dumb. I thought that they were. I didn't think they were dumb. I think that they are delusional.
Oh, delusional. That okay. That's better.
I'm gonna say a soft delusional, and ultimately they're also they don't understand.
Where is it? Oh, I know.
They don't understand the practical application of power, I think, or the practical like being actually involved in real politics. I don't think they understand it. I think this is an intellectual game for them.
But the irony of like complaining about progressivism being rooted in like high-minded intellectualizing philosophy, not rooted in reality.
The irony.
I mean, oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, let's be honest here. Progressives are also pretty delusional in their own way. Like this is not me. This is not me now waving the progressive flag and being like, yes, trans all the children. No. I'm saying that both of these camps have their own special blend of stupid.
Yeah, it's called groupthink.
Sure, of course, right. But to me, it's just silly that when we basically have, obviously from our perspective, right? We're looking at, and I think this is the more apt perspective. What is left, what is right, what is center? These things obviously change as time changes. I think that's literally the only possible way to view these concepts. And so from our perspective, being in favor of fucking liberalism is obviously the center position because that's the system that we exist in right now, currently.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And then so we look to the left and we see, the socialists who want to have the complete, overhaul and revolution of society. And then you look to the right and you see the neo-reactionaries who want to have a complete overhaul of society. And then both sides say, oh, the center person is just the other side. Right. And to me, that's the clear as day indication that, that's the radical extremist, which if you want to be a radical extremist, go right ahead, but just don't play games. Don't be dishonest about it. That's what bothers me.
Don't be gaslighty.
So to be fair, in chapter 4, we actually get to Moldblood's conception of the 3 types of societies.
Right. Well, we can cover that later. Now
it's getting into more like actual grounded stuff.
Okay.
Right.
If you want, Adam, you could just ask me. I would have shared my screen. You on the place.
Well, no, I didn't know you were
playing Slay the Spire.
I didn't know you were playing a game. I'm like lying on my floor here. I'm just like, oh god.
You're just like. I'm sorry for ruining your stream, guys. I just wanted to.
No, it wasn't boring at all. It wasn't boring at all. No.
Look, okay. I'm sure other people are listening demoralized as we are. That's why people listen to these streams. I mean, that's what makes them
they
interesting.
Get demoralized.
Any stream where I'm screaming is probably not boring.
People and we'll get this. Obviously, there'll be a bunch of comments. Oh, you guys are completely misrepresenting Mencius Moldbug. Yes. Like, and what they're really saying is, if you don't agree, you didn't understand it. And I fundamentally, I hate that view because it's like,
well, remember when I said at the
I
start,
can understand it and disagree.
I said at the start that progressives and conservatives, or this is what he said at the start, progressives and conservatives view each other as confused people, and if they just had the right education, they would believe the correct things.
Yes.
And it seems like, yeah, that's happening here too,
I
right?
sent
course.
Aiden
You
the
can-
link
that's
too,
the
by
irony.
way.
That's
You
the
cannot
irony, right?
possibly, you cannot, what to this right now?
Yeah, I sent her the link. I don't know. I don't know if she'll show it, but I mean, I've kicked her before, so it's like,
Oh,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we want to go. We don't want to stay up.
we can
all
have
night.
Aiden on, but I'm gonna keep playing video games.
But if
and
she
we
wants
can
to-
talk
if
about
she-
it, that's the
If
case.
she wants to come in for like
Mhm.
5 minutes, we'll work. Well,
5
shit.
minutes.
Hold on. How do I delete this? We'll never get the super chats done. I might have to kick her.
Yeah.
Every time she comes
So-
on, I end up kicking her, and I look like the bad guy. It's terrible.
So like, I guess you guys know what praxology is?
Praxology.
Praxology.
Um,
There's a Wikipedia article on that. Let
no.
me just look it up. Okay.
Is that like praxis?
Praxology is the theory of human action based on the notion that humans engage in purposeful behavior, contrary to
That's a
reflexive
COVID
behavior.
treatment. Praxology.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm just kidding.
Based,
Praxolovid.
I'd have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
So the idea basically, praxology is used to define, for example, in economics, what is rational behavior in a market? Okay, well, you're going to go out and seek out for, the best bang for your buck. You have your supply demand, curves, and they meet up, and that's going to be like the optimum spot. Like, and the fact that humans will do that is praxology. It's the idea that there is intention behind our actions, that we have a goal and we seek it, and we engage in purposeful behavior. And praxology is used it's used to great effect, but it's also used to justify some weird things. So, for example, when you get a libertarian monarchist or someone who will say, "Oh, well, if the king of the society is actually the CEO and the government is structured like a business, he will be incentivized to do as well as he can in his business because it is the source of his personal wealth." And that's relying on praxology. The idea that humans have purposeful behavior, they have goals, they can be incentivized to perform these goals or to fulfill these goals through rational actions.
That is such fucking bullshit. Because any CEO strives to put his competition out of business so he can put his fucking feet up and not do anything for anyone.
So the ultimate issue with praxology is that though it is very correct sometimes, there are definitely some instances where you can't apply it because human beings are not perfectly rational. They don't always make the best choice in their situation.
Look, Dev, like, without skipping a beat, he's like, just ignore, just keep going.
Well, no. I'm describing what you were saying, Adam, in terms of the critique of the philosophy.
Well, no, but I just the whole compared to corporatism just bugs the shit out of me. But go ahead, continue, whatever.
Well, no, that was the end of it. Yeah, it's basically that praxology doesn't work in all situations. You cannot.
What is praxology again?
The theory of human action based on the notion that humans engage in purposeful behavior.
Okay, so
contrary to
behavior.
reflexive behavior. Yeah.
Praxology is basically purpose.
Yeah.
Goal-oriented behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
But also the issue with it is that sometimes people just do irrational stuff.
Yeah,
they do stuff that doesn't serve a goal. If you're saying,
people have conflicting goals, though.
Yeah, that too.
Even within them, they have conflicting goals.
I don't think it's irrational. People just make mistakes.
That too. It's both of those things.
Yeah.
I guess the best way to put it is like, you might be incentivizing your CEO king to run his country as best he can because he stands to make personal wealth off of it, and he stands to destroy himself if he destroys the country. So you've lined up the incentives properly. But that
no, you haven't, though. That's why I said what I said, because even in the corporate structure, this is why monopolies are a problem, because every CEO strives to drive all of his competitors out of business so he can kick his feet up on his desk and relax and, give people the worst possible service, the worst possible products ever.
Okay, I agree with you, but I'm saying even from their point of view where they think the incentives are lined up.
Use that analogy on the king. What happens with the king? The corporate king Look, he's already got his feet up. He doesn't have any competition.
No, I know
It's
what you mean, I know
so
what you mean.
stupid. It's the
Hold on,
stupidest
hold on.
thing in the world. And people just
Here-
gobble
here's
this
the thing.
stuff up. Oh, yeah, this is a great
If-
idea. Look, corporations are perfect.
Listen, if we assume that the idea is correct, even though we all know it's not, even if we assume that the idea,
Why
the idea
would
is
we
correct,
assume the idea is correct?
just give them the benefit of the doubt. Even if we assume it, if we accept all of their flawed premises, what you eventually understand is that the entire setup requires the king to actually act in his interests all the time, and people don't do that.
Well, but hold on. He will act in his own interest. He will basically want to put his feet up and use his look at Putin's own interest. Okay, Putin is worried about his legacy, and he doesn't care how many kids he has to turn into cannon fodder to do it. That is in his interest. The idea that his interest and the population's interest are aligned, that's where they've gone to crazy town.
No, that's also true. But what I'm saying is that even if, okay, because this happens in liberalism too, like sometimes the business interest of the CEO of a business is to do something, and he says, fuck it, he doesn't do it. People do irrational things all the time. Humans aren't rational beings. We like to think we are, but we're not.
I don't agree. So I kind of disagree with this. I think, well, it depends what you mean by rational. Like, yeah, people make mistakes, right? Like when you say like,
Sometimes
oh, CEO
it's
didn't behave
mistakes.
rationally, it's because he made a mistake. Like,
Okay, here,
I don't
hold
think he
on,
made
hold
the
on.
decision. Like, I'm going to do something fucking stupid. Like, that's not like the thought process.
Can-
that
can we-
anyone
Let me
has,
put it this way.
right?
Oh, yeah,
Can we
I can
address,
say, why am I fat, Sitch?
Because eating tastes good and it sends chemicals in your brain that makes it desirable to do.
Yes. But here's the thing. I have an interest in not being fat. And in fact, I can even state that as my primary interest. And yet I still don't fulfill it.
Right. So, but first of all, let me say one thing.
And in fact, hold on, because I know that I'm addicted to eating food, at least in some way. I can actually feel when I'm eating something that I'm not supposed to be eating, and I know it. It feels more like a reflexive behavior than purposeful behavior.
Okay. Well, let me say, number one, Adam, turn on screen sharing ability.
Oh, okay. For you. Well, I want to
So,
answer
okay, we'll give
JMac
him
super chat too, because it's
Okay, we can
it's
we can do
relevant.
that. But secondly, no. So I'm not saying that humans are not Vulcans, right? Do they not behave in a fashion of like, what is the most logical outcome for every situation for my goals and purposes, right? So if that's what you mean when you say humans behave irrationally, then I'll agree with that. But I'm just saying, I feel like in the framework they're kind of laying out, there's like when you say humans just behave irrationally, it's like people always have a reason for what they're doing. People don't just do random shit unless they're crazy. Unless they're literally crazy. They don't just do random shit.
They think they're going to achieve their goals, but they end up.
Or they're just like, this feels
mistakenly.
good. I'm not going to think about it. Like when you eat something.
Well, that's the goal.
that's
That is
bad
a
for
goal
you,
in and of
right?
itself.
Yeah,
It's a different goal.
Taste
So like
pleasure.
if you blow off your job knowing you're about to get fired to have sex with a beautiful woman, you're just not going to think about the fact that you're about to lose your job. You know what I mean?
That's
Right.
That's. I mean, I think you should do that. Actually. I
No, but you're
completely
like,
agree with
but,
that.
but then the next day you're like, oh fuck, what I needed that job. Why the fuck did I do that? Oh, so like this idea that we always engage in purposeful behavior. Sometimes our passions just blind us to what should be our goal.
Let's
Of course.
go back to JMac super chat. JMac for
What was
$20.
JMax Super Chat?
JMac for $20 says, this is not remotely true for the vast amount of entrepreneurs, CEOs, Adam. I feel like your perspective is reductive and heavily biased. Okay. I do agree that in our Western liberal democracy, where we have all been raised with rules of fair play and selflessness and things like Christianity and, honesty, forthrightness, that kind of thing. I completely agree. CEOs do behave in a moralistic type behavior. But in places like Russia, where people are basically raised, in the idea that everyone is corrupt and you got to take yours by force or you're not going to get it, or take yours by dishonesty or you're not going to get it. That creates an incentive structure where the CEOs that are dishonest pieces of shit have an advantage over the people who are honest and forthright in business. And that creates this negative feedback loop. I guess it's technically a positive feedback loop because it's reinforcing itself. And all of a sudden, everyone is a kleptocratic piece of shit. And that happens. That totally happens. So we have to be aware of that and, be vigilant of what we have here, because we do want to live in an environment where CEOs are rewarded for being honest and forthright and good corporate stewards, as they say, right? So
Right.
do you disagree with any of that, Sitch? Dev, you disagree with any of that?
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm thankful that we live in an environment where we have that kind of situation. But I don't think for an instant Mencius Moldbug is fostering that kind of environment with this 5,000 page diatribe that he has about how we have to slaughter our enemies or they're going to slaughter us. I don't think that's a healthy type thing to foster.
I know that Aiden said that this was actually like a 50-page book and you could read it in, a couple hours. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, the audiobook for this thing is like 12 hours long.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. No, it's the size of it's like a decent sized book. I'd say I'd be surprised if it was more than 200 pages, but it's probably about 200.
I read that book. Look, I hate the fact that I even think about this because of the nimrods in the comments and in the chat. I'm kind of getting a reputation as the person who like always has read a book or something like that, as opposed to the, why is Destiny so popular when all he ever does is read Wikipedia? Why is Vosh so popular when all he ever does is read Wikipedia? I guess it's
probably because they stream every single day, and at least Vosh doesn't do this anymore, but he did. They debate a lot.
Well, no, it's
I think it is
completely ironic to me that the people on the left are, have this reputation for not reading anything, yet they call the right the anti-intellectuals. It's like, anyway, I won't tell you about the book. It's
there's oh man, the whole anti-intellectual thing is such a fucking joke. Like, Jesus. None of them they're like read theory. None of them have ever read theory in their fucking lives. No one reads Capital. It's like a 600 page, ballistic weapon you could kill someone with.
Yeah. Well, books are so good for getting people's firsthand experiences. I love reading memoirs and stuff like that. So,
God, this guy in the chat has been digging into me all night.
What's he?
People like talking heads who seem confident and think they know everything. Destiny and Vosh are Exhibit A, and Dev is not far behind. Man, I am really stupid. I know almost nothing. All right, and I say this all the time. I always like whenever I cite a book in a video, I say, read the book. Don't take my word for it. Read the fucking book.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not sitting here presenting myself as some sort of like intellectual. I'm definitely not.
Yeah. Russia went through this when they went from being the Soviet Union to actually Russia. Like a lot of Western business interests moved into Russia, and there were some that were good, corporate citizens, and there were some that were lying, cheating thieves who just wanted to take advantage of the situation. So I think you see that a lot in business, where you have some people who are just nefarious shitheads, and you have others that are good people. So
Someone in the chat, James Lindsay is smarter than Destiny. Listen, I don't know much about James Lindsay, but that one clip where James Lindsay tries to say that like the World Economic Forum is Mussolini's fascism, I'm like, you're fucking retarded. Listen, not everything is just like the same thing as something else just because they share a couple like qualities.
Yeah, I disagree with James on a lot of stuff, but I mean, I like him. He's a cool guy. He's been on the show before.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
I've only ever seen that clip of him, so I'm highly biased. I can't, but like that, I saw that and my brain just fucking melted.
So let me give you the James Lindsay take. James Lindsay, is very good at reading woke academic literature and pointing out how it's awful and kind of tying it into, the threads of how it ties into Marxism and kind of exposing what wokeness really is. I think where I disagree with him, and I think where his mistake is that I think he's seeing the rest of the world through that same lens, and I think he's seeing dragons where there are windmills in a lot of situations outside of the academic realm.
Yeah, that is probably the case. Yeah, like people say that, you know, all of these terrible woke shows and movies and games, it's all just a plot by big socialists to subvert the culture. What it actually probably is, I mean, for some of them, it's going to be that for sure. But what also a big part of it is that some dumb disconnected capitalist who doesn't know what the kids like nowadays has been convinced that this will make him money, and so he invests in it. And then it doesn't, and he's like, oh well, shit.
Yeah,
And then you do that enough and the market adjusts. So
right.
I'm actually not too worried about the fact that, you know, pop culture and media is kind of garbage right now. I think it'll just filter its way out. It's already starting to be honest.
To an extent, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's bad. I don't think it's the end of the world per se, you know. So maybe some people think, but
things are going to be worked out. They definitely are. And things are even getting more interesting now. Like this, I'm super excited about this election season because now we're finally talking about woke in no uncertain terms. There's like a dialogue that's happening. And it seems like the Republican nomination is going to involve a lot of debates around that. And I mean, it should be super interesting. And the Democrats they're going to be out there virtue signaling about how, oh, the Republicans, they don't understand what woke is. I mean, it's going to be hilarious. Oh my God, this presidential cycle is going to be ridiculous. Think of all the Democrats running. Well, I guess they're not going to be running. What am I thinking? It's going to be Biden. There's not going to be a Democratic primary.
I mean, he might not make it, dude.
There
We'll
are
see.
going to be Democratic politicians though responding to the Republicans talking about wokeness and saying, "Oh, they don't even know how to woke doesn't even have a definition. They're just insane." They're going to give all the Democratic talking points. It's going to be awesome.
Oh God, it's gonna be awful.
That's going to be great.
You want to talk about chapters 4 through 16?
Only if they involve the gold standard. And look, all this bluster in the chat from Aiden, and she's officially running. I mean, she
was drinking, right? She probably
6 in the morning.
She told me she had one drink. I asked her in the chat beforehand, look, I'm not going to send her the link when she's like 5 drinks in. Come on, Sitch.
I mean, fair
I'm
enough.
not crazy.
Yeah, right.
Look, that's all in good fun, Abe. You know, I'm just playing around. So,
how dare you, sir?
Look, I got your screen up now. What is this silly game that you're playing? Oh, look,
Slay the Spire.
Look, it's even got cards. It's like Pokemon.
It's supposed. That's right, everyone. I'm playing Pokemon.
Is it Pokemon?
I am playing Pokemon. Yeah.
Is this
game I'm playing right now?
Is this Pokemon?
No, this is not Pokemon.
Pokemon.
This is not Pokemon.
So, I mean, I guess if you don't want to continue the book, we can always do that next time.
Yeah.
Man, you know what we should have done? If I knew this was going to be more than 1 or 2 streams, we should have just did like a deep dive on every single chapter for the next 16 weeks. 1 chapter a week.
No, nobody
analyze it.
We don't have
cares.
Yeah, I don't think we're enough interested, and I'm not sure our audience cares.
Let's just pick a new day and start a new stream. Yeah. We'll do Mold Bug Mondays.
When we do the economics one, it's like a double whammy because everyone hates it when I talk about economics, and now we're going to be talking about Mold Bug.
Right.
I wouldn't mind Mold Bug Mondays once a week.
I think we've already chased off most of our neo-reactionary audience through our interactions with
we have
academic
that many
agent.
Neo-reactionary?
Yeah. I don't think we do, to be honest with you. Maybe we should put a poll up.
I think people like Moldbug and academic agent, they're definitely intelligent. Probably, you know what? Sure. I'll go out on a limb and say it. I think probably during the Tomboy Abs debacle, you guys might have not necessarily treated him the best, but
to be fair, I think he kind of deserves it.
Yeah. What do you mean?
What do you mean? Wait.
He did not treat Sitch fair at all.
First of all,
No, he didn't. No,
he's fucking
that's true, too.
really anti-Semitic, so I don't really give a shit. Okay. Secondly,
Is he?
we offered him to come on stream and talk to us about it, and
Many
he fucking
times.
pussed out. So I mean, what was not fair about us?
Well, wait. What do you mean the anti-Semitic thing? You gotta explain that. Like, you gotta back that up. What's going on?
Oh, come on. He just loves Evola for all the non-anti-Semitism. Really? Wait. Have you not like on Twitter? I have literally like there was a time period where he was on Twitter. I don't even know if he's still on Twitter, where someone would send me screenshots of his tweets like every fucking day, and always like they're doing this, them is doing this, they're doing XYZ. And it was always like, who's the they? Who's the them? And then you tune into like his cigar stream. He'd be like, well, they, them is the Jews, but I obviously can't say that online. Like he totally buys into the idea that, you know, Jews are controlling the global liberal order and they're like kind of manifesting all the things in the world. Okay.
Listen,
he 100% believes the JQ.
Sitch, I'm completely interested in seeing any of that if you want to send it to me.
Okay,
later.
I'll send it to you at some point.
Send me all that shit.
I didn't know that you didn't know about this. He's super
news
deep
to me.
into the JQ. Yeah.
No, that's news to me.
That's interesting.
So Evola is like those other great writers of history in that he's kind of crazy, but he's also worth reading and he's also worth understanding. And there are at least some like decent ideas in there for sure.
I'll take your word for it.
No, for real. Like I can even tell you one right now if you want to hear it.
Tell me.
So he divides up cultures by their
chat's already fucking with us. I knew this was gonna happen. Are you a neo-reactionary Sitch and Adam fan? Like 34%. Yes. You guys are so full of shit.
This is a very generalized description because I don't fully understand it yet. But he divides up cultures by their idealized utopia, and you can tell the virtues of those cultures and therefore how advanced they are and what they will produce based on that utopia. So, example, you know, you can see like, for example, a lot of African cultures, a lot of Asian cultures, their utopia is something like Shangri-La, right? It's the land of milk and honey. It's the idea that if you're in utopia, it means you can lounge around, you can relax. There's just infinite amount of food. You get 72 virgins if you're a Muslim. You know, just it's the eternal pleasure place. All right. Then you have other cultures where their cultures, their idea of what a utopia is hard work that creates an advanced society. But where the work itself is not valued, but the output is valued, and I think he calls these Atlantan cultures. And then you have the cultures, and of course, it's going to be these ones. You have the cultures that are, you know, Germanic, and let's say Scandinavian, and oddly enough, the Japanese, where all those cultures value the suffering for its own sake, and all of their afterlives and all of their utopias are like, you know, going to war with the gods in heaven and like fighting an eternal battle where the suffering itself is the reward and not just something you have to endure to get to a better life. So it's like, well, what did these three cultures produce? Oh, well, I mean, the most advanced ones are the ones that valued suffering the most. And it's like, well, okay, I can see how that framework is going to be a little bit useful to describe different ways of looking at the world. But holy fuck, you need to wade through a bunch of bullshit to get to that, you know, tiny little nugget that's in there. Sure.
I mean, because I remember on stream when he did his Tomboy Abs video, which was kind of my first foray into Evola. I didn't know anything about him until that, because we just did that video. I didn't even know what he was drawing from. I remember on that stream, I pulled up the section of the book he was reading from, and I started reading the rest of it, and it's like the wackiest fucking shit ever that going on about like the feminine and masculine spirit, and you know, Evola kind of waxing poetically about how good it was that, you know, Indian women would like climb onto the fucking funeral pyre of their husbands and die when they die. You're like, this is like fucking wild.
Are you talking like lunar masculinity and like solar masculinity and
no,
shit
he's
like
talking
that?
about
like
the
that,
wife
like,
killing themselves because the
it's
guy
like
is
that
dead.
to like a whole nother level than you'd expect. It's just,
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't think
wild.
that'd be cool if your girlfriend jumped on the fire because you
fucking
died?
killed herself
Sitch?
with
Yeah, that'd be
I don't know.
amazing.
So what? So,
Look, she missed you so much, Sitch. She's like,
I
fuck
don't-
this. I'm going too. That's
so I
love.
don't. Hold on. Let me think here real quick.
Yeah.
You know what?
I don't fully understand the lunar solar stuff, but basically, I think the idea is there is a type of positive and negative masculine and feminine energy that men and women should embody. All right. So
You're saying
I know-
this is what
Oh
he's saying,
my
or what you
God.
think should be?
sorry, what?
Are you saying this is what he's saying, or this is what you think should be?
This is what he's saying. And there's probably something to this because if you look at it, it kind of makes sense. So, so for example, Sargon's reading some of this stuff right now, and one of the things he described was like, okay, what is the solar masculine energy? Well, that's being a father, that's being a leader, that's being a provider, that's being decisive, that's being. There's a bunch of masculine qualities that we generally consider positive in our society, that if you are a good, virtuous, noble man, you would embody. Okay, what is the lunar masculine energy? That's basically Andrew Tate, where Andrew Tate is all of those positive qualities made negative. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so there are lunar and solar, masculine and feminine qualities that basically you should strive to be the solar component. But we currently live in a lunar era where masculinity and femininity has been perverted by the culture. And so,
Yeah. So
so all the examples are lunar versions of them.
right. So I don't have a problem with the concept that like, there are specific qualities that are associated with men or women, on average. I have no problem with that. I mean, I think that's true biologically. My problem with the Vola is that he then makes it prescriptive, and he gets all pissy and saying that like, oh, how dare a woman act in some way that is male, and that's what brings about the downfall of society. He's not saying like, oh, the toxic versions of masculinity and toxic versions of femininity are destroying everything. That's not his position.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I like to take out the bits that I like from all the writers and kind of, because there's some value in reading these things, as long as you don't like swallow all their nonsense wholesale.
Yeah, I mean, there's some
right?
value in reading
Yeah.
most things. I don't disagree with that. But.
So I guess the way that I view it is like, yeah, of course, to use non astrology language, of course there are toxic and productive versions of being masculine and being feminine,
Right.
and of course, men and women should be the non-toxic versions. Like,
Dev,
obvious.
Dev,
right?
you said you believed in evolution, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you can. You're talking about picking and choosing from different belief systems, but that's not how belief systems evolve. You can't just like a la carte, put your own belief system together and think that that's going to make you a functional member of society.
Watch me.
What do you mean? That's just like
I'm gonna do it.
like Christianity, like liberal democracy and capitalism, like all of those are a set of belief system that's been honed by evolution over time. This idea that you can just like, this is what the progressives are actually trying to do. They're trying to put together some radical belief system on the fly that they think is going to sustain their community. And that's just not true. That's not the case.
I'm not exactly sure how to reply to that. All I know is that it works for me.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have, what are you, were you raised Christian or?
Not really, no.
Were you raised?
Very, very like, I mean, like culturally Christian, but there was no like really going. I went to church for like a summer, and I fucking hated it because I lost part of my weekend. So my parents stopped doing that.
So, but
there was
your
no
parents
real...
did have some sort of religious values that they imparted to you, even though if you didn't go to church. I mean, I don't know if you believed in God, but they taught you be honest and don't be dishonest, or
I don't even remember what.
Okay.
I barely.
Did your dad say you should be as promiscuous as you possibly can and get as many girlfriends as humanly possible?
No, actually, I kind of avoided talking to my dad about any of that sort of stuff.
So you picked it up.
Hold on.
You picked it up from your pals.
I have a very strange relationship with my parents, so this conversation is not going to work with me. I know where you're going, but it's not going to work with me.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I get it. I totally get it. Well, I mean, you do have some sort of core values. I mean, I think you would classify yourself as like
Okay,
individual rights democracy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a liberal for sure. Like
Yeah,
at the end of the
okay.
day, I guess here's what I mean. Okay, so when it comes to an open-minded, an open letter to open-minded progressives,
Mhm.
you know, Moldbug designed this thing to convert progressives because it is written in their language and is meant to appeal to their values and
Yeah,
their
to
sensibilities.
gaslight them into deceiving themselves,
Yeah.
into believing that he's got the he's starting a
Yeah.
cult. I get it. Yeah.
It is specifically designed to bring progressive people who were anti-Iraq war in 2008
Mhm.
over to the neo-reactionary camp.
Yeah, to be
It's
monarchists. Hilarious.
yes. And the way that he lays it out, the way that he structured, the way that what he talks about, what he chooses to write about, he's like, well, I bet you as an open-minded progressive didn't know this. Then you can see what he's doing here, right? And
Mhm. George
man,
Bush lied us into
what I-
war, and the CEO would never do that. Never. The CEO of Halliburton would never. Oh, wait, he was vice president. Never mind.
So I think what's going on with me at this point is that, like, I recall when I was 17 and I read the Communist Manifesto for the first time, I became a fucking communist, right?
Right.
And I was a communist for like 2 years. Okay. At this point, I can read all sorts of political theory. I can read reactionary political theory. I can read fascist political theory. I can read socialist political theory. And I'm finding that not only are my actual politics, they're not changing anymore. I'm able to like say, oh, well, this guy has a good point, and this guy has a good point. You can read Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago and realize what he was saying about the Soviet Union and ignore the part where he talks about the Jews. You can do that.
Yeah,
You don't need to accept the whole thing. So I was like, well, what the fuck? So I realized that, like, at this point in my life, because I'm in my 30s now, I've had a set of experiences, and those experiences have pretty solidly defined my morals, and my politics are downstream from that. So when I read things meant to convert people, I tend not to be converted because my experiences haven't actually changed anymore. If that makes sense, I still have the same experiences. When I was 17, I had no life experience. I had absolutely no life experience whatsoever, and so I was easily led around by this person or that person who had this idea or that idea. So it feels like things like this work on people who don't have that much life experience. It's much more persuasive on people who just haven't, like, man.
I totally agree with everything you're saying. It's like if it's the first thing you read, it's totally enticing.
Yeah. Hold on. Someone says, Dev, that's most normal people. You're much less receptive as an adult. No, it's not about being less receptive. It's about cultivating the ability to consider an idea and not immediately get converted by it. Here's a good example. Okay, so Adam,
That's
Sitch,
a good point.
both of
That's
you.
a great point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Both of you answer this real quick. What is the domain of human existence that you know the least about?
The domain of human existence that I know the least about.
Is it sports? Is it manufacturing cars? Is it video games? Yeah. What do you know the least about?
Well, you don't know. That's the thing.
Well, pick something that you know not very much about, and you don't know very much about.
Well, that's the unknown. Unknown is. I mean, I
don't know a lot about sports. I don't know a lot about cars.
Oh yeah, sports. There you go. There's
Right.
one. Sports.
And actually, Moldbug uses this example in the first chapter. If I were to sit down with you and talk about the intricacies of basketball theory, it would, stuff that you don't really know that much about, right? But there's still an entire like depth of knowledge there that people who do know about become experts in that stuff.
Of course. Yeah.
Right. So I think what happens is, as you know, if you're young and you don't really know much yet, you haven't really experienced much yet, it's very easy to say, hey, why is this the way that it is? Why is it the case that in basketball, a 3-pointer is a 3-pointer and not a 5-pointer? Why? It seems arbitrary. But then as soon as you learn how things actually are, you're like, oh, okay, this is how the game is balanced, and here's why this rule is like this, and here's what happened. And and then once you go through this process multiple times, once you've doubted an institution, then been inside it, see why it is the way it is, and then come back out and said, oh, that makes sense now. Once you've done that like a dozen times or so, you get to the point where you're like, okay, things are the way they are for a reason. And I'm probably too stupid to just immediately critique it and want it all torn down and replaced with something else. Maybe I should learn about some of this stuff before I just jump headfirst into a revolution. And I think that's just a natural process of growing up. So it's not like people who are older or become more conservative. They're more set in their ways. They're more like, oh, their minds crystallize and they're just stuck in the politics that they lived in, 20 years ago. It's more that you realize that everything has near infinite amount of complication. And you with your dumb fuck new idea you probably don't actually know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I agree completely. I mean, that's what there's a great. Did you ever watch The Young Pope?
The Young Pope? No.
Yeah.
Is that a
Show on
TV
it.
show?
It was an HBO show with.
Nope, never even heard of it.
Oh well. Anyway, there's a great line in it where one of the old religious people says, people forget that the young are always way more radical than the old, and it's because it's exactly what you're saying. The old, like when you're young, you kind of have this hubris and ego to not realize how complicated the world is and why certain systems exist for reasons that you're not aware of. And so it's very easy for you to want to dismantle them without really thinking about it.
Yeah. Like if you sit down and talk to like a 17-year-old socialist on Twitter, they'll just be like, just give the means of production to the workers. Like,
why don't we just put all the homeless people in houses? We have all these houses. Why don't we just put them all in the houses? I don't understand.
Yeah, it's so.
Yeah, it's really stupid.
And sometimes it gets tiring.
It does
to deal with these people. But shit, yeah, we didn't actually really talk about like Curtis Marvin's his ideas.
Curtis
Marvin.
Oh my god, fucking Curtis Yarvin. Sorry,
Curtis Marvin. I love Curtis Marvin.
I like it. Marvin is better.
Curtis Marvin. Curtis Yarvin, aka Mencius Moldbug. We never actually discussed his ideas. This is all like his description of why progressivism is bad, and also what it is. I mean, come on, just
his
give
description was pretty stupid though. So
give me one paragraph, okay? Give me one fucking paragraph.
Paragraph.
Yeah.
Oh no.
One paragraph. It'll be a short one. Well, it's from your link, Adam. So it'll be okay. Okay.
My
so
link.
There we go.
Oh, the Stardex Codex.
Yeah. So, neo-reaction is a political ideology supporting a return to traditional ideas of government and society, especially traditional monarchy and an ethno-nationalist state. Though with Curtis Yarvin, Jesus Christ, he wasn't really an ethno-nationalist. It sees itself opposed to modern ideas like democracy, human rights, multiculturalism, and secularism. And there you go. Bum. That's what he actually believes. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
He's also like a technocrat, which is kind of its own thing, and a cameralist, which is a weird fucking German philosophy of industry. But
a what? I don't know what that means.
A cameralist. Okay. Look this up real quick. Cameralism was a German science of public administration in the 18th and early 19th centuries that aimed at a strong management of a centralized economy for the benefit of the state. Yeah.
Anonymous Coward for $10. Not sure I heard this from SFO, but changing the definition of a words allows us to interpret laws differently without changing them.
We read that one already, but yes.
Is this the
have we
reason
started Super
alone?
Chats?
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Is this reason alone enough to give an inch if it's tied to law? On that, I guess that's on language, so. And the answer is, it depends. I mean, obviously. I guess that would be the argument for not changing the definition of the word for sex and gender, because I'm sure there's lots of laws, but I'm sure the laws use sex and gender kind of interchangeably, so I'm not sure. HP Lefty for $5. Everyone knows the S in S-Class stands for Dev. S-Class is best class. Okay.
Oh, wait, so if you're going to read Super Chats, I'm just going to go, okay? I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Do you want to see if there's
No,
any-
I'm kidding. Okay.
I'm sure there's some questions aimed at you.
No, I'm joking. I'll stick around. Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. Tricky.
Oh, you want me to go, Adam? Is that what it is? That's what the awe is?
No.
Okay.
I want you to stay, but I mean, if you're going to be a dick about it,
I'm pulling your chain. Well, let's do it.
Tricky Mario for Tricky Mario 7654 for $8 says, "Hey Dev,
Hey,
Are you going to do a video on the Let Women Speak rally in Melbourne that occurred over the weekend?
I could, but there's not really much to it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, did you guys see that?
Let women speak? I mean, I'm fundamentally against that, but what was the rally about?
What was that? Yeah.
So there was a rally of TERFs versus trans activists in Melbourne.
Oh,
A
wow.
dozen neo-Nazis showed up and started saluting in the street, and they
I
held
did see
some
the
kind.
pictures of that. Yeah.
Yeah, there was some kind of banner where they were like destroy pedo freaks or something. And some people are saying that was like a clear troll op or a glow op. Some people are saying
Of
that they were
course.
actually real neo-Nazis, and you can see how terrible the TERFs are because the Nazis are siding with them.
But this is you guys don't have the FBI in Canada. What do you mean a glow op?
Well, we have the RCMP.
Oh, okay. So it's a equivalent
Yeah.
Secret Service.
So basically there's some coping happening, and then something happened where the TERFs had set up a stage, and there was somebody who was there speaking, and they had like a mic, and they had the speakers and all, and then a trans activist ran up on the stage and tried to grab the mic out of the woman's hands, and security took her down. And now there's a giant fucking shit show about how dare security tackle this trans activist who's just trying to speak truth to power. And it's like, it's not your fucking stage, like it wasn't your venue.
All
But
the
of
world's
course
a
they don't
stage,
care about
Dev.
that.
They should incarcerate her for like 10 years. That's what I would do.
Oh, Jesus, really?
Yeah. Why not?
So of course you say, listen, it's not your stage. Well, they don't care about private property because they're leftists, and it's like their politics makes them uniquely immune to all these liberal concerns, and they should just be given all of the platforms all the time. It's like, you guys know how this works out,
Of course. Yeah. That's why you incarcerate them for 10 years, make them into a martyr.
Make an example of them.
Yeah. A martyr example. John Masters for $5 says, I know this isn't the topic, but if he's amenable, could you ask Dev about his views on the basis for the left-right spectrum? I know, broken
We talked
record.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you talked about that a lot, actually.
This is probably before we talked about that topic.
The real Holtzy trader for $2 says, trucker
real
video win, Dev.
Oh my God, do you guys know that meme?
No.
What video?
You haven't made a trucker video? Look at you.
I have been
sucking up to the progressives.
I've been collecting information on the Canada trucker protest now for a year, and the final report by the commission to Parliament happened a few weeks ago. So I was like, all right, now is the time to finally start getting all this information together and start working on a video. But they've been saying make the video for like a year now. And I've been like, listen, I want to wait until all this shakes out. Like, I want to see what the actual story is.
You guys don't know this, but Dev is a huge Trudeau fan. He loves Trudeau. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I did vote for him in 2015.
Prime Minister Trudeau is like his guy. So he was in favor of the truckers getting cleaned up. One horse-sized duck a member for 5 months says, Mr. Utaku, Sitch has stated more than a few times that your deep dive videos are worse than Doomer Chappelle and Django Unchained video. Care to comment? What?
Explain, Sitch. Explain that shit.
I told you, I hate you and everything you do. So
I think we might actually be the new Super Chats now. I don't know. How far down the list did you go?
I don't know. It feels like we're in new territory. I think that was the last one I read.
The real Holtzinator for $5 says, can you please argue if generally for the purposes of entertainment is a necessary part of the definition of the word story? Generally for the purposes of entertainment. So this is like a EFAP overlap here.
So story has to be for entertainment to be a story?
Well, I mean, I disagree with that. I don't think it is. I don't think you do need to have generally for the purposes of entertainment. I don't have that in my definition of story. My definition of story is somebody wants something and is having difficulty getting it.
Okay, hold on. This fucking retard in your chat here, all right? So he fucking says, LMAO, waiting for the Canadian government's report on the trucker protest is crazy. Not if you want to get all sides of the story,
Look,
dude.
he's on
You
the Trudeau.
brain rotted fuck.
He's on the Trudeau tit, man. You guys can't. There's nothing that can be done about it.
Why would I want to get all sides of the story, Doug?
Oh, that's right. It's all just power games. That's right.
Yeah.
Caffeinated tweaker for 2.20 Canadian says, listen, Adam may be incorrect, but he's never wrong. Absolutely true. Give that woman a wrench. Oh, wait, she already has one. J-Mac, 50 gifted subs. You didn't even call out the 50 gifted subs. Welcome.
I didn't call it anything. We were deep in the conversation. I like this. I get to play video games and Adam has to read. This is amazing. We should do
Welcome
this
new
every day.
members, and thank you, Daddy J-Mac. J-Mac for $20 says, get a mohawk, Dev. I have a mohawk, and I'm an absolute Chad.
That is true. He is an
Here,
athlete,
listen,
so-
J-Mac, if you start donating to my channel like you donate to this one, I'll get you a mohawk.
Oh, look
okay?
at that. Oh, my goodness. You better watch out, Dev, because he'll do that.
might
What is
do it, yeah.
Dev, what is the super chat number that will get you to do a mohawk and come on stream in a mohawk?
We'll discuss it. We'll discuss it, okay?
No, we need to know now. What is
Need to
your
know?
what is your number? $100 super chat? Is that a good? I mean,
Oh, no,
certainly for 200
no.
you would do it.
I get 100 on my own all the time. What do I need?
Wow.
200.
What haven't I seen? I've seen 200s before.
Would you do it for 200?
I don't think no,
250.
I
What is the
haven't seen
cost
it.
here?
I have not seen a $500 super chat. on my channel yet, so
500. Okay.
It's gonna be 5. It's gonna be
Okay.
a 5, and I will shave myself a mohawk for you.
Wow.
How tall are we? 500. I think we need at least. I mean, it's got to be. First of all, it's got to be side walls. It's got to be down to the skull on the side.
Jesus. I'm gonna look like a fucking moron.
It's got to be down.
I mean,
to
that
the,
is the point, right?
It's got to be down to the skull on the side. How wide? I'm thinking maybe like skinny bicycle tire mohawk.
Oh, like one of those thin ones.
Yeah, spiked up. Well, J-Mac keeps posting I guess J-Mac's working out now. He's making me feel like a.
He's getting some nice gains.
I know.
Oh, is he getting those tomboy abs?
I'm feeling like a schlub. I should be
He's getting those boy abs.
I have my weights. I have my weights in the
boy
other room.
abs.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
bring weights in, and I'm
Jesus.
gonna lift weights on stream next time. Next time we're on, so I can start getting some of these guns that
Wait.
J-Mac has.
Wait, Sitch, do you mean cum troughs?
Oh my God!
No, I do not mean
Please
Have you not heard that before?
stop.
I have heard that. It's not what I meant.
The Brody Biss for a 6-month member says, you're forgetting the most important question, guys. Balls or no balls? Well, I'll let you answer that one, Dev.
For the
seems,
fudas?
That seems right up your alley.
And see, so there's like several different types of fuda that happen in hentai. So sometimes
These are the
you have a
magical
girl-
creatures, right?
yeah. So sometimes something happens and the girl's clit grows
Oh
into
my god.
a dick.
Mhm.
And so generally in those there's no balls. All right. Sometimes there's like a different like a strange new
You could just say you don't need like
fantasy
literally the
Yes.
world explanation. You could just say what you yes.
And-
Yeah,
no.
balls or
and
no
so-
balls?
and-
Come
and
on,
we
I
were
got a
talking
lot
about
of
like sometimes
I got a lot of
balls
super
will
chats here.
lore.
will like hang in front of the vagina,
Oh
or
my
sometimes you know how the vagina has like 2 flaps.
Oh,
Sometimes
yeah.
the balls sit inside those flaps.
What
So it
the
really
fuck
depends-
are you? This is like
It really
ridiculous.
depends
No.
what
You're just
type
making
of
shit
food
up
we're
now.
talking about. Okay.
Oh my god! Please.
But
J-Mac-
most of the time there's no balls. Most of the time.
J-Mac for $20 says, Adam, put a pull-up bar in your office. Well, I have one right in the other room, but yeah, that would be the thing. Look at that. J-Mac wants me to work out on camera. Oh, hoo, hoo. Godlike Snake for a 4-month member says, I love you 3 with a heart. Well, thank you. And that's also outside
Thank
the
you.
simulation. That's a $50 tier right there. 4 months.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Godlike Snake. Thanks for the love. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Fujishi?
Fujoshi.
Fujoshi?
Fujoshi. Yeah.
Are famous asexual, like Sammy G. Look at that.
I do not believe that Fujoshi are fucking asexuals. I don't fucking buy that for a second.
What's
Do
the
you-
Fujoshi?
Do you believe that?
A Fujoshi is a woman who is into degenerate porn,
Mhm.
especially degenerate gay porn.
But do you
Sammy?
believe that Sammy G is a asexual? Because we had questions about that.
So you
when she
describe
came on.
yourself as such.
If she's a Fujoshi, she's definitely not.
Sammy, explain yourself, Sam. Deb is
June
calling you out.
Junebug for $2 says the real. Oh, I think didn't I already read that? There's another one. Junebug for $2 says the real question is balls or no balls. What? How many of these are there?
Well, you want to talk about the balls or no balls again?
Oh
I can
my
give you some more
God!
details.
Okay, I guess I did read. There's 2 of those. Sammy G for $5 says, but it's not gay for anyone to buy a Sitch and Adam body pillow. It's just a form of exercising your free will. Lol.
Do you guys sell those?
We did.
I think Sammy G designed her own.
Oh,
or
body
something.
pillows? No, yeah, we didn't sell
Yeah.
those. No, I thought you meant. Did we hit little plushies that we sold?
Yes, plushies are good.
I saw those. Yeah,
Right.
those are. Hey, so I actually have a question. Those plushies looked a lot like She Won Heads plush. Is there like a company that does these for YouTubers now?
There is a company that does them for YouTubers, but Sammy G designed ours and did them herself. So
Oh, that's actually really cool.
I don't
Ask her what the company was.
She contacted a company who she didn't sew them all herself, but obviously she did the design template. So, and I honestly, and I hate to say this because it's like we're friends with all the plushy people, Mahler and Rags and all those. But their plushies, I mean, they're kind of big. They're kind of like almost a stuffed animal, which maybe that's your thing. But I mean, I kind of like fun size, and our plushies are like they're a lot cooler size, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, maybe if my channel keeps growing, I can commission her to make a plushie for me. If
Like
she wants the job.
I could take our plushies comfortably, to dinner. Like Mahler's plushie is like a little big for dinner. Everyone would be like, Adam, why you have a stuffed animal? Everyone would be like, oh, such an adorable Sitch plushie. Yes,
You can ask her. I mean, I think Sammy G did it out of love, not for money. So
Oh,
Yes.
I mean, I pay people anyway, so that's fine.
Calvin Pafford for $5 says, my understanding was that in order to be asexual deviant or asexual deviant? Oh, I think
that's a good question.
I think it's asexual deviant.
Right.
You need both a genetic predisposition as well as a developmental trigger. Source, Love Lines. Oh, I love Love Lines. That's Dr. Drew, right? I wonder if Dr. Drew threw Scott Adams under the bus because they were kind of friendly. A-Rog for $20 says, transgression is the only end that matters for a certain segment of social progressive.
Oh, there you go. Sammy says she watches all of your content. Deb.
Oh, does she?
Oh.
Cool.
There you go. Babe.
By the way, if Brianna Wu ever comes back, Dev should be on too. Yeah, people were a little bit upset that we didn't like push back hard enough, and I mean, I feel like I did push back, and I mean, I called her out.
She even said like, "Hey, Adam, you're not taking the other side seriously enough." With all due respect, and I was like, "Oh,
What do you mean?
With all due respect.
no, that's what she said to you. She said that she felt like you weren't treating January 6th seriously enough or something."
Yeah.
Well, I know I pushed back on that, and I also pushed back when she was just like calling all men sexist, which I mean, I agree.
Did
All men
she actually say that?
I actually agree all men are sexist, but I mean,
You didn't want to let her know that you
she
believe
shouldn't
that.
be saying it. Come on, that's for us men to say, right?
I told you this. Oh God, there's an edgy joke there. I told you this in the DMs, Adam, that when Brianna Wu was on Stardust, she said that she was tired of me, SFO. She was tired of my Gamergate bullshit, and that she offered to take a polygraph test to prove that everything she said during Gamergate was true. I was like, Jesus.
Well, we should do that. We should get that polygraph set up. She messaged me afterwards and said she enjoyed herself and would like to come back. So, I mean, we can talk to her again. Yeah. Like, this is the thing. It takes a while to be able to really have a conversation with someone where you can, really attack and them just not completely
like freak out.
Yeah, and never come back again or fall apart. I don't know. You get it. You understand the social dynamic.
Yep.
Enlightened Centrist is a new member for as a free will seeker. What's up, Enlightened Centrist? Enlightened Centrist is an amazing musician. He did he's done a couple songs for us, a couple on his own, and we did the song, the Hassan's a Dumb Fuck song. He did for us, which was really cool. I did the music video and he did the music. So Sketch is an 8-month member. Says, Dev, the gender dysphoria pill. Wouldn't hormones of the biological sex be more beneficial for alleviating dysphoria than opposite sex hormones? I've heard Carl Benjamin say this before as well.
So I recall that at one point, Sargon hired somebody to load his eaters who had like a background in psych. And he asked him this on one of his videos. And the guy said, well, it seems to work for people with like a low amount of dysphoria. You know, if you're like slightly dysphoric and you're a male, give him some testosterone. It'll, you know, he'll be more male and he'll be like, okay, yes, I'm actually a man. Okay. However, it does not work for someone who has severe dysphoria. It will make them more dysphoric.
Interesting.
So it seems to work for edge cases.
Do you know that Sitch believes gender dysphoria doesn't resolve, that anyone who has gender dysphoria and the gender dysphoria goes away, that they never actually had it, that it was just a fake out?
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you think that, Sitch?
I don't think, because I don't think it resolved. I think gender dysphoria is caused by a problem in the brain that I don't think is ever fixed.
Yeah. That can just
I just
go
think
away.
I think it's just people misunderstand a situation about themselves. And then generally when they go through puberty, that kind of can resolve itself.
It's kind of like a mole that you can never get removed. It's always with you.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. I got to think about it some more. I'm not sure.
Okay. Jan Javi for $10 says Drag Queen Story Hour would be okay if it was something like Clifford the Big Red Dog or whatever, but it's never a kid's story like that. And the less said about family-friendly drag shows, the better.
Well, I'd be careful with that because sometimes it is like just
Clifford
an
the Red Dog,
innocuous.
is it?
Yeah. I still am not in favor of it. So to me, I'm not in favor regardless of what the subject matter of the book is.
It's not Clifford the Big Red Penis? Look, I'm going to say.
I mean, that would make it significantly worse, obviously, if that was the case. But...
Yeah. Look, I think all that is, the only purpose that serves is to trigger the conservatives. That's really all they care about. Well, no, I guess they do. They want to like break the status quo.
Why the fuck is Hollow Knight and Slay the Spire?
It's a mod.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
Do you play Slay the Spider, Dev? Because, I mean, this looks like a children's game to me.
Nope, but I do play Hollow Knight.
I only play games where I'm shooting at people and heads are blowing up and stuff. This game.
There's a little bug man. He looks too cutesy. He's killing little cute animals. This must be a game for small children. That is Adam's attitude right now.
Is that what's going on? Oh, is there death and destruction going on in here? Okay, good.
Well, I mean,
I didn't notice.
Hollow Knight's interesting because it's a game that looks very cute, but like everything that's going on in it is like horrific. When you actually understand like the plot of the game, is that accurate? Do you think it's accurate, Dev?
It is, yeah. But honestly, for me, Hollow Knight, just the map, the controls, it's such a tight game.
Yeah, it's very obviously the gameplay is very good. So
yeah.
A-Rog for 4 months says something I completely agree with. He says, folks in the modern era are more hostile to all commitments, not just marriage. Yeah, I feel that. I totally do. People are like, nah, maybe we'll hang out on Thursday. I'll see. Maybe it'll happen. Do you guys agree or disagree?
I agree because I think people have so many more options now.
Oh,
They
yeah,
want to do whatever they
totally.
want, which
Good
wasn't
point.
a thing before.
Good.
Because before it'd be like, oh, hey neighbor, you want to come to like the neighborhood cookout? And you're like, yeah, I mean, what the fuck else am I going to do on,
Exactly. Now you're like, oh, but I just got the new PlayStation. And I might
exactly.
want to
Now
stay
you're like,
home
there's a million things I'd rather do.
Good point. Excellent point.
Oh, I guess Aiden has she's not contacting Moldbug anymore. Oh well.
Okay.
Oh, did she?
Rip.
What? She has
Yeah, she
the
dropped
link.
back. She dropped back in the chat, and she's like, "I'm not going to contact Moldbug." Actually, it's like, "Oh, okay."
I mean, he's not
Okay.
gonna want to watch a 10-hour show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I'm sure he's used to people criticizing his ideas.
Right.
I'm sure it happens regularly. I don't think there needs to be like go watch this. They
Look.
said something bad about you.
Yeah.
I don't want to candy coat this, but Molebug is officially banned from the show. Okay.
Is he?
After what I heard today, I don't want to talk to this guy. Okay. He seems like a right tard to me. The real Holsonator for $5 says, clearly you guys have never been to a gay nightclub. Well, I have been to a gay nightclub. I went to a gay night. I used to live close to San Francisco, and
I was born in a gay nightclub.
you can't like sooner or later, you're going to be out with your friends in San Francisco, and they're going to say, let's go to this club. This is a gay club. And
Oh,
if
really?
you don't want to seem like a giant homophobe, you have to go, oh, that'll be fun. Let's go. Yeah. So, and the next thing you know, you're at a gay club.
Next thing you know, Adam, you're getting fucked in the ass. I mean, what?
That didn't happen, of course. But
Sure.
fortunately,
A likely
that never
story.
happened.
A likely story.
But you do walk in there and you're like, wait, there are a lot of really attractive women in this club. Because all the hot girls go to the gay clubs because they don't get hit on right and left by guys. So there is a lot of really attractive women there. And you're like, oh, man, this is great. But you're like, I can't really talk to one of these. Well, I guess you could talk to them, but you're like, I can't really hit on one of these girls because obviously it's going to be like a faux pas. Like a social
They came to get away from you,
infraction.
Adam.
Yeah, exactly. What are you, a straight man in this gay club? How dare you? Bouncer, over here. This one is heterosexual.
I gotta go to the washroom again, but I've got 30 more minutes, so we should probably keep doing supers.
Look,
Yeah.
you should, Deb, you should have thought of this when you were reading all that Molebug crap, because we got at least 2 hours of super chats here. So
sorry, guys.
look at this. Look at this. He's going to make us suffer through this Molebug, and then he's going to bug out for the super chats.
What a bug man.
Even after he said, he's like, oh, no, I'm in it for the super chats for 30 minutes.
Aiden for $10 says, I consider you a friend, Dev. I know you probably don't anymore, but I appreciate you anyway. I already sent an email to Curtis. I don't want to have any animus. There you go.
Aiden, I sent you the link too, but don't come in here because we're
It's a little late now. Yeah. It's a little late now.
trying to get through super chats, but I don't have any animus against Aiden either, obviously.
Of course.
So
yeah.
no.
Dev said I bullshitted on talking to Curtis.
Oh, is that what Aiden said?
I guess that's what she said. That's she did not bullshit on talking to Curtis. There you go.
Yes. Also, JMac for $no says Adam is 100% correct. Now that I'm going to screenshot because that I think will be, I think
that's always true, right?
I think that should apply to just about anything. Perfect. Thank you. Save. Let's bring that up. Okay. Where was I? Oh, damn. I lost my place.
For shame, Adam. For shame.
Novo Leon for $5 says the born this way argument was always bad. See naturalistic fallacy, but it seems to make sense to normies, so it quickly gained traction. Well, the whole idea behind born this way is not that just because you're born this way, it is correct. I mean, obviously, we don't extend that born this way leniency to pedophiles. No, they get the wood chipper. So, but if in a situation where it's like two consenting adults, I don't know why you wouldn't extend the live and let live sort of paradigm to them as well, regardless of the naturalistic fallacy. But I mean, I do agree that it is a naturalistic fallacy.
Well, it's what you said is true. It's a combination. It's not just being born this way. It's born this way, and also like, what is there like a? It seems cruel to sort of force a change on someone that you doesn't seem like you really can change, that they're born that way, and it's not really causing an actual harm.
Yeah, it's not necessary.
Right.
Well,
outside of an ideological one.
It is necessary to meet, other people's outside aesthetics, which I think,
right.
Granting more and more individual freedom has kind of been the secret sauce of liberal Western democracies that we've spent the entire live stream listening to a guy who doesn't believe that.
Well, also, part of the reason that Born This Way became popular is because the thought process until recently was that gay people weren't born that way, that it was some kind of deviant choice.
Or they were victimized as children or whatever, which.
Yeah, right. So.
But none of that.
But it was generally thought of, and it still is by a decent amount of Christians, that it is a choice. It is a decision a person is making to be gay. So, which, this came up in kind of, we watched one of the what was it called? The Vice videos.
Right.
Remember, this kind of came up, and the guy was like, "Well, I mean, maybe I could be." And I was like, "Whoa, wait, what?"
Oh, you're right. The conservative guy was like, "Of course, being gay is a choice. I could be gay." And
yeah, but you're like, wait a minute.
Is your wife watching this? Maybe you want to tap the brakes there, big fella.
He did kind of walk it back, because he was like, well, I've seen women that were trans that I thought was attractive until I realized they were trans. And I was like,
right, yeah.
I was like, that's nice save there, buddy. I don't know if I buy it.
I saw some Fuda, but I'm a no balls kind of guy. So I was like,
Exactly. Yeah.
As soon as I saw the balls, I was like, I'm out of here.
Right.
Texas P12 for $5 says, thanks for telling me about the ghost show, Dev.
Dev's gone.
Okay. Well,
Dev became a ghost.
We'll have to double back to that one. Blaine's Escape Corner for $5. So I think Blaine's Escape Corner is in the Discord.
Hold on. I'm back. The ghost show?
Yeah. Texas says thank you.
Yeah, he's talking about ghost politics, which is an entirely unserious show that no one should watch.
Oh,
okay. Blaine's Escape Corner for $5. When I was in middle school, I saw Immorality, the future anime, and I turned out fine. What? Anime? Is that Fuda anime? Oh,
okay,
when I was in middle school, I saw Immorality, the Fuda anime, and I turned out fine.
Okay.
No balls for the sanctity of the Fuda stack. Okay. So he's saying he saw some degenerate anime and he turned out fine. Blaine, I've seen you in the Discord. I'm not sure I believe that you turned out fine.
Aiden said she didn't get whatever the link you sent. I don't.
Oh no, did I send it to the wrong person?
I don't know.
Holy shit. What do you mean?
I don't know. That's what she said. I mean, it's too late to come on now.
Oh, hilarious.
What?
Can you resend? I don't know. It's not working. Probably on my side. Hilarious.
Did you send it and it didn't go through?
Maybe it did go through, but it's not working. I can't remember if I copy and pasted the link from the show into
I know what you're talking about. If there's one link, if you copy paste, doesn't work. So
yeah.
Get Adam to reread Aiden's chat. Dev was here, weren't you here, Dev?
Yeah. Oh, maybe he wasn't. I don't know. I'll reread it. Sure. What the hell?
Well, he's not here now, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, he left? Good.
I don't know.
Finally, we got rid of that guy. Jeez.
Finally.
I'm still here. Listen. I have wireless headphones. I got to make dinner in time for 11, so I'm doing that while I listen. But I'm here.
Did you hear when I read the whole Aiden says that she considers you a friend super chat?
Yep.
Did you hear that? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever respond?
Aiden Paladin for $10. I used to consider you a friend, Dev. I know you probably don't anymore, but I appreciate you anyway. But I don't appreciate you anyway. I already sent an email to Curtis. I don't want to have animus, but you have it coming.
You look at him, he's adding all
All right,
these things.
sounds good.
Okay, look, I added a lot to that. I kind of changed it a little bit. Aiden really says, I consider you a friend, Dev. Dave, she says, but, I think she meant Dev.
I think we know who she's talking.
I know you probably don't Look, this is for you. Look, I know you, Dev, probably don't consider Aiden a friend anymore. Dev, you going to want to respond? But I appreciate you anyway.
Dev gave up.
Your silence is deafening over here, Dev.
I know.
Jeez, I already sent an email to Curtis. I don't want to have animus. Look, Aiden, I tried. Okay. But Dev is just a fucking hard ass piece of shit. The real Holsinator for $5.
He's listening. He's just not. He's just doing other things.
Sure he is.
Okay.
He's playing with his food balls. The real Holsinator for $5 says, what about the UK where the average Tory representative is more left leaning than the average Labour voter? I think they mean. Okay.
Yeah, what about it, Adam? What about?
What? Look, I don't even know what a fucking Tory is. Okay.
You don't know about the Tories, Adam?
I don't know. I would assume Labor is someone on the left, but then when I hear people talk about them, I think, oh, well, that's a conservative.
Okay, so you guys haven't heard about this before?
And conservatives are in favor of Labor, right? I mean, they want to work us to the bone till we're like 75, right?
There you go.
Okay, hold on. This was actually a controversy.
JMac for $20.
Hey, wait, I'm still
Any
talking.
rube can point to a leaky pipe,
Adam.
but it takes a little more
Adam.
skill to fix one.
Adam.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Let me explain.
Oh, you're back?
this.
Oh,
Yes.
you're back already? Damn.
Yes.
How's the dinner going?
How's the food?
How's
going?
your food
the
going?
dinner.
How's the food going? Okay. There was a controversy where some sort of polling data from 2019 came out that showed that members of British Parliament, even if they were conservative, they were more left-leaning than people who voted for Labour. And so this reinforced the already prominent belief among British conservatives that their Conservative Party is actually just controlled opposition and no one actually represents their views in democracy.
Okay.
It's actually like, if you want to make a solid anti-democracy from the right argument, that's actually a good set of data you want to rely on for that argument. I'll see if I can find it if you want to see it.
I don't care enough to.
Oh, okay.
What happened, Adam? Did you disappear? What's going on? Adam.
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Maybe he's making food too.
Uh-oh. Okay. I don't know where we were in the super chats. Let me see. JMac, our circuit follow for $20 says Molebug sounds like the kind of ground bug type Pokemon. It evolves into a gopherpede. True.
A gopherpede?
True. Yeah, I like that. Doomer Media for $4. Thanks so much, Doomer. Doomer says, you finally found someone I like less than Sitch. There you go. He also says, last time someone bombed this badly was in Japan.
Oh my God.
What, you're reading without me? What happened?
Doomer, there's a reason that you're not allowed back on E EFAP.
Oh,
I feel bad.
wow.
Look, I like
shots
Doomer.
fired. He wasn't talking about you, Dev. He was talking about Molebug, probably.
Oh,
So
man.
be nice. I assume. I don't know who he was.
Did you stop playing your game and start reading super chats?
I did. Yeah.
Oh,
He did.
okay.
I'm a respectable host, Adam.
Nice. I see you still playing the game though.
Well,
How
I
you-
just started again because you just came back.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Do you want me to read? I can read.
Eight.
I know
What are we down to? Centrist swimming is
I didn't know where we were. I just read from a random spot. So.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Totally useless. I already read JMac, but any
read it.
rube can point to a leaky pipe, but it takes a little more skill to fix one. Total agreement. That's like every socialist. Yeah, every socialist. This is so messed up. Oh my God. Here's how we fix it. Let's restructure all of society and trans everyone. The Justice 35 for $10 says, A-Team likes the stream and is pro ethics in journalism, while S fakes harassment online for clout. Oh my God. A-Team reigns supreme.
Wow.
Any
Hurtful.
updates on the Woo Gamergate stream, Dev? We need Woo to be held accountable. Yeah, what's going on? Are you going to get... Do you need me to put a good word in for you for
Well,
Woo?
the last thing that I heard was that Stardust thing. I don't know if that's ever going to go anywhere.
No, I can't remember her first name.
I mean,
what's her first name?
Brianna Wu.
Brianna Wu. That's it.
You know, here's the thing. I used to have a lot of animosity towards her back in the day, but in the past 10 years, she's actually mellowed out quite a bit. Like, she was fucking insane during Gamergate.
I mean, she was
Like, she
kind of
was-
insane on our live stream. I mean,
In some
Well, see, here's the
issues,
thing.
we disagreed. In some, she was reasonable. So
Yeah, well,
be
she
fair.
when I've been seeing her go around like the panel, like the Twitch politics, the panel scene recently, and now she just seems like a really progressive person rather than a fucking psychopath.
A
So it's
lot-
like, okay,
yeah. I mean, I like insane people, so I don't necessarily see it as a put down. 3x3 Nilo for $2 says centrist swimming in a direction today. Oh, okay. I guess that's a compliment, right? Thanks, Lord of the Nerds. Clyde for 5-month member says, if Trump gets arrested and runs while in confinement, Sitch should have to pay double. Well, I agree with that.
why
That's
why
like-
would I have to pay double for that? Doesn't even make any sense.
just for the awesomeness of it.
Oh, okay.
That'd be amazing. Doomer Media for $2. You finally found someone that liked.
I read Doomers. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's the ones you love.
Yeah.
Good.
I know you don't want to read Doomers stuff, so yeah.
I kind of do want Doomer Media for $2. You finally found someone I like less than Sitch.
There you go. There you go.
Look at that. Doomer's the greatest. Here, let me read it again. No, Naples. Nape is a new member for a Free Will Seeker. Thank you for joining up with the Free Will Seekers. Cameraman 502 is a 1-month member and says, have any of you read Roger Scruton, particularly his book Conservatism? He would say left wing is systemic, while right wing is the reason. What we have intuited. I did
I feel
terrible
like
there.
you butchered that like heavily.
The right wing is the reason that we have intuited. Okay.
Well, Scruton's on my list, but I haven't read him yet. But he's definitely he is one of those writers that the dissident right likes. And it's like, you know, Roger Scruton, I think, mentions Molebug's another one. People say Nick Land. Who else do they say? I know Aiden mentions what was that fucking person's name? Hold on.
Have any of you read Roger Scruton?
Oh yeah, Sam.
Particularly his book Conservatism.
Who's this?
He would says LW is systematic while RW is
Yeah,
the reason
Sam
why we have
Francis is another guy. There's some like
Intrigue.
Dutch name I can't pronounce where he wrote liberty or equality. There's like an entire canon of completely heterodox political theory writers that the right is just like loving right now. And I've read some of them, and there's like some interesting ideas there, but it's mostly heterodox for a reason, you know. What was the one that? Hold on, Jesus Christ, I can't remember half their fucking names. Maybe it's getting to the end of the night, you know.
I stopped playing it and could turn off the screen share thing.
Oh,
Wow, but it's
Start
cool.
playing Food Adventure instead.
There you go. Andrew Clark for $2 says not libertarian.
It's just like we're going to be here all night. Look,
It's
I'm
freedom
reading.
/ security. There we go.
Look, I'm reading now. Jeez. Look,
There
I
you
finally stepped up.
I'm sorry for taking so long, guys.
No, it's great.
Look, if you apologize again, we're not going to have you back. Okay. There's
This
no
is a no
apology.
apology stream. Unless someone wrongs us, then they have to apologize to us.
You did absolutely nothing wrong though.
It's
so
a Canadian thing.
That's true. It's in his DNA.
You have no reason to apologize. You've been a
It's
perfect
ethnically
saint.
Canadian.
You've been a perfect saint the whole time you've been here, and we love
That's
having
true.
you. So
That is true. Matrix 07012 for 100 Kazark says Molbug's cathedral is probably the best description of how the left has infiltrated Western institutions. His solutions, however, is building an even bigger cathedral while pretending not to. Yeah, that's a fair point.
true.
Yeah, that's actually true. One of Moldbug's correct contributions was the idea of the cathedral, which is basically just all of society's institutions that, in a quasi decentralized way, because they all come from the same place, push the same ideas. Yeah.
Right. Junior Miss Prime for 8 Aussie bucks says this is why commie countries, i.e., Cuba, maintain they are still in the revolution, because the second the revolution stops, they become reactionary.
Yeah, they're status quo.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Squeeze Louise for $20 says 24-hour stream
24 hours.
when?
Everyone
Hopefully
wants
never.
a 24-hour stream. I know.
Have you guys done one before?
No.
Of course not.
You should give it a go.
Of course
People want
not.
us to do one for our 100th and 200th episodes, but we're like, no.
Why
SP
not?
Elite for $2 says, Dev, I may be going to Vancouver soon. What do I do there?
Shoot up heroin.
Oh, sweet. That's my
Here at the
kind
Sitch
of
Adams
town.
Show, we do not advocate illegal drugs per YouTube's
Dude,
guidelines.
Vancouver's a really lovely city if you're in the rich parts, and it's
If you
just
got
a
it.
big old pile of meth otherwise.
Yeah. Nice.
WT1A1A for $10 says, we're currently working with the legislature to not have to tally them all without a candidate declaring their candidacy. This is a quote from local government for or against, praise Lord Foaming.
Okay.
It was, quote, we are currently working with the legislature to not have to tally them all without a candidate declaring their candidacy. I'm not sure I understand what they're saying exactly, but this is a quote from my local government. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That sounds weird. Okay. Are they saying they don't want to count the votes unless there's going to be a winner or something? I don't understand.
This is a good time to Google Trump arrest.
It didn't happen. I already looked it up on the stream.
Oh, you did?
Doomer was lying, as always. Silk Fox for £5 says the left-right distinction I came up with is the right is a preference for natural order. The left is a preference for re-engineering of order. I disagree with that completely. I think because when you say natural order, I think you have within it embedded certain ideas that I wouldn't necessarily call natural order, right? Like is cooperation is giving people a voice to cooperate natural order, or is might makes right natural order?
Natural order is might makes right.
Is it?
Hell yeah, law of the jungle.
So if we had two groups of 20 humans that are hunter-gatherers, what tribe is going to be more successful in dominating the other one and taking over the other one? Is it going to be the one where like a total douchebag piece of shit is the leader is in charge who subjugates everyone? Or is it going to be the tribe where people work together towards a common shared goal?
The one with the domineering alpha male that shits all over everyone. Whips them into
That's
shape.
not true. But we know that's not true, though.
I know,
right?
I know.
Exactly. But that's the thing. And Jordan Peterson always brings this up all the time. You know, the chimpanzees, you know, it's
Yep.
like if you're too aggressive, too domineering, number two will take you out, essentially.
Yep.
And so, yeah. So I'd have a problem with sort of like, how exactly are we defining natural order? But
Isn't
the
it
left,
great how,
I do
like-
think the left is more utopian, though. So I do think you're in the right
that is true.
ballpark
I agree
there.
with that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is definitely true. Yeah.
So I've noticed that in almost every topic that, actually just every topic ever, pretty much, the
Mhm.
golden mean kind of just works out, doesn't it? You got to be aggressive, but not too aggressive. You gotta
course.
give back, but you can't give back too much.
Of
like-
course.
Yeah.
That's why enlightened centrism. Be
Yes.
it, bro.
Yeah.
Yes.
All things in moderation.
All things in moderation.
including meth.
Except for
Meth in moderation.
yeah.
Come on.
Stop it.
That was a joke. Everyone knew that was a joke. You can't do moderation with meth. Come on.
Dual Media for $2 says Dev agrees with academic agent on the Jews. I knew it.
Dev.
Do I?
Look, first of all, Doomer did this super chat hours ago. And
Yeah, so
Dev
I
didn't even know about the Jews thing.
Yeah. So I guess, back then where back in the past when academic agents' ideas about the Jews were unknown to me, maybe I did agree with them. But now
Yeah.
I know.
Do you know that
Oh.
he's anti-race mixing? Did you know that?
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
I guess I'm having sex with those Asians then.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But he likes the balls. He's pro
Right.
balls.
Um,
J-Mag for $20.
I read that one, but it's
Oh,
pretty
okay.
funny. Yeah.
Molebug sounds like some kind of ground bug type Pokemon.
Right.
Evolves into Gopherpede.
There you go.
I like it.
Fondue for 12 months says anarchy is to politics what atheism is to religion. Do you mean
that's supposed to
atheism
be-
or do you mean atheism?
I think it's anti-theism, but
Oh, well, that's not what it says, but
I know. I can read it.
right.
Sometimes.
But maybe
A little
maybe,
bit.
yeah. A1 Tree Shippo for 22 Canadian says, "Hey Dev, thank you for introducing me to Sitch and Adam. I love listening back to these streams during work. I love you." Well, thank
That's
you, Dev.
great. Look,
you.
you
Yes,
sent us a fan.
Well, I did the 100K silver play button video where I shouted out everyone who everyone should watch, and you guys are on the list.
Nice.
Really? My
Yeah.
goodness. I saw it on your channel, but I haven't watched it. And there's a
It's
shout
very
out for
boring.
us.
It's just like 30 minutes of me saying you should watch these guys and these guys and these guys.
Okay. Sweet. But why didn't you put us first? Because then that would be like the one most people saw.
Well, listen, if you actually named your show the proper name, Adam and Sitch,
Wow.
it would have gone alphabetically. You would have been right there.
Holy
Okay.
cow, Sitch. Maybe we
Okay.
should change the name. This could come up in the future.
Mhm. I don't think so. I don't think so.
I didn't. Yeah, you got to do it alphabetically to be fair, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Kind of got screwed on that one.
Oh, here's your
Sitch, but-
Avola tweet.
Oh, you
from
found
good-
it?
Here's our race mixing tweet.
Oh,
So he
You
got
find
into a Twitter spat with. Do you know who Punished Mother is? Sure you do.
that's fucking Merrick, right? Yeah.
That girl.
She's also
That-
fucking insane. Jesus Christ.
Sounds like you
She's-
don't like
she's
her.
hot, but she's kind of crazy. Yeah.
She's only kind of hot, but she's
Okay,
definitely
fair
crazy.
enough. That's fair enough. She says, "Why is it anti-civilization to not be concerned with racial separation? There's been civilizations created by all races, and we've had mixed race people forever." So his response to this was, "What you leave out in this account of history is the tendency for those civilizations, which made a policy of mixing, to collapse because the animating spirit of the people was corrupted by those of another. This already happened in America long ago."
Oh god.
Oh God, can I steel man that? Because there's like a small drop of
well, I
truth.
forbid you to steal
No.
man
There-
that.
There actually is a small drop of truth in there. There really is.
What is the drop of truth in it? You
it's a-
understand that's obviously an anti-race mixing.
Yeah, it's fucking
He's
ridiculous,
Directly
obviously.
answering a question about racial
Yes,
separation.
yes. Absolutely, completely agree. The most hardcore possible steel man to actually make that into something reasonable is that, every society has. I think What If Altists recently described this tendency as a culture is just the logic that people have decided to agree is true and then build upon that. So like the postmodernists are correct in that a bunch of stuff actually is arbitrary, but you have to choose something. You have to choose, cultural principle A, B, C, or D. And you can have 4 different cultures with 4 different cultural principles, and they all still build functioning civilizations. The point is that whatever it is that you choose, you have to stick to it. If you bring in too many contradictory principles, then suddenly your culture has to include everyone. So it has no prescriptions.
Right,
So
yeah,
it can
well,
actually
yeah, I
like
agree,
push forward a
right,
point. So you
sure,
can say that like if there is truly an animating spirit of a people, you could say that like, okay, well, that's going to be their cultural prescriptions, and you can't just completely deconstruct those and leave people with nothing.
Well, yeah. Well, the problem is, first of all,
No, you give them
multiculturalism-
liberalism. What are you talking about?
Multiculturalism doesn't work, right? And that it's a stupid concept. The melting pot does work. I think it's dangerous to prescribe cultural animating spirits to people based on their race or ethnicity.
Yes.
Yes. That's
That's where it's super racist to do.
it's a cultural thing, not a race
Right.
thing.
Well, and that's
obviously.
this was so wild to me in this conversation that makes no sense in America. Like, because it's like when we get in these arguments with Carl and everything, it's like all the woke shit in America, it's not coming from like South Americans or Central Americans immigrating to our country. It's coming from like white people whose families have been here for hundreds of fucking years. So like, I don't know what the fuck, you know, when you talk about this immigration stuff, like poisoning the discourse, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, people from Central South America are like more socially conservative than the white people that are already here.
Yeah.
They're
and
just
they assimilate and are happy to assimilate.
So there's this guy. There actually is a neo-reactionary in your fan base, and he's in the chat. Vile Van Gogh. And he's been
hey, I've seen Bob Man go around for a long time. Hey,
he's been harping on us all night, though.
Nice.
And he said Dev is accidentally making an argument against liberalism. Liberalism is a negative philosophy. I was talking to Stardust about this, where I said that liberalism can't really make any prescriptions because it's an ideology of freedom. It doesn't tell you what you should do with your freedom. And I think in the Richard Spencer Destiny talk, Richard Spencer called it the hole in the center of liberalism. You know, I think he used those phrases and this is true. This is true.
I disagree, but whatever.
I've said consistently. Well, no, what do you mean? Like, what prescriptions does liberalism make? It doesn't say you should do X. It says you're free to do X. Those are different things.
Right, but I mean, it does have a live and let live philosophy. I mean, it's not completely devoid of any sort of philosophy. It's got, you know, freedom of speech, which is, you know, that's...
Well, no, I agree with all this, but like, what should you do with your freedom? What should you say with your freedom of speech? Liberalism has no answer to that, but other philosophies do. So I've said, I've said this on, I think I best articulated on Twitter where I said governments should be liberal and people should be conservative. That's how I've kind of viewed this conversation, and I think that's correct. Because at the very least, like a conservative philosophy, for all of its negativity, a conservative philosophy will still give you a set of ideals to live by and a community. It gives you a path forward, basically, in a way that liberalism doesn't. Here, I'll give you my gay marriage argument. What is a more constructive path for the young gay man? Is it to go and drink 20 guys' piss and spread monkeypox, or is it to get married, get gay married?
With those negative stereotypes.
Is it to get gay married and adopt some kids and be a center of your community? One of those options is conservative, and one of those options is the thing that you should do if you're a young gay man. But liberalism can't tell you that. Liberalism only says you have the freedom to be whatever sexuality you want, and that's great. If you're oppressed, that's exactly what you need, but it doesn't tell you what you should do.
I mean,
so that's why I view this way.
I'm an artist, so I look at things from that kind of creative perspective, and what people do is like let their imaginations run wild, swing for the fences. I mean, a lot of people won't do that, but I mean, enough people will that it's just
but some of that can just lead to like self-destruction, though, and you probably shouldn't do that.
It should, yeah. It should, in some people, lead to self-destruction, and in other people's, it should lead to complete, freedom.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, like if a young man comes up to you, Adam, and says, "What should I do with my life? Should I self-destruct?" You're gonna be like, "Well, no." You're gonna tell him no, hopefully. So this is what I mean, though. Is it like what is a positive path forward? It seems like liberalism can't answer that.
It's different for different people. Liberalism does answer it because it says it's different for different people. That's the problem with conservatism.
That's not an answer.
Conservatism says here is how to live your life.
Yeah.
That's not an answer.
Well, no, because here's the thing. Because that answer might not work for you, which is true. But there's different strains you can go into, right? Like maybe being a churchgoer isn't for you, but maybe being diligent in your studies is. And those are both conservative answers, though.
I want the tribe conservative and the tribe liberal, the tribe, freedom to get along. I want the people who would call themselves progressives, who lean more towards the artist end of the spectrum. I would like them to stop dunking on conservatives and think, conservatives are a valuable part of society. They're the ones that knuckle under. They're the ones that knuckle under and have the kids and raise the next generation. We shouldn't be accosting them with crazy values that they don't accept or want. We should have a live and let live philosophy. And, people who adopt a live and let live philosophy often find other people around them will share that philosophy rather readily. So I do think we need the artists of the world who are going to go out and, fuck shit up and change things and do crazy radical things that nobody would think of and are probably a terrible idea. And we should have people who, want to play it safe and get married and raise kids and have a family and get a good stable job. And we should, there's enough room in society for both of those attitudes. I don't know why we have to be at each other's throats. I don't know why we have to be forcing, drag queen story hour on people who don't want it. And I don't know why we have to be, forcing gays back into the closet. We have to say,
Well, I never said forcing.
transsexuality is something that we need to annihilate from American culture. Like, no, fuck you both. Fuck you
Well,
both.
Here's the thing. I never said forcing. I never said forcing. What
No,
I am
I'm
saying
talking
is
about
that-
the Daily Wire set of the world who is like, no, we need to dominate the culture. We need to subjugate people to our views. That's un-American in my eyes. It really is.
Well, okay, but that's not what I said.
Look, and the drag queen
Well, what
story hour people, they're the same thing. They're as much authoritarians as the authoritarian right. Those people shouldn't be subjugating people to their views. Like, both of you need to just take a seat. You need to move along.
Well, what I'm basically saying is there are multiple constructive pathways forward, but they all involve basically giving up some of your freedom. And in some ways, they have to be not liberal in that sense. They have to be more conservative than liberal because they're going to involve hard work, or they're going to involve discipline. They're going to involve something
discipline.
that is
Hard work.
that is-
What, you're killing me here.
They're going
Dev,
to
what are you
involve
doing?
something. They're going to involve something that a liberal might look his nose down at. So it's important to be both a liberal in some senses and a conservative in other senses.
Look, this is the thing. That's why that's why I'm team liberal, is because I don't feel like liberals look down their nose at anyone. I feel like it's the progressives that are the authoritarians who are saying, listen, we're going to come in drag makeup and read naughty books to your kids and you're going to like it. And that's fucking authoritarian. And that's why people are losing their shit. They're like, listen, we had the kids. We're doing all of this work to raise the kids. We're feeding the kids. We're working our fingers to the bone to, keep a roof over our kids' head. And you want to show up, fresh out of the drag nightclub and read them stories. No, fuck you. Like, I mean, I get it. I totally get it. And it's the same with who's the guy who spoke at CPAC who's like, we need to eradicate transgenderism from American society. No, fuck you too. Like, these people need to have a truce. They need to say, listen, America's got a good thing going with this live and let live society. We need a certain amount of freedom, freedom to the point where maybe it's not necessarily healthy. And we need a good dose of, home life and stability, family life and stability, even maybe to the point where that's not exactly healthy either. Maybe, no fault divorce should be something society thinks at least is something that we don't just give a pass to socially.
I mean, I tend to agree with you, yeah. But if I were to describe to you, when I said to you, the gay guy should have his gay husband and then adopt some kids and be a responsible member of his community, that's not a liberal ideal. That's a conservative one.
No, I agree. Yeah,
right. But
you're saying that he should follow that path, and I'm saying he's got two paths to pick from here.
Yes. But here's the thing. Liberalism cannot tell him you should follow that path. Liberalism will say you should be free.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. But do you understand what I'm saying about the live and let live? Like, that's I mean, 90% of cultures are not about live and let live. Look, the Han Chinese are trying to take over China because it's not like a live and let live. It's like, no, you're Han Chinese, you adopt Han Chinese culture, or you're out of here.
No, I get that. It's just that, you can be the monkeypox spreading degenerate. You shouldn't be, but you should have the option to be. Yes, that's the liberal part of it. Is like you shouldn't go to the piss orgies, but if you want to, you can, but you shouldn't. That's the liberal position, I think.
Mm-hmm. Someone in the chat says, Adam, name 5 liberal prescriptions that aren't just "you should be free" rephrased. That's a good question. I mean, I think of property rights as a liberal principle. I think
Okay,
property
I'm
rights
back.
are like the foundation of Western
That's a principle, not a
civilization.
prescription, right?
You guys still going?
That is a
little
principle,
bit,
not
yeah.
a prescription.
Read some super chats. Deb, you need to be quiet, okay? We're trying to get
Actually,
this.
I've
we're
got to
trying
take off.
wrap
Are there any questions for me?
Okay.
Well, before you go, I was gonna. You asked me. You said you wanted to know examples of anti-Semitism from academic.
Oh, no.
You know, you can just DM them to me. Like I have
You don't want me to
on-
read them
on
out
Discord.
to the whole world? You
No,
want me to
read
do-
them out for the world. I want to hear them.
Okay.
Look,
All right.
this is
I'll
what
read- I'll read a
academic
couple. I'll
academic
read a
will
couple.
accuse. Academic
read a
will
couple.
come in here and accuse Sitch
Yeah,
of like
making stuff up.
targeting him
Right.
because he's reading his public tweets, which it's
Well,
like
this one's
what
from his
the.
Gab. So
Oh, okay, but
this
it's
is from
still
his Gab. He says, "Share my Gab, everyone. On the alternatives, it seems the most trustworthy. Torbid, who's the guy who runs Gab, hatred of the rancid redacted makes me trust him instinctively."
right. Okay.
So who
What's
do you
the
think is-
redacted?
Whoa, that's a who does Torbid hate? Who is the redacted there? The very
I actually don't
interesting.
know. What like?
Oh,
it
Torbid.
actually-
Torbid really hates Jewish people. Yeah.
Oh, does he?
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Oh.
Anti-Semite. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And so here's another one that's kind of funny. He says, someone says we need more Jews in the dissident right because currently the dissident right is really lacking in intellectual firepower. I appreciate dissident right for the topics it's covering, which is why I'm drawn to it. And then kind of continues. Academic agent responds, "This is one of the worst takes I've seen for a while from someone who I correctly banned a long time ago for their relentless moronic post. What the dissident right really needs is more Brian Kaplan's. The point about Jews is especially bad." For every one Gottfried, there are 100 bad actors who will turn your movement into something devoted to their narrow group interests.
Who's Brian Gottfried?
I don't know, some dissonant right guy that he didn't like.
Okay. All right.
Then he says, this is on Twitter. He says, though I will continue to be unpopular in an unpopular message, I will say that the sectarian issue, whether it's Catholic versus Protestant, French versus British, English versus Irish, Black versus White, Christian versus Muslim, will need to be put aside for the fight against globalists. No one in any establishment at the moment is or currently can be an ally, and no one who is redacted can be either. But any amount of non-sectarian anti-globalist organization would he a powerful bulwark against the ultimate evil. To which someone responds, there are more examples of genuinely anti-globalist redacteds than there are Americans, blacks, or American Muslims. Ooh, I wonder who these redacteds are. In America, many of these groups simply have too much to gain by staying in line with their overlords and nothing to lose. To which he responds, I'm not discussing this or my reasons for this position. On another topic, if you're a bird, you shouldn't trust snakes who suddenly declare they are against eating your eggs and are true to snako-birdism.
Wow.
I really wonder who are the redacteds in this conversation.
There's a lot of those redacted.
Oh, here's another
They
one.
must
Remember, this is in response to Candace Owens. Candace Owens, he says, remember the 3 rules. No one connected to the establishment in any way can be trusted. Overthrowing the regime is the only goal. No redacteds can be trusted. So I don't know.
That's
I
pretty
don't know.
racist.
Yeah, so take it as you will. Anyway.
You know what? What's really interesting is if you just said Jews, it would seem less believable and more like it's a joke. But the fact that he says redacteds makes it actually sound worse.
Well, he says it on Twitter, and he knows he can't reveal his power level on Twitter fully. So
Horrible.
that's the issue. But anyway,
I brought up
there's a clip on him on stream talking about like he doesn't know how to solve certain minority problems, and then someone starts playing like Jewish music. So it's annoying. It's annoying to me because like his fans know exactly what he's saying, but then if you're like kind of tangentially following him, it like slips through the cracks.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I mean, send me all those clips and things. I guess DM them to me. I want to take a look.
The Unknown Talking for $2 says, got the commie on the cast. This is going to be good. Thank you.
I'm not a fucking commie, goddammit.
Val Van Gogh for 8 months. Thanks so much, Val Van Gogh. One of our few, you said, neo-reactionary fans. Says, quote, everything outside my liberal bubble, including 99.9% of human history, is fascist. That is true. That is true.
According to the poll, we have almost 400 neo-reactionary fans. So.
Oh my
Very
God.
skeptical. But Fondue for $2 says, I'm a libertarian because I'm introverted. Nice.
That's a
Mr.
good reason.
Ubercross, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's awesome.
Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says, here have we considered the possibility that human nature and its inherent limitation precludes a solution to the problem. In the end, monkey smash wins. Well, that's kind of the whole point. I mean, the issue is like, this kind of comes up when we critique objectivism. Like the whole point of morality is to sort of have humans work together cooperatively beyond monkey smash, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Right. And so I feel like some of the realist approach, not all realist, but I feel like kind of this very simplistic, low resolution realist approach is to just say monkey smash. So we should monkey smash, essentially, is what it is.
That's so sad.
I mean, it's
Sad
just
and
so
true.
funny because that's literally the socialist argument. It's so hilarious that the anti-liberals on the left and right have essentially the same worldview. They just want different
Yep.
outcomes.
Remember, right-wing Leninism.
Yeah, exactly.
it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
Weird Dick Pics, that's a great name, for €2. Says, Dev, what is your take on mini-anarchist? Like mini-anarchist? Minarchist?
Oh, no. Minarchist is basically just like anarchists who realize that they can't actually be stateless, so they want the smallest possible.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Yeah, so like minimum archy, yeah.
Right.
Minarchists. I mean, they're more understandable than the anarchists are.
Mm-hmm.
I have like a lot of sympathy for the libertarian position because they're just like leave me alone guys, and it's like, okay, yeah, fair
Well,
enough.
libertarian is not the same as anarchist.
Wait a
No,
second.
but libertarian and minarchists have a lot of overlap.
Have you not
Like
been
minarchist,
on Twitter? Like libertarians are not just leave me alone on Twitter. They're like all up in my shit. So
no, yeah, I know what you mean. But like, there's a lot of libertarians out there who are just like, I just want guns and weed, and like, don't bother me, government. And like, I think that's actually a pretty sympathetic position. You
I
know?
love
So-
that
I agree,
position.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the ultimate issue, I guess, is that a lot of the liberal institutions do require a buy-in, and a buy-in requires that you engage with them, so you can't just be left alone sometimes.
Right.
And that's a tough pill to swallow. But it really depends what we're talking about.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, can we skip the quote, the right believes in CRT era? Yeah, I mean, it's not good. I don't think it's gonna be something that we focus on heavily, but I think it's hilarious. Stug for $2 says President Sunday versus Molebug debate. Oh my God.
That would be epic.
That would be the best debate I've ever seen in my life.
Apparently, President Sunday just while we were doing this did a 2-hour stream on my video about conversion therapy. My reason why conversion therapy is immoral.
Mm,
Oh, really?
And
okay.
I'm sure it's fucking retarded. Like,
I'm
obviously,
sure it is. Yeah.
he's
Sure it is.
yeah. So that happened at the same time as we were doing this, and people in the chat were actually saying, I was reading it, but I wasn't responding. Just that, that President Sunday was going in on me hard, apparently. And I find the best thing to do is just to ignore him because he just wants attention.
He is very stupid.
Oh, well, I mean, I'd like him to come back on the show again because it's
Well, he said he
fun.
was going to debunk height.
Yeah,
which
but
got
he
you
never
excited,
did. He
but-
decided he was going to go after not
Yeah,
so
of course not.
erudite instead.
And that didn't fucking work out for him, did it?
No.
Not really, yeah.
Yeah.
Diogene. Oh, you can leave, by the way, if you want to.
I will be in a second. Just I wanted to point out, I guess, one last thing. Wait, it's
Yeah.
already left my head. Fuck.
One more thing.
It's left my head. I don't remember it anymore.
Becky.
Old School for $10 says Dev's classification of left smart, right dumb is pure BS. There are many right-wing intellectuals. Did we ever? I think we already read that one.
Yes,
didn't
yeah. Okay. Well, first of all, I was describing, I think, Moldbug's classification of them in the first chapter.
we? Yeah.
I think that's what we were talking about there. I think. But secondly, I mean, there is sort of in a very general sense, are there more right-wing working class people who aren't all that intellectual or left-wing? The answer is clearly right-wing, So like It's not like a huge
I mean,
amount. There's probably. I think there's something there.
I think there's plenty of left-wing dipshits. I mean,
well, of course there is. Of course there is. But
Yeah.
I'm saying like there's the redneck works with his hand dipshit, and then there's the overeducated, has a degree but is actually a moron dipshit, and those are two different types of politics.
Right.
yeah, maybe so.
Bum, 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 bum. Diogenes for 5 months says, guys, you don't realize the amazing discovery Mobley has made. Progressivism is when things change. Who
Yeah.
knew it was that simple? Wow.
Yeah,
True.
yeah.
Oh, I remembered it now. Okay, Sitch,
Yes.
you said at some
I said,
point
yeah.
that there was a moment while I was going over some of the mold bug stuff where you just said, this is just right-wing CRT.
Yes.
Was that like the first time you had realized that's what mold bug was?
No, I know. It's one of those
Okay.
things that, like, whenever I read Mobley, I go, this is right wing CRT, and then I forget it.
Mhm.
And then when I read it again, I go, oh, of course, I forgot.
Yeah. And I mean, like I've heard from, like I said, right-wing Leninism. I've heard right-wing socialism. I've heard all this stuff where it's sometimes it's the tactics, sometimes it's the ideas of the left, but adopted in service of a right-wing goal.
Well, it makes sense because the paradigm right now is liberalism. So whether you're on a far left or far right extreme, that's going to take you away from liberalism. You're going to have to adopt similar anti-liberal philosophical views in order to dismantle liberalism. So there's a logic to why it ends up being that way.
Oh yeah. And I mean, like when you see places, this happened definitely in Italy and in Germany, places where a socialist revolution failed, but a fascist one didn't.
Yes.
All of those socialists joined the fascists to take on liberalism, and they're like completely happy to do it. They just want to
did
fuck
that
up
happen
the liberal-
with the Nazis?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yep.
Because I know they had all their worker revolutions and that failed, and that was part of what kind of led to the Nazis taking power.
Mhm. No, a
Right.
bunch of the Communist Party. Look, first of all, the Nazis purged a lot of socialists too, so it
Yeah.
wasn't all. But the ones that they didn't purge had joined them already. So as soon as it became obvious that the Nazi Party was ascendant, a shit ton of socialists just switched factions.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it's like, when, Jordan Peterson says the socialists, they don't love the poor, they hate the rich.
Mhm.
I think a lot of socialists are like, they just hate liberals.
Oh yeah,
They just hate, like,
absolutely.
they just want to, a lot of people just want to rage against whatever current thing is.
Yep.
And at the end of the day,
so-
I think that's the guiding principle.
For my Antonio Gramsci video, I'm going to talk about Italy's 2 Red Years. And in the 2 Red Years, there was a bunch of factory uprisings where a shit ton of workers got armed and took control of factories that they were working at because of just the deplorable labor conditions they were working under. So they had an actual armed revolt. And so the capitalist class went to the liberal state and was like, what the fuck? We have to do something about this. And the liberals were kind of weak and ineffectual. And then Antonio Gramsci advocated the Italian Socialist Party to support the workers because they were setting up councils, and they wanted those councils to be recognized as owners of the factories. So like actual worker co-ops before worker co-ops were a thing. And Gramsci was like, these are like the Russian Soviets. We got to support these. This is the way forward. And the Italian Socialist Party refused to. Gramsci was the only prominent voice who would say yes to that.
Mhm.
And then what happened was Mussolini, who at this point had been fighting the liberals in the street with the Italian Fighting League, which became later the Black Shirts. This is very early in Mussolini's political career. So he was fighting the liberals. He went to the workers and said, "Hey, I'll recognize you if you support me. The only catch is, after I gain power, your councils have to be nationalized." And the workers agreed. They said, "Sure, sounds good to us." So Mussolini ended up taking all of that working class support that the socialists basically left on the table. And something similar happened in Germany too. So
Interesting.
it's very that kind of like shaped Gramsci's his political opinions going forward. But it's very interesting that the big bursts of support for these fascist movements tend to come from the working class.
Right. Interesting. True. Val Van Gogh for $5 says, left equals division of power, right equals consolidation of power. Absolute left equals direct democracy, absolute right equals absolute monarchy. It's funny because a lot of people literally conceptualize it the exact opposite way. I know I'm sure you've been familiar with Tick's videos, Dev. Whenever the conversations of whether the Nazis were left wing or right wing comes up, someone inevitably brings up a Tick video. And even though I think he makes fair points about calling them economic socialist, he does have a totally wacky video where he brings up a political chart. He basically defines left and right as the opposite of that. He says consolidation of power is left, and freedom from like authority is right wing. So
That's like, libertarians will say that a lot. They'll say, like,
exactly, exactly, yeah.
Well, that's
Well,
that's like the culture versus economic divide, though, because economically you would say liberal is or left wing would be consolidation of power and right wing would be laissez-faire, but culturally you'd say it's completely opposite.
Yeah, but what does that tell you? That tells you something very important.
Yeah.
It tells you that it's not about that left and the right spectrum has nothing to do with consolidation of power or not.
Yeah,
That
not
those
as
are
a
just
not as a
means-
principle. Yeah.
Yeah, as a principle, right? As a principle, that those things are just means to an end, essentially.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why so I understand that a lot of people they put left right on those values. I don't like to do that because I don't think that's not how I conceptualize it. And I don't think that's true. I think ways of power, libertarian versus authoritarian, are just means to an ends for most people. So
Yeah.
except for obviously libertarians.
If they have the power, they're going to use authoritarianism. It's just human nature, which is sucks, but true. Dev, are you leaving? Is that what you were saying? Or
yes, I think it's time. I should have left 25 minutes ago.
don't
It
get
is
in
Thanks for coming
trouble.
on. It was a good conversation. We'll have part 2 at some point in the future. We'll have
Part 3, part 4.
We'll have part 3
5.
where you, Aiden, and Carl all argue while me and Adam sit back and
Oh
try
yeah.
not to
yeah.
lose our minds.
Well,
so.
I mean, listen, we can't do chapters 4 through 16 in one part. We're gonna have to
Spread it out. We'll keep coming back to this. I don't know. Maybe we'll do it once a
Listen,
month. Maybe we'll have a
Mold Bug Mondays, guys.
Mold bug
Mold-
monthly.
Mold bug. I like that. Moldy bug.
Mold
bug,
bug,
yeah.
mold bug. Every Monday, come back to the Sitch and Adam and Sitch show for Mold
There you
Bug
go.
Mondays.
There you go.
That's how it's. That's gonna. That would be so cancerous.
That would be pretty bad. Yeah.
Because
Anyway,
can you
thanks for coming
imagine?
on. Great.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever like do a video on this. I mean, probably at some point, but I mean, he's not that relevant,
Oh my
unfortunately. Well, it's like I said at the start of the show, though.
It's
Like,
hilarious.
like even though the neo-reactionary ideas are ultimately just as bad towards liberalism as the socialist ones are, there's not. Aiden said in the chat, there's like 10
And
neo-reactionaries,
that's
and
true.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah. Right.
There are millions of socialists.
Yeah.
Like, clearly, the socialists are the bigger problem, right? So
That's
yeah,
good-
there's
yeah,
a bunch
I
of
don't
them in
know if I'll
Congress.
ever.
Yeah.
How many neo-reactionaries are in Congress?
0. Well, one
I know
now.
Steve Bannon was one, but he wasn't in Congress. He was like an advisor. to
No,
Trump
what's
for a
his
while.
name? Who's the guy that wrote Redneck?
Oh, I don't know.
He's not a neo-reactionary.
Who am I talking? What's the guy's name, Adam? The guy that
The
wrote.
Billy Elegy guy?
Yeah, right.
I don't remember his name.
That guy. Wait,
JD
he's like
Vance.
a huge
That's it.
Vance. Yeah, Vance. Vance is like
JD
fucking
Vance is not
he's like a massive.
neo-reactionary.
He's a massive Mulebug fan. What are you talking about?
Is he really?
Yes, he. It's like
Is
him
it?
and him and the PayPal guy like fund Mencius Molebugs like annual meetup thing. I forgot what it was called.
He has a based voting take, but now I hate him.
Oh my god, Dev sounds like a college kid who's into Chomsky. I don't like Chomsky, dude. I'm not a Chomsky fan. No.
We keep saying
No.
Gramsci, and I keep thinking of that. Who's that? Like Lamont Hill, something, the socialist that tried to corner Lindsay, James Lindsay on that show. The Gramscian reading of Marx is,
Oh fuck, God.
you know who I'm talking
honestly,
about.
I kind of do. I just hate this shit.
I know it's so it's like just
I read-
pretentious as fuck. It's like
I've been reading so much of it, and I'm just like, I fucking hate all of it. Can't you guys just be normal?
no.
Like the Nazis are fucking gone. Okay, quality of life is up. We don't need a fucking socialist revolution. Can't you just be chill?
I know. Can everyone just fucking relax? Jeez, come on.
Yeah.
Just
I
relax.
need to get laid more. That's the problem.
Oh, is that how it is?
That's
So
what 90%
true.
of this energy would be dissipated.
Yeah, when I see the numbers of young people not getting laid, I think the exact same thing, Sitch. I'm like,
Yep.
this is why we're in the mess we're in.
Did you ever like Chomsky, Dev? I never liked Chomsky. I never had a socialist phase, thank God. But
I recall being aware of him during my socialist phase, and like the 3 quotes that I saw, I was like, yes, these are good quotes, but I didn't have any real opinion on them, to be honest.
right. Okay.
Yep.
Well, thanks for coming on. We love you. Take care.
All right. Well, we'll do this again another time.
We will.
I guess whenever.
We'll get
Well,
through
I'll
another
book-
one chapter.
Another
book-
1
8
fucking
hours, you know,
chapter.
yeah.
Oh fuck. Maybe I'll find something else that we could talk about that's not like tedious.
Maybe.
I feel like we
We'll
could
see.
have some kind of debate or something that would probably be more interesting than just.
Just reading the nonsense.
just shitting
Yeah.
on, stupid stuff.
Moldbug.
Oh, I finally thought of the last thing that I wanted to think of. Okay, before I get out of here, let me tell
The
you. Let me tell
last
you
thing?
the final.
One more thing, Jackie.
One more. Okay, so you know about Robert Conquest's 3 laws of politics?
No, I don't think so. Not by that name.
They tend to be okay. They tend to be like not universal, but pretty good. And one of them is everyone is conservative about what he knows best. If you think about this for a bit, that makes complete sense, right? You talk to Vosh, and then you say, "Well, Vosh, I mean, like, look at the failures of socialism around the world. Look at Russia. Look at China." And he'll say, "Well, those aren't socialist." He'll have a very particular definition of what socialism is, and it's going to be exactly what he wants and exactly what he considers to be good.
What do
And
you mean
meanwhile,
by
his enemies,
conservative when you
his
say-
enemies are going to be all fascists or whatever the fuck, right?
Right.
So basically, he paints the things that he doesn't care about with a broad brush. The things that he does care about, he's very particular, which is kind of what Conquest is getting at, is that we are conservative about what we know best, which makes sense, right? Like if you're new at some kind of skill, you're going to be all over the place and figuring out what you do. Once you're a master at that skill, you're going to be very conservative. Okay, well, I know how to do it. I don't gotta not practice. I don't gotta like experiment anymore. I know this is how you do. This is how you fix a car, right? This is how you cook a decent meal. This is how you like. As you learn more, you become more conservative and less needing to experiment.
I see. When you say conservative, you mean like set in a way of doing something?
Yes, I mean set in a way specifically.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So what I have found is that this applies also to politics, like I said, with Vosh and socialism, but most people who have been against our interpretation of Moldbug tonight have been in the chat coping and saying stuff like, "You guys don't understand, you just don't get it. That's not what he really said." And that's kind of what's going on here, is that they have a very particular interpretation of what Moldbug's written down, and we must be wrong because we don't agree with him. And I think that's just, there's something psychological to this effect too, that you become conservative about what you know and what you care about. So I'm just like, okay, well, I guess that's the case. I guess it is the case that you have lots of people who say you don't really understand it. It's because they actually like hyper care about the stuff,
Mhm.
But I don't. So even if I'm wrong, I'm still right.
There you go. Nice. I love it. I love it.
Anyway, thanks for having me on, guys. I'll see you next time. Okay.
Take care.
Oh wait, one last thing. You know where to? I should probably shut myself out.
Sell yourself out. Yeah.
Yes, Short Fat Otaku. That's the channel. Do it.
Everyone
I'll put a
will
link in
try
the
short, fat,
description, so-
talking.
Oh
Link
yeah,
in the
there we go.
description.
Because I do like videos and streams all the time. I try not to overlap with you guys or with EFAP because you're my friends, but sometimes you just kind of have to do it. you
Don't
know?
worry about it.
Yeah, we
Never-
don't
but-
care.
I
Do it
know.
up.
But thank you.
Yeah,
You know, I'll jump in the chat and give you a hard time.
Also, I think I usually raid you anyway. Like if I stream on like a Tuesday, I usually raid you anyway. So
Sweet.
Thanks. Yeah.
wait, you guys not notice the raids? Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, they're so
From you?
tiny, so it's like 3 people. It's not really
That's
a
actually
big deal.
true.
a
Like,
lot of the times we get raids from like people when we're reading super chats.
Oh
not
yeah,
looking
yeah,
at,
yeah,
not
yeah.
looking at like the screen.
Yeah, that
so.
makes sense. Yeah,
I
and
don't
honestly,
notice it.
when I do a gaming stream, I have like 50 people maybe.
I
When
know.
I do a yeah, when I do a politics stream, it's like 500, like 1,000 sometimes. But like, yeah, no one watches the gaming stuff. But you know what? It's actually pretty fun.
Thank you. Though.
You should do
Wait, hold on.
MMT streams. Those are really popular.
Oh fuck, yeah.
People love
Okay,
those.
6T76T is Apaben's girlfriend, who apparently left me a super chat and wants me to read it before I go. So I'll do one
Who?
more.
Who?
6T76T. Appaben's girlfriend, if you know who Appabend is.
Their username is like the number 6 or 6 spelled out.
Yeah, it is the numbers 6T
Oh, I see.
76T.
6T7 6T for $5 says, Mr. Short Fat Otaku, you called my boyfriend Apabend Filipino. He's actually Indonesian.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
you bitch.
Oh my
I mean, I
God.
Why
figured
would
he was
you
some
do
kind of.
that?
I figured he was some kind of brown Shota, right? So
Look,
wait,
it's
Adam doesn't
just
know what a
so
Shota.
mean.
You don't know what a Shota is, do you?
Oh my God.
You want to know
Oh my
more
God.
anime terminology?
No, it's fine.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
Now I
I'll see you.
lost
I'll
my
see you guys
place.
next time. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Peace out.
Take care, man.
Good night.
Good night.